who's given Jack Smith everything he's asked for in the course of this investigation, even she called it atypical and irregular. Now, why would Jack Smith do that? Why would he abandon proper procedure? Why would he ignore court rules? Why would he do that? Because he's running out of time.
Yep.
There's an election around the corner.
Yep.
It's coming in 33 days, and he's got to get President Trump. He's got to stop President Trump from running, tie him up in court. He's got to get to trial, or at a minimum, insert an 165-page political document into the presidential campaign. It was always about politics. The good news is the American people saw through it. They saw through it. For so long, the left has controlled so much in this country. The left controlled big media. The left controlled big tech. The left controlled academia,
they still
Hollywood,
control most of the big
the Democrat
media.
Party, and I think all too much.
Thank God social media exists.
But the left doesn't control we the people.
Exactly.
And in spite of the left and the weaponization efforts of Jim Comey, Alvin Bragg, Bonnie Willis, and Jack Smith, we the people saw through it all.
Yep.
And we elected President Trump twice. Before turning to the ranking member for his opening statement, I would just ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the Washington Post editorial, Jack Smith would have blown a hole in the First Amendment. With that, I yield to the gentleman.
Exactly.
Well, thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by recognizing the presence.
Welcome, everybody. Make sure you subscribe to the channel if you come in.
Four of the
give me the like button.
Officers who defended us on January 6, 2021, Michael Fanone, Aquilino Ganell, Daniel Hodges, and Harry Dunn. And I thank them for being here today. Mr. Smith, thank you for appearing before the American people. I'm glad that the committee has finally granted you the same chance to report your findings to the American people that every other special counsel investigating an American president has had.
This guy's a joke.
Started by saying it's all about the politics. Well, maybe for them, but for us, it's all about the rule of law and who's going to stand by the rule of law and who's going to oppose it. Now, Mr. Smith, you're one of America's great prosecutors.
Really?
Nearly 3 decades you worked for justice under both Republicans and Democrats. The Manhattan DA office, where you prosecuted sex crimes and domestic violence cases. The Eastern District of New York, where you prosecuted murderers, rapists, gangbangers, and other violent criminals.
And look,
leading
of course, they're going to count his improvements, and that's good. I'm glad he actually did his job to that extent.
Public officials,
but where was the justice for the lady that got burned up on the subway? Where was all the justice for any of the
Kosovo trial? You prosecuted war crimes and crimes against humanity perpetrated against thousands of innocent
where's the
victims.
criminals?
While others may have devoted their lives to corrupt self-enrichment, you have devoted your life to the rule of law and to public service.
Dude, get a new toupee, bro.
For anything. You've never been convicted
They're
of
like
anything.
sod up there,
as far
like
as I
a
can
golf
tell, you've
course.
never even been
Sod.
the subject of a disciplinary proceeding over the course of your multi-decade career. But Donald Trump says you're a criminal and you belong in prison.
He is.
He says you belong in prison, not because you did anything wrong, mind you, but because you did everything right. You pursued the facts. You followed the law. You stuck with extreme caution to every rule of professional responsibility. You had the audacity to do your job. Everybody here knows what you did wrong in Donald Trump's eyes and why he says you belong in prison. You found, and I quote from your sworn testimony before the committee, you found proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the results.
I really
of the
believe he did
2020
everything right.
and to prevent the lawful transfer of power.
Sorry, guys.
When asked whether you believe the evidence was enough to obtain a criminal conviction against Donald Trump at trial, you had a one-word answer: yes. When asked if Donald Trump was responsible for the violence that took place at the Capitol on January 6th, you said, our view of the evidence was that he caused it, and that he exploited it, and that it was foreseeable to him. You found that Trump knew he had lost the election. How? Well, his own Attorney General, William Barr, repeatedly told him so and described all of Trump's theories as BS. Trump's top campaign advisors told him he lost the election. Vice President Pence told him he lost the election. More than 60 federal, state, and court decisions, including 8 rendered by judges he appointed to the bench, rejected every outlandish election fraud and corruption.
And what has come to light now?
Trump himself
what has come to light?
Acknowledged it, gesturing to Joe
what
Biden
has come to
TV
light now?
and saying, quote, "Can you believe
all these people have been busted and charging with election
fraud? Everything
seriously,
to his big lie.
There's videos and videos out there of tons of people, being caught cheating on the election, on the election ballots. Those ballots were misplaced. They throw it away.
A Republican to commit election fraud and just fine Trump $11,700.
Hey, follow the channel if you're over on Kick, guys.
Trump's DOJ to quote,
I'm new on Kick, so
corrupt and leave the rest
follow
to
the channel.
Republicans, when it wasn't enough to force Vice President Mike Pence to announce and then exercise lawless powers to reject electoral college votes and use counterfeit slates to anoint Trump the winner. That's when Trump incited mass violence on January 6th.
Well, no, he didn't.
More than 140 officers were being brutally assaulted by Trump's mob.
The ones that let them in,
beat them with
the ones that opened the doors and let them in,
sprayed them with chemical agents.
We've all seen the videos now.
And while they
the ones y'all cut
Mike Pence,
hours and hours out of, hundreds of hours you cut out and made clips to make it look like it was a insurrection.
Calling not the National Guard, which was under the direct unilateral control of Donald Trump, but calling members of Congress, urging them to delay certification.
If you haven't heard, they put Hillary Clinton in contempt to Congress yesterday.
Special Counsel Smith,
we're fixing to bust her ass too.
You followed every applicable law, ethics rule, and DOJ regulation. Your decisions were reviewed by the Public Integrity Section. You acted based solely on the facts, the opposite of Donald Trump, who now has purported to take over the Department of Justice. He's in charge of the whole
thing. He's the president.
Under his unitary executive theory,
it's his job.
And he acts openly, purely based on political vendetta and motives of
see this young black kid next to him? That's probably his assistant. What a brainwashing
about the special
these people are probably doing to this young kid.
Which are phone records, like a phone
They've got these young interns sitting there
of calls and containing
wanting to be politicians, wanting to have a career in politics.
But those records were lawfully
and this young kid right here next to him, he's probably went to a liberal college. They probably he probably believes everything this dude's saying. It's sad. Our young generation needs to wake up.
Mr. Smith, if Donald
they
Trump
need to wake up.
Call a number of Democratic senators, we would have gotten toll records for them.
Why did you start doing that?
I trust our colleagues get the point because America certainly gets the point. There is much Mr. Smith still can't talk about, though we know he badly wants to. His investigation developed.
Every time I get on here and go live, the cat wants to sit me out. What the fuck?
Our country's most sensitive secrets, hoarded them in the ballrooms and the bathrooms of his well-trafficked Mar-a-Lago social club.
And it turned out to be that he had the right to do it. And then he
instructed a federal
He's the president.
By instructing his attorney to pluck out anything really bad before turning materials over to the FBI and having his staff delete incriminating security tape footage. But today, we're not going to hear a lot about that, because you are gagged by an absurd judicial order rendered faithfully by Trump's most servile and sycophantic appointee to the federal bench.
So it's okay to sit there and call these people vile and sycophants and sickos, but it's not okay for someone to criticize Jack Smith for what he did. I love the left, man. They love doing this shit, don't they? Don't believe your eyes.
So we don't know what's in it.
Don't believe your own eyes. Don't investigate shit yourself.
Donald Trump is desperate to keep Mr. Smith or any other DOJ official for all time from ever releasing it to Congress and to the American people. Now, Mr. Smith, if any of our colleagues foolishly choose to attack you and vilify you today, and I know that's not going to happen from some serious prosecutors over there, like
on the left,
Knott and Mr. Schmidt, who understand what federal prosecutors do
and
what the rule of law means. But if anybody decides
even
to
say
attack
anything to you,
They will only be revealing their own ignorance of what prosecutors do and their own indifference to what the rule of law requires in America. They will only be stroking the wounded ego of a lawless,
I believe in the rule of law.
race-impeached,
I just don't believe in
convicted
corruption
felon
of the law.
who not only unleashed a mob
And how many people are
against
corrupt and
Congress
get
his own
put in
vice
positions
president,
just
but
to
is
go
now
after Trump?
pardoned and
How many of
released
those people
into
got
our
put in those
communities
positions to go
hundreds
after
of
Trump?
extremists, insurrectionists, and cop-beating felons who have proceeded to commit
See, he
dozens
can
more
mirror
crimes
all these people.
against the American people.
It's okay
since
for
they
them to
were
do it, right?
pardoned. Mr. Smith, I understand you are a long-distance marathon runner. I read that you're a triathlete who's done
What
more
does
than
that have
100
anything to do with
triathlons
this?
and 9 Ironman competitions.
What does that have to do
You
with
are in
any
the
of
fight
this?
for justice and the rule of law
What he does
for
in
the
his
long
personal life.
distance, for the long haul, and I thank you for that. And we should all try to follow
People
your
are-
example. America looks forward to your testimony today. I yield back to you, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
glad. Good. Yield
Gentleman
back.
is back without objection. All of the opening statements will be included in the record. We
Come
will
on,
now
Jim
introduce
Jordan.
today's witness, Mr. Jack Smith, was appointed as special
Come
counsel
on, Jim Jordan.
on November 18th, 2022.
Come
He
on.
served until January 7th, 2025. We welcome our witness today. We'll begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to
Under
give is true and
penalty
correct to
of
the best of your
perjury.
knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God?
Under penalty of perjury.
Reflect that the witness has answered in the affirmative. Thank you. You can be seated. Please know that your written testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony. Mr. Smith, you may begin.
Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to discuss my work as special counsel. I love my country and believe deeply in the core principles upon which it was founded. For nearly 3 decades, I've served as a career prosecutor in both Republican and Democratic administrations. I've handled cases ranging from domestic assault and gang violence to public corruption and election crimes across the United States, and I've prosecuted war crimes overseas. I am not a politician, and I have no partisan loyalties. My career has been dedicated to serving our country by upholding the rule of law. Throughout my public service, my approach has always been the same. Follow the facts and the law without fear or favor. Experienced prosecutors know that specific case outcomes are beyond our control. Our responsibility is to do the right thing, the right way, for the right reasons.
If you did the right thing, you
These
wouldn't be sitting
principles
there.
have guided me through my career.
No one would even
including
question.
as special counsel. I'm proud of the work my team did, and I appreciate the opportunity to appear here today to correct false and misleading narratives about our work. During my tenure as special counsel, we followed Justice Department policies, we observed legal requirements, and took actions based on the facts and the law. I made my decisions without regard to President Trump's political association, activities, beliefs, or candidacy in the 2024 election. President Trump was charged because the evidence established that he willfully broke the law, the very laws he took an oath to uphold. Grand juries in 2 separate districts reached this conclusion based on his actions, as alleged in the indictments they returned. Rather than accept his defeat in the 2020 election, President Trump engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the results and prevent the lawful transfer of power. After leaving office in January of 21, President Trump illegally kept classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago social club and repeatedly tried to obstruct justice to conceal his continued retention of those documents. Highly sensitive national security information was held in a ballroom and a bathroom. As I testify before the committee today, I want to be clear. I stand by my decisions as special counsel, including the decision to bring charges against President Trump.
If you're not biased,
Our investigation
why didn't you go
developed
to
proof beyond
Biden's
a
house
reasonable
and
doubt
do the same
that
thing?
President Trump engaged in criminal
Why did
activity.
it take the country standing up
If asked
saying,
whether to
well,
prosecute
Biden's
a former
got
president
classified
based on the
documents
same facts
that
today,
he took when he was a
I would
senator. He didn't even
conclude,
have the
regardless of
permission to
whether that
take,
president
rotting
was
in a box in
Democrat
his
or
garage.
Republican.
We all seen the videos. We all
No
seen
one-
every bit of the pictures.
No one should be above the law in this
Well,
country,
that goes
and the
for
law
Biden as
requires
well.
that be
He
held
should
to
have already
account,
been in jail
so
for
that is what I did.
taking those
done
classified
otherwise
documents as a
on the
senator.
facts of
He
these
had no
cases,
right, even as a
I
vice
discharged
president,
my
to take them.
duties
More or less
as
a senator.
prosecutor and as a public servant,
But you're not biased, are
which
you?
I had no intention of doing.
But you would go through
Remain
Trump's
grateful
wife
for
Melania's
counsel, judgment, and
underwear
advice
drawers
from my
and,
team.
and all her personal
President
private
Trump has
stuff
sought to
and act like you're some kind with your big police
career
force
prosecutors,
and raid
FBI
his
agents,
Mar-a-Lago
and
home.
support staff simply for having worked on these cases.
That's not biased, is it?
To vilify and
I'm not
seek
biased.
recognition against these
I just
people is
I
wrong.
know what's right is right and what's wrong is
Those
wrong.
dedicated public
If you're going to do
servants are
one
the best of
president that
us.
way, you
It
need to
has
treat
been
the
a
other one.
privilege
Like you said, no one's
serve.
above the law. So therefore, you need to
After nearly
treat
30
Biden
years
as
of
same
public
as you did
service,
Trump.
including in international settings, I have seen how the rule of law can erode. My fear is that we
Honestly,
have seen the rule
that's
of
the
law
truth.
function
If you're going
in
to
our
treat one
country
this
for
way,
so
you
long
got to treat the other ones
that many
the
of us
same way.
have come to take it for granted.
Bottom line, there's too much corruption in our
The rule of
government,
law
guys.
is
There-
not
every one of them,
self-executing.
left, right,
Depends on
red,
our
blue. It
collective
doesn't matter
commitment
what
to
it is.
quiet.
There's always going to
requires
be
dedicated
corruption.
service
Somebody's
on
going to.
behalf of
I'm not
others,
accusing anyone.
especially
I'm just
when
saying,
that service is
out of
difficult
all those
and comes with
politicians and
costs.
people in our government,
Our
they're
willingness
not
to pay those
perfect.
costs
They're
is a
regular
testament
people. That's where people need
defines
to
our
understand.
commitment to the rule of
If they
law
get a chance to
and this
to make extra
wonderful
money or
country.
millions of dollars by
Thank you.
corruption, look at what's going on all over the country.
We will
They're
now
going to
proceed
do
under
it.
the 5-minute rule.
Anyone holding
We have
office,
votes coming
if they
in
have a way to beat the
in a minute
system
now,
and
but
make
I
money
think,
for their
I think
family,
we'll
they're
have
doing
time
it.
for 3 or 4
Now,
members
not
to take a 5-minute
everyone,
question.
but there
This
is
meeting
honest
will
people
take
out
a
there,
recess to go
but
vote.
they're rare
We're
to
not going
find.
to close the vote until we get there. I know that much.
Oh, these
So
people
we will
are
start with the
just,
gentleman from California. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
guys, step out of the matrix, please.
Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Step
When
out of the
Attorney General
matrix.
Garland appointed you, he cited the particularly
Please.
sensitive matters at issue and extraordinary circumstances.
Get out of the
as reason for
matrix,
appointing a
guys.
special counsel. What did you take that to mean?
This is, wow. You have to
Uh,
get
what
out of
I
the
understood
matrix.
That to mean is I was
See that
to
matrix
conduct an
behind it?
independent investigation
Gotta get out of
and
it.
My own conclusions about whether the facts and the law supported a prosecution.
But clearly he was alluding to the fact that we had an investigation into a leading candidate for president. That was part of the extraordinary
Yeah,
circumstances.
get out of the
Do you agree?
matrix.
I will rely on his public statements about that. I understood my role as special counsel was governed by the regulations, which required me to make an independent decision on my
So
own.
certainly you would agree it was important to approach the investigation with humility and restraint. Is that fair?
Yes, and that's what I sought to do. I sought to
And you
conduct.
thought you possessed those qualities. In fact, you testified at your deposition, quote, "I thought I was the right person for the job." Of course, some disagreed. Constitutional law professor Jonathan Turley, for example, has said, quote, "Jack Smith has a reputation for stretching criminal statutes beyond the breaking point." I assume you disagree with that statement by Professor Turley.
I do disagree with that statement. I think my career speaks for itself. I have been.
But that statement was also, and I'm sorry to have to interrupt, I just have a short amount of time. That statement was also echoed by the United States Supreme Court in a unanimous opinion in McDonald versus the United States, where the court overturned convictions that you had pursued against the
Exactly.
governor, criticizing your boundless interpretation of the federal criminal statute. It issued that opinion, was joined by Justices Ginsburg, Breyer, Sotomayor, and Kagan. So do you also disagree with that statement by those justices?
I'm sure he does.
I have conducted my career in a nonpartisan fashion.
This is
That's
all
the
he's going to say. I
position
guarantee it.
position that,
This is all he's going to say.
Department took. That wasn't my personal position. That was the position of the department.
I did the
I
right
see.
thing.
So, Mr.
I did
Smith,
the
I
right
had the
thing.
opportunity during
I
my
did
time
the
in
right
committee
thing.
to review the work of 2 special counsels, John Durham appointed during the Trump administration, and Robert Erb during the Biden administration. And in both cases, they seem to exhibit that humility and restraint that we talked about. But in reviewing in detail the way you conducted this investigation, I see a very different mode of operation, one that sought maximum litigation advantage at every turn, one that repeatedly circumvented constitutional limitations to the point that you had to be reined in again and again throughout the process. For example, shortly after you became special counsel, you issued a subpoena for the phone records of the Speaker of the House of Representatives over a 2-month period, along with for other senators and representatives, even though the public integrity section of DOJ cited litigation risk to doing this. What was that litigation risk?
You may not see this. I'm live right now,
with respect
showing
to the
Jack
toll
Smith
record subpoenas that
testify.
they were approved by the public integrity section. The public integrity section, in approving those subpoenas, noted the fact that the subpoenas were for records for people who were not targets of our investigation.
But they said there was a litigation risk and you moved forward with it anyway. And not only that, but you also sought orders from judges, making it so those who were having their records seized would not know about it. And you even didn't tell those judges that it was members of Congress whose records you were going after, in apparent contravention of a federal statute saying that a telephone provider for a Senate office shall not be barred from providing notice that the records had been requested. Now, if you sought to do that today, would you be able to get away with that, with asking the judges for a non-disclosure order without telling them these are members of Congress?
When we
don't need to filibuster, just answer the question, bud.
it was done consistent with department
Stop
policy.
filibustering. Answer the question.
Correct, and that policy has since changed.
They changed the policy based upon the actions they took. Similarly, you issued a gag order against President Trump that the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals vacated as overbroad. Is that correct?
Well, the D.C. Court of Appeals, in passing on that order, found that it was justified. They narrowed the order, but they confirmed that the phenomenon—
They narrowed the order because it was overbroad. In addition to that, you sought an early trial date that the district court rejected. And when you presented your prosecution memo to Attorney General Garland, it's been reported that he was visibly unimpressed and expressed First Amendment concerns.
Yep.
So, Mr. Smith, looking at the record, I see that you were reversed and rebuked by the Department of Justice itself, by the Attorney General, by the Solicitor General, by multiple district court justices, judges, by the Court of Appeals, and by the U.S. Supreme Court itself. So my final question is, do you believe that you made any mistakes? Do you have any regrets as to how you conducted this investigation?
If I have any regret, it would be not expressing enough appreciation for my staff who work so hard in these investigations. We followed the facts and the law. These people who work for me sacrificed endlessly and have endured way too much for just doing their job. So if anything, I wish that I had thanked them.
That's the cash out.
There's that humility. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
You want to support the channel? There's the cash
I'll
out.
recognize the ranking member for 5 minutes.
QR
thank you,
code.
Mr.
If you don't have
Chairman,
cash out,
and,
you got Venmo. I got
the
it too.
gentleman from California certainly knows, because he was a student of mine, that lawyers go to court and sometimes they win motions and sometimes they lose motions, and there's no crime in any of that. And I'm just sorry that you had to be
I'm sorry that you had to be questioned. You had to be restrained by real judges.
Might not be best poised to lecture you on those particular virtues. But let's go to the toll record, since that's been raised, Mr. Smith. First of all, Congress has allowed toll records to be subpoenaed. This committee has actually tried to limit it over the years, and the senators who are whining the most over on the Republican side in the Senate, they never went along with our determination to try to limit the government's ability to subpoena toll records. So it's perfectly lawful what you did. Explain, why did you want those toll records?
We wanted to conduct a thorough investigation of the matters that was assigned to me, including attempts to interfere with the lawful transfer of power. The conspiracy that we were investigating, it was relevant to get toll records to understand the scope of that conspiracy, who they were seeking to coerce, who they were seeking to influence, who was seeking to help them.
And that's normal investigative practice, right?
In conducting a criminal investigation, securing non-content toll records, as you described, is a common practice in almost any complex conspiracy.
Okay, let's go to something else that I've been hearing over the last week by our colleagues as they've eagerly anticipated your arrival here. They've been saying that there's some kind of First Amendment defense that Donald Trump would have had to the crimes you indicted him for. Is there a valid First Amendment defense to defrauding the public? Is there a valid First Amendment defense to disrupting a federal proceeding? Is there a valid First Amendment defense to violating the voting rights of the people and cheating the public out of a fair election?
The First Amendment is something that we took seriously in our investigation, but the First Amendment does not protect speech that facilitates a crime. Speech that is used to facilitate a crime, a fraud crime in particular, is not protected under the First Amendment. The Supreme Court precedent on that is clear. This is an issue that we litigated before the district court, and the district court ruled, as I just stated, that it is not in fact protected.
And the case law is perfectly clear on this, right? All frauds are perpetrated by speech, right?
Yes.
All conspiracies are perpetrated by speech. So just because your criminal conduct is brigaded with speech doesn't somehow mean you've got a First Amendment defense against trying to overthrow the government. I mean, the people who attacked the police officers on January 6th were chanting, "Hang Mike Pence." I suppose that was political speech, or they were saying, "Stop the steal." Does that
If you guys are over on Kick, go watch me over there as well, or go follow the channel.
It does not.
William Barr, by the way, was somebody who was perfectly clear about that. Donald Trump's own attorney general said, there's no freedom of speech that you have to engage in a conspiracy, to overthrow an election, to commit crime. He was perfectly clear about that. Back in those days, in fact, lots of people on that side of the aisle, including my good friend, the chairman.
I go live all the time, guys. I try to share as much news and stuff out as I can.
These days.
Oh, you may not get the notifications because they demonetized me on Christmas Day. They shadow banned me like a week ago or so, but they said I filed a thing. They did give me my advanced features back. They just ain't pushing me back out in the algorithms yet. So it's up to my subscribers. It's up to you guys to, excuse me, it's up to you guys to share my content. Please share out everything you can.
Did wrong. The FBI is doing that.
You gotta
the Justice Department is doing that.
Share this stuff out.
Appropriately so.
Got to turn your notifications off and turn them back on. Maybe you'll get the notifications when I go live.
Doing your jobs.
I think the attack is unjustified. I think the people.
He's going to talk low and slow to kill time.
Are people? They're part of the reason
There's people that know how to professionally do this. He's been subpoenaed many, I'm sure, before. I'm sure he's been there before.
But also the agents, FBI agents who are heroes, who have served.
I just thank you guys for your support. I really do.
Agents, but also overseas. I think those attacks are unwarranted based on the facts. And
every one of y'all think that everything Trump does is unwarranted. Is TDS, man. Come on.
I don't see attacking people like that as anything appropriate.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
Gentlemen, yields
by
back.
your moral
Mr.
code.
Smith, is Cassidy
But we're not
Hutchinson
going by
a
your
liar?
moral code. We're going by America first.
She was their star witness.
We're going by building an empire.
January
People
6th,
don't realize
their
it.
star witness in one of those
think
staged and choreographed
building
hearings
something for
they paid the
himself.
former president
He's
of
building an
ABC
empire.
News to put together.
It's what they did
He's
back
not the only
in
witness
thousands
at
of
this
years ago. They
special
built an
prime
empire
time
and
hearing
ruled a lot of
Tuesday,
places.
June 28th, 2022.
If America's
8
an
o'clock in the
empire,
evening,
guys, we're
and she
safe.
told
We're
some
protected.
stories. I mean, these
We thrive.
were some stories. She talked about President lunged across the back seat, grabbed the steering wheel, tried to drive the car to the
She lied.
Capitol. And I just want to know,
Yep.
you think she was lying?
She testified.
Chairman Jordan, my assessment of that particular issue is that with respect to the testimony about someone the president lunging towards the driver, my recollection of her testimony about that is that it was secondhand. She said she'd heard that from somebody.
Really?
You familiar with the name Tony Ornato?
You think Trump lunged towards a secret agent that is military that could,
White House Deputy
like
Chief
Trump said,
Operations,
really
Deputy
hurt
Chief
him?
Snapper Operations, right? you remember what he said about it?
As I sit here right now, I do not.
Yeah, he said it didn't happen.
Of course you
How
don't.
about Bobby? Well, you familiar with that name?
You only pay attention to the left, what they tell you.
Yes, I am.
Secret Service agent who was actually in the car
Yeah.
that day, you know what he said?
Trump didn't do
He
nothing.
said it didn't happen.
Exactly.
And they both said the first time they ever heard this
But
story.
didn't the left keep
was
saying,
when
don't
Ms.
believe your own
Hutchinson
eyes?
Testified in the primetime
I mean-
hearing as their star witness of the January 6th committee.
He
By the way, did you
testifies
ever
publicly
confirm
for
her
the first
testimony
time is what
about
they're
this
saying
particular incident?
about this, I guess.
We conducted, as I said before, our own independent investigation of all aspects of the case that we thought was relevant. We, attorneys from my office,
Did you ever confirm it? That's a simple question.
Yeah, you didn't confirm it. You took it on people that lied.
we interviewed her.
And ran with it.
In my office before.
Did you ever confirm the president leaping across the seat, grabbing the steering wheel, this whole concoction she brought up in the January 6th hearing? Did you ever confirm that?
We interviewed another firsthand witness who was in the car, who did not confirm that
Okay.
had happened, but also
In your deposition
stated-
to the
My
committee
Lord.
last month, Mr. Smith, you said this: my recollection with Ms. Hutchinson was a number of the things that she gave evidence on were secondhand hearsay. You remember making that
Mhm.
statement to us last month in the deposition?
I did, and I was referring particularly to what we're talking about now.
Yeah, and you also said Ms. Hutchinson regarding this particular claim was a second or even third-hand witness. We asked you, if you were a defense attorney, how would you handle cross-examining her if she was on the witness stand? And you said, if I were a defense attorney and Ms. Hutchinson were a witness, the first thing I would do was seek to preclude her testimony because it was hearsay. You remember saying all that?
You remember saying
Yes,
that?
that's correct, sir.
That's correct, right?
Yeah.
Were you going to put her on the witness stand if you ever got to trial?
We had not made final determinations as to who we were going to call as a witness. We had a
You were
large,
still considering her?
choice of witnesses in this
Are you
case.
familiar what Washington
There was only
Post reporters
two people in the
Carol
car
Lennig
with him,
and
though.
Aaron Davis said in their book? They did this book, 300 some pages book on chronicling the whole investigation of the Justice Department. And here's what they said on page 310. They said Jack Smith had wondered whether some of Hutchinson's claims might be relied upon at trial.
Mhm.
Still, at one point, Smith told the elections team he wasn't ready to give up on Hutchinson's account. Ultimately, however, Trump administration officials uniformly, fiercely disputed her accounts under oath. Prosecutors on your team told Smith they wouldn't want to use Hutchinson as a witness in court, and Smith agreed.
Mhm.
Carol Lennig and Aaron
He
Davis
agreed,
wrote this.
yeah.
Are they lying?
Are they lying or are you lying?
My recollection is that I certainly had not made any final determinations about.
Of course he's going to
who
say
we were
that.
gonna call
And
as-
that's the point. That is the point. The fact that they used her in a primetime hearing and you won't rule out using her, didn't rule out using her, putting her on the witness stand when everybody knows she wasn't telling the truth, that says it all. That's the degree the left and Democrats were willing to go to get President Trump, putting on the witness stand someone everybody knows is making it up.
Yep.
Everybody knows that. And you were willing to do. By the way, you know how many times Cassidy Hutchinson was mentioned in their report, the January 6th report? Any idea, Mr. Smith?
I do not.
185 times. Someone that the whole country knows wasn't telling the truth, and you were still considering putting her on the witness stand because you had to get President Trump. And everybody can see that.
Yep.
We better take a recess
Really?
for
Already?
votes. We will resume as soon as votes are over. Back here 10 minutes after. Mr. Smith, you guys can go back to the room that you were in.
Go back to the room you were in. Man, it's going to be a heated day, guys. I mean, I'm just telling you, it's going to be a heated day, and I'm going to try to cover all of it. Seriously, like most of all this. So thanks. You may have to leave, come back. I'm not for sure. I'll keep streaming. We'll look into some other stuff. But the thing is, yeah, you heard it there, man. We'll come back to it though. Because there's some other news going on. Of course, there's always news, there's always something going on. Greenland deals. Are we any closer? They said we have a format laid out for Greenland. Does that necessarily mean that? Because we got other people like Benny Johnson over there on his show this morning. You know his energy. I like Benny, but his energy, and he's like, we own Greenland now. It's America. It's America's. We have it now. They said we got. No, he didn't. I streamed yesterday the same thing that he did. Yes, he's got more followers. Blah, blah, blah. Here's the thing. Trump said we have the format laid out. He didn't say we have a deal. America owns it. I hate when people push shit and let their audience, because he's got 5,000, 10,000 people in there watching or more. And you're telling everybody, because a lot of people don't watch mainstream media. A lot of people come and rely on these us streamers or us people that, show news and politics and different things. A lot of people rely on us to give them information, and that's the only place they get information. Seriously, not everybody, but there's quite a bit. But when you're telling somebody that we own something now and it's the deal's done, and that's what he said. And I'm like, no, it's not. The deal is not done. He said we have a format laid out for Greenland. We do not own it yet. Now, how would anybody know if Trump's not in your ear every day and you're not walking next to him and him telling you the information? Nobody knows what's going on. Nobody knows what Trump's doing. I promise you that. Nobody. I mean, that's the bottom line. That's the facts. I mean, seriously. Nobody knows. No streamer, no social media person. I don't care if you do. And Benny Johnson's been at the White House. He goes there. Yes, he knows all those people. I would love to be able to do that. I would love to be able to go up there. I would love to know all those people as well. But here's the thing, guys, they're not telling people shit. Trump barely tells people that work for him anything. I promise you that. I can promise you 90% of those people that work in the White House don't know shit what he's doing. I mean, that's just the bottom line. That's the way it works. And I guarantee you, and he knows, because he knows that shit would be leaked out. Why do you think he didn't tell any Congress or anything about Venezuela? Because they would have leaked it out. And then the next thing you know, it would have been all over the fucking world and people would have known. And what they did, that military strategy would have been wrecked. They would have had to go about it a different way. And that's what you do. You keep a handful of people next to you that's doing the mission, and they know not to say anything because they know it's court-martial for them. I promise you, if any of those military soldiers or any of those guys would have said anything, that's why, it's secret. That's why they're picked. The elite, the top of the top military guys, the elite guys that can go in, get the job done, get him, get out. That's the thing. You think those guys are going to tell their wives or tell anybody else, especially in the media or on social media? No, because they will be in Fort Leavenworth, court-martialed in prison for the rest of their life because they obstructed a operation. So what makes these streamers so credible to sit and run their mouth every day? I think most of them just do it to get clicks and views. And Benny Johnson can talk about anything. He's got millions of followers, subscribe. He's got all that, making tons of money. Good for him. I'm proud. It's a capital, United States. We believe in making as much money as you can. I get it, but just don't give out bad information or false information. I'm big on false, I can't stand that when somebody lies. I cannot or pushes a story a little bit more than what it really is. And I get it to a point because you want people to sit there and watch you and listen to you. But when you're sitting there pushing, stuff that's not happened yet, and I'm not saying it's false. I'm saying like the deal may be in works. Yeah, we all know Greenland is in, like Trump said, the format is laid. That doesn't mean it's completely sealed. The deal is sealed. It's not. So if you come out and you say, hey, and I'm big on truth telling, I'll tell the truth. I don't give a shit. I don't care to hurt your feelings. I'm very blunt. I don't care. But I'm not going to sit and spew lies and say, this is doing this and this person, we've got this and we done without knowing the facts and the information. Now, do I believe everything I hear? No, I don't. I don't just look at clicks and like 30-second to a minute reels and say, oh, that happened or this is true. No, I actually go and I type in and I try to research everything as much as I can because I don't want to give false information. I enjoy giving real information. And anybody that's followed me for the last 5-6 years on YouTube, especially when I'm doing live streams, they know who I am. They know I will speak the truth. They know I don't sit and bullshit. They know What you see here is what you get in the streets. I'm real. I'm not, this persona trying to play this character on a YouTube channel. I'm 100% real. This is what it is. And I promise you, I will never. That's why I like doing these live streams and showing you things that are live, that they're showing in real time, because all I can do is give my opinion and comment on it and allow you guys to actually see it and make up your own opinion in your own mind. I'm not going to try to sway you to think a certain way or to believe a certain thing. I want to show you things that's happened in real life. That way you can make up your own mind. And then you can see people like this testify. And then you can say, well, yeah, see, these people, this side's got a point, but then this side's got a point. So who do I believe? Well, you got to go do your research. You know what I mean? You got to go and dive into some research. But, I'm more of just like a middleman. You know what I mean? Like a middleman with the information stuff. I want to bring you guys the information and allow you. It ain't about just, and I know a lot of people like, well, we like to come here because we like to know your opinion. I love that. Thank you. I get that. But I tried to share a lot of stuff and most stuff so you guys can make up your own opinion. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to sway anybody. And that's why I tried to just show you the real stuff that's happening live, or what someone actually said themselves or what they did. And that way I don't have to try to convince you anything else. That way you can decide on your own. And that's the way it should be for anyone that does politics or media or news or anything. I truly believe that with all my heart, that no one should be trying to convince anybody of anything that happened or someone said. I truly believe they should show the facts or show it live or whatever, and allow their audience to make up their own mind. And that's what I like to do. I like for you people to enjoy the show, and I like to, cut up. I want to be entertaining. I want for you guys to keep coming back because you enjoy me as well doing this. But also I want you to really think about what you're hearing and what you're seeing that I'm showing you. And I want you to say, hey, this is what I think. This is my opinion. And you can always leave it in the chat comment section there. Just click on it. Tell me. If you don't agree with it, cool. That's your opinion. If you do, tell me. It's, whatever. I'm not the kind of guy that's going to kick people out of my chat as long as you ain't being vile and stupid, and sometimes I do let certain things go. I got moderators. Like I said, I got shadow banned. They're not pushing my stuff. I've usually got about 500 people in here. I got 3, it says. That's ridiculous. YouTube is really, really hard right now on me. They're being really, really hard on me. So that's why I said it's up to you guys to push my channel, turn your notifications off and turn them back on. That way, every time I drop a short or a video or a live stream, because I love the live stream more than I do any of the videos and the shorts. And like I said, we have a lot of stuff that we've done. I've deleted over like 2,000 live streams in the past. I've done many, many, many live streams. I've had to turn a lot of them on private or members only. Because where YouTube demonetized me and all that, they don't like the way I talk. This is my 4th channel. If you're new here, you guys may know that, you may not, but yes, they loved. I've got hacked. I've had 3 channels taken. YouTube has my other channels. They're running. I got one monetized out there right now. They're just running it. I receive no money. I receive nothing off of it. And you gotta really be careful on these platforms because, YouTube has got a lot stricter over the past 6 months. Like, you can't even share your reels from like TikTok or Instagram, anything that's got a watermark. Like, they told me I have to go through and re-edit my shorts and everything because that's why they demonetized me, because I was sharing my, reusing my reels, and that's crazy. That doesn't make sense. So, and like I said, I just want you guys to know that, I'm here to show you guys. Yes, the ICE agent seeing violent protesters, the leader, or what's his name? He got sick of it yesterday. I think he like popped one of those smoke bombs or whatever, tear gas bombs or whatever there in Minnesota. They blocked him in. One gas station, Speedway, refused service to him, wouldn't let him get gas, wouldn't let him come in and buy anything to eat or anything. So, and then of course they had all those hecklers and protesters showing up. And then they went to another gas station of Indians that owned the gas station, legal migrants, actually allowed them to use their gas station. Isn't that funny? American people that's born in America that owns the Speedway refused ICE officers serve. They said, no, you can't use our gas station. You can't get gas here. Then they go down the street about a mile to another gas station to where immigrants own it. And they said, come on in. We're for you. Come on in. You can use our gas station. Do you know how many people has already told me on that reel that I dropped on Instagram about showing that where they refused on gas? How many people have said they will no longer use any Speedway in this country? They will boycott Speedway gas station. I mean, it's amazing how you got to be careful because there's more people that agree with the ICE officers than that disagree. I promise you that. Now, maybe not right in the inner city of Minnesota. We'll call it Minnesomalia. But in America, there's more people that agree with ICE than there do, that's against it. So it's crazy. I wouldn't turn down people. Man, that could run your business. Those protesters ain't going to be out there every day for the rest of their lives. I promise you that. And so what if you got 100 of them that won't shop at your gas station? Who cares? You got 3 million people in your city or 500,000 people in your city. You think I'm worried about 30 protesters not shopping at my Speedway? Shit. That's a bad business decision for those people to do that yesterday. Yeah. Soon, Vice President J.D. Vance heads to Minneapolis. Yeah, there's Pam Bondi took a tour. She went too. I guess they're trying to get the, those. I guess they're investigating those ones that charged that went into the church. Of course, if you watch my shorts, you'll see I dropped some of those reels there where people are, where they storm the church and they've said, hey, come get me, blah, blah, blah. Hey, they liable to come get you. So you better hold on to your boots, buddy, because they may just come in and with warrants and everything. And if you're over on the green platform, follow the channel over there, guys. Like I said, I'm new to this platform over here, the green platform. And we got a lot of stuff. We're going to start streaming a lot more on that one as well. Not the R platform, the K platform. It's bad. Like even YouTube is saying you can't promote other platforms. Like seriously, if you really watch other people, they put it down. I've got to make a banner or something that shows all my platforms that I'm streaming to that you can go follow on. I've got to try to I'd like to do a good AI banner, but I don't know anybody that's willing to help me and make me an AI banner because I don't have AI program on my laptop, this new laptop. I'm still figuring it out. Like I said, there's a lot of stuff to figure out on this platform, on this new laptop. It's a gaming, streaming it's a Rogue Strix. It's nice. It's got a lot of terabyte, a lot of gigabyte, and I can upgrade it if I need to. I'm not gaming on it though. That's the thing. I'm not gaming on it. I'm just doing it to stream on and maybe do a couple other little things on. So the thing is, I wanted to, have a decent laptop where I would have enough stuff, and and I know it's got enough room, gigabyte and terabyte and all that. So I may I'm trying to figure out what the best AI program is to make like little short videos for my YouTube channel, and stuff like that. Not music. I don't care about music, the AI music. I want to make, little short videos that's got me in them. So if anybody knows any real good, programs, yeah, I believe he's going to be in trouble, man. I truly believe it. What's up? Good morning to you, buddy. I've been streaming this Jack Smith, live, but they took a break. I'm waiting for them to come back, just trying to talk and kind of just keep everybody entertained. DOJ makes arrest in Minnesota, church case. Really? Oh my God. Good. Breaking news. Do you understand? They're making arrest in Minnesota church case right now. It's on right now. Breaking news. Yep. Oh my, good deal. I hope they get Don Lemon too. I know they're arresting that one guy probably. I can guarantee you they're probably arresting him, the one that said, "Come get me, Pam," that protester. When Christians are under attack, despite video, Minnesota Attorney General denies protesters broke the law. Isn't that something? So they're denying that those protesters broke the law. Really? Ain't that some shit? So they're saying that they went into that church, it was legit. These people are something. Despite video, yeah, he's saying it. They didn't break the law. Former city church pastor, state officials appear unconcerned about church storming. Yeah, they are. They're not concerned about it. They don't care. They could care less about, Christianity. They all see it as, us Christians are the bad people. Seriously. I'm a Christian. And if you don't like that, it's not my issue. That's your issue. But here's the thing. I'm not a holy roller. I'm not going to sit and preach at you and preach to you. I'm just not. Like I said, I leave that up to everybody else to make their own decision about all this, about whatever. Yep, the Attorney General looks away when Christians attacked. Yep. Anti-ICE agitators disrupt Minnesota church. Let's see. Come on, tell me which ones you're. St. Paul, Minnesota. Black Lives Matter, Minnesota. Okay. Yeah, the lady that was the Black Lives Matter, the former or one of the head of Black Lives Matter ladies that was winning the church with them. Yeah. So, which ones are they arresting? Is what I want to know. Yeah, you grabbed a man by his shirt that was sitting in there and everything, trying to tell him he needs to be out there protesting. I mean, come on, really? That's not an assault. Not only storming in the church and doing what you did and storm the pastor and everything and accusing him of being an ICE agent and all this stuff. That kind of seems a little, I don't know. And then Nick Shirley testified yesterday. I filmed that too. I streamed that. Said his generation is sick of the fraud. Well, it's not just about his generation. My kids are 23, 20, and almost 18. Yes, they're a generation away of having, seriously, nothing. Can't buy a home. Can't even buy a car, more or less a used car is so expensive. It's amazing how these people actually think that our teenage kids and our younger adult kids are going to be able to survive and live. I think it's amazing how they think that my 20-year-old can go and afford a home and all this stuff. Yeah, that's crazy. I can guarantee you, and I know because my daughter's in college right now. She's in college. So the leaderboard of the R platform, Rumble, of course, the number one is Nick Fuentes. Number two is Steven Crowder. Number three is Julie Green, whoever that is. Number four is X22 Report. Number 5 is Wendy Bell Radio. Number 6 is Rambo and Fins. Okay. Daggone. Tim Pool got 8. Number 8. The Salty Cracker got 9. The Dan Bongino Show came in 10th. 7th was Bongino Report. So, yeah. So 2 of Bongino's channels got in the top 10 this week of Rumble. And of course, we know Nick Fuentes has got number one because he's the most controversial guy there is out there right now on these platforms. And the thing that happened in Miami with all them, with Andrew Tate and Nick and Sneeko and all those guys, I know a lot of you people don't care, but and it's crazy. It was a song. It was a group of guys being guys. There's more shit to worry about than 5 or 6 guys going to a club and listening to a song. Is that where our country's at? You turn it over on Fox News. What do you get mainly? Oh, football, sports. I get so sick of that shit. That's why I don't watch mainstream media. It's all rubbish. It's all rubbish, man. It's sickening. It will make you sick. That's why I deleted my TikTok account. It's all sickening, man. It's a cesspool of filth. I'm telling you. No longer I'm on Facebook. Yes, I have a Facebook, but it blocked me. It's kept me out. It says I'm blocked from there. Not because of my videos and stuff, because it wants me to go through this security program and all this shit. So I just deleted it. I said, fuck you. I'm not doing it no more. I'm not worried about Facebook. I make no money on Facebook. Yes, I'm at like 20 something thousand followers and stuff, but it's said they not recommending my channel anymore. Why should I keep putting time into a platform that I do not see growth? Just like X, I'm almost at 600 followers over a year. I should be way more than that, but you can't grow on those platforms unless like X and stuff. You have to be extreme, like really extreme, like very controversial on certain platforms. You have to be to get followers, and then you take a chance of getting demonetized or shut down, canceled. Is that a risk I'm willing to take? No, I just want to do what I do and stream, and I want people to watch and follow. And is that so much to ask? I want to entertain people. So where is the news at? Right here. Let's see. Where's the news? Right here. Let me see where the news is. Are they back yet? Let me see if they're back yet. No, not back. Yeah, they're still at break, I guess. Yeah. So they're still at break. And I mean, I could show some stuff, but okay. The politics, media, and gotcha moment are pretty much over now. And no one really cares. Yeah. Both sides are corrupted. Really. Yeah. And you're right, man. There's people that care to a point. Because people still watch. You go look at a big channel like Benny Johnson or somebody, dude. He's got 20,000 people watching, and I just think he's more of an ecosystem. Like he just shows everything Fox, everything Republic. You know what I mean? He's not really. I mean, he'll show here and there little clips of what CNN says or this person says, but it's a lot of just the same, just Republican, GOP, you know what I mean? And that's fine. That's his niche. That's what he does. He's making millions of dollars. Good for him. I just don't want to be that ecosystem that just sits there and shows you the same shit and talks about that same GOP, the same Fox channel every day. I can't do that. You know what I mean? You know me. I can't. I have to be a little controversial. I have to be a little biased sometimes. I have to play devil's advocate. I have to try to entertain. It's not easy doing what we do. And that's why a lot of people say support our channels. When we say support our channels, financially or subscribe or whatever, because we take a lot of time out to do this stuff, And that's just the way it is. And do you still have snow up there and shit? I know my buddy in Maine. I got a friend that lives in Maine. And man, they still got snow everywhere. And now they're fixing to get hit again this weekend. We were supposed to get like between 11 and 18 inches here on my mountain. And now I think it's down to like 6 inches. Now they're predicting like 6 inches. So I'm not for sure exactly how much we're going to get. I'd say you still got snow though, if I'm not mistaken. Well, he's froze up. Why is he froze up? Well, we'll see what they're saying. Let's jump up here and see what he's saying for a second, guys.
You invest in our great American.
Yeah, he's live
and our
right
great
now.
American
He went to
businesses.
Minnesota
We're
too.
done
Yeah.
with the old approach of shipping American jobs overseas. and
Let's see how many
investing in
people like
everybody else.
the.
We're
He went to
back
Minneapolis. He's
to
in Minneapolis
investing
right
in the
now.
American worker, and we're not going to stop fighting for you until we return.
So maybe
America
there's not
to the
that many
true
people
golden age
that.
of
I'm
great
telling you,
American
those
prosperity.
protesters are just a few. There's a couple of hundred
The Democrats
protesters.
talk
Yeah.
a lot about the affordability
But he's in
crisis
Minneapolis
in the
right
United
now.
States of America. And yes,
So they
there
got
is an
more people that
affordability
support
crisis, one
Trump than they
created
don't.
by
You
Joe
know?
Biden's policies. You don't turn the Titanic around.
Yeah, I
overnight.
believe too.
It
I
takes
believe it will be
time to
too.
fix what was broken. I said earlier, the average American has seen $1,300 of real increase in their wages just in the past year. Well, Joe Biden, they saw a $3,000 decrease. Now, on the one hand, I'm proud of that. I'm proud of the fact that you're $1,300 richer than you were just a year ago. But you know what really pisses me off? That compared to when Donald Trump left office after his first term, you're still about $2,000 poorer.
Yeah,
That's
we are.
what happened under the Biden administration. They did so much damage that it's going to take us time to rebuild the great American prosperity that we had at the end of the first Trump administration. But what I'm telling you is that we are committed to doing it. As much as the media focuses on distractions every single day, in the Oval Office, the president looks at us and says, why haven't we done more? Let's do more. Do more. He'll tell us, person by person, from the Secretary of Commerce to the Secretary of the Treasury to our SBA administrator to the Vice President of the United States. Fight every single day for better home prices for Americans, for lower prescription drug prices, and of course, for rising wages. That is what we're going to do. That is what we have done. And that is what we promise will be the legacy of the second Trump administration. More prosperity for you.
The vice president in Toledo, Ohio.
So we think that we believe. So he thinks, or he's saying the second.
Here
So we know he's going to plan on running, right?
Speaking of Minnesota, some breaking news.
Yeah.
The White House talking about
Listen.
this arrest that's happened.
Yeah.
A far left agitator, Nikema Levy Armstrong,
Yeah.
has been arrested for orchestrating church riots.
She's the woman that orchestrated every bit of it.
Far from the
Yep.
camera here, but that's the post that we're
Yep.
seeing.
She's
on
the
White
one.
House right now. This
Yep.
as we are. in
She
the
orchestrated it.
Oversight of the Office of Special.
She was the
Counsel
leader of
James
it. She's
Smith,
on camera
and,
telling Don Lemon who she
I'll
is,
discuss
what they're doing,
their live
and Don
tweet.
Lemon knew about it. He
And
denies
other
it, but he knew about it.
earlier, the House
He knew
Committee on
exactly
Oversight
everything about what was going on.
Voted to hold Bill and Hillary Clinton in contempt
Yep.
of Congress. The resolutions will now advance to the floor of the House for a vote.
Yep, she's arrested. She's
Criminal referrals will be made to the Justice Department. Once again, the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform has voted to hold Bill and Hillary Clinton in contempt of Congress. The resolutions will now advance.
so now they've been arrested, or she's been arrested.
They were subpoenaed to speak to one of the committees, and they were a no-show.
Yep.
All right, so we're also
They just
tracking
arrested
any
her.
movements at all when it comes to the possibility of freeing Tina Peters. We spoke a lot about that over the past several days and several broadcasts here. So if there's any news out of that,
So they don't believe in the rule of law, whatever.
And then again, that breaking news out of Minnesota, arrested is a far-left agitator, Nikema Levy Armstrong, for orchestrating church riots in Minnesota, of course, that happened on Sunday. All right, it's 11:21. Let's take a quick commercial break. As soon as we see that,
He says it's time to get in the streets now and shut this country down. That activist.
We'll also return to Davos if we have time.
This guy's psycho, man. This guy needs some real help. This guy needs some real help, man. This guy's a joke. That activist guy, he's a agitator that said, I'm an agitator. I'll be an agitator. Come on, man. Where the hell? When are they going to show? Come on, come back to. I'm waiting for him to come back to the hearing. That's what I'm waiting on.
Arrested Nikema Armstrong for our.
Well, they should have. They should have done more than that. They're going to arrest you too, hopefully. You sit and told Pam Bondi, come get me. Come on, come get me. Well, maybe they will. This guy needs some serious, and yeah, he may be a combat vet. But he don't act like it to me. He acts more like a deranged. I don't know. I mean, I've never seen any real combat vet act like that. Breaking news, arrests have been made. Yep. Sure. I don't know. They think that this is funny, though. They believe that they're going to get away with this stuff. That it's okay just to, go out here and disrupt people and do whatever they want, invade people. That's a private place. That's a private company. Come on, man. Or not company, but the church that's why they say separation from church and state and stuff. It's a private place. Any church is a private place, man. People don't get it. If someone stormed my church like that, I can't tell you how I would react. I know I don't think it would be all pleasant and nicely. I have to say, man, I'm a warrior when it comes to people doing stupid stuff like that, especially around my family. I can't take that stuff. You come into my circle of my kids. I would pray that people don't do that. You know what I mean? Don't test me. Do you know how much violence it took to get to this calmness that I have? How much stuff it's been, how long it's took me to get to this point? Yeah, this liberal got full karma. He was giving the bird to somebody, and he was driving a blue Dodge truck, brown chicken, and he was giving the bird to somebody out his window and driving, and he runs over this white car and everything. Oh, man, it's hilarious, dude. It is crazy. I mean, it is insane how this guy and he wrecked, and he's like madder than hell because he actually, it's silly. He's mad. I effing hate you, he says. He's out of his truck now. He just totaled it. It's crazy. Do you not, Brown Chicken, do you not have a Instagram account?
Are you okay? No! Are you hurt?
Yes. His ego's hurt. Physically. No. His ego's hurt. Oh, I love it. Come on, man. Finish freaking loading. I hate slow stuff. I hate when you have a slow internet. Man, come on.
Arrested Nikema Armstrong for our
That's so funny, though. That's crazy. I should be over 100,000 followers on Instagram. I've been doing Instagram for years, and I'm almost at 30,000, which is good, but it's not what I want. I want more. I need a lot more followers on Instagram. You don't make money on Instagram, though. That's the bad thing, unless you got people that subscribe and support you like that. It's hard to make money on those platforms over there. Everyone thinks everybody makes money on Instagram. The only people that really make money on Instagram is the ones that are that people subscribe to and pay $5 a month to do. I've got that. I'm monetized over there. I've got member videos only if people would just do it. But it's hard to depend on anything like that, to have people that really want to help support you. It really is. So I don't know. I think it's a way to get people to tune into you and to really like you can offer people a lot of stuff, man. You can get people, if people really support you, I would show more. If people would subscribe as members, like if I get my monetization back on YouTube, and if I get my monetization back on YouTube, because I have subscribers, I have members only. They can, they get private videos from me, shout outs. They get behind the scenes, videos. I think
Very importantly, let me recognize the very first
I really
group of
do.
distinguished members of the Board of Peace.
you
They
know.
will be introduced by name in just a moment. Caroline will be doing
It's karma quick.
that introduction.
See, I have
Each
to
and
go and
every one
post
of
on
you,
every
we
one of
are
these
truly
platforms,
honored by
man.
your presence today.
I have to go and post on
Leaders of
every
countries and
every
most
reel.
cases very
and
popular leaders. Some
these
cases
things
not
I
so
do,
popular.
man. I'm
And
on
that's the way
8
it
different
goes, all right.
platforms. I have to go and try
Thanks as
to
well
get
to
all this stuff put care
President
of.
Karol Nawrocki of Poland, who's
Uh,
a fantastic man. He
And that's
just
just
won a
what
very
you
good
do
election.
if you're a social media
Very
person.
proud of him.
You have to constantly content, man. It's a 24, and that's why I say a lot of people don't
Amazing.
get it.
Along
But
with
when
former
you're
Prime
a
Minister of the
content
United
creator,
Kingdom, Tony Blair. Thank you, Tony, for being here.
when you're a content creator and you're creating content and you're on more than 1 or 2 platforms, and this is a 24-hour, basically 24/7, job, and there's very little payout. And that's why when people say, "Oh, they're grifters," no, they're not grifters. They take a lot of, now there are some grifters that do stuff and lie and do stupid shit just to get money. But when people support channels, don't call them a grifter, because people really like me, we take a lot of time to put into this. We do a lot of
Doing
stuff.
all 7. We have a great mandate back at
So,
home. As I said
no, I
yesterday,
don't
the U.S.
do
economy
social
is
media.
booming with
Okay.
virtually no inflation.
Your first channel would be
It was
been at
1.2% for the
50K
last
by now.
3
Yeah.
months.
I
And
would
we
have.
inherited
Yeah.
the worst inflation in the
My
history
other
of our
channel.
country.
Yeah, I noticed
And we
that.
have
I've lost like
economic
1,000
growth now of
followers on it.
5.4%, it looks like. And I
It's
think that
crazy. I
number
ain't
can
lost more
double
because
and
I
triple
ain't
if we
active.
do the
No,
right things.
nothing's active on
And if we
my
change
Raised Motor
thinking
Life
so
channel.
that if you announce good numbers, the
There's
markets
no
go up,
activity
and so
on
that
it.
If you announce good numbers, the market goes down.
I think I'd
because
be well
everybody
over
tries to
50.
kill it by lowering or raising
I really
interest
do.
rates depending on the situation. When America booms, the entire world booms.
And now I'm
And
trying
we
to build
have
everything
secured
back,
commitments for
which I
over
don't mind.
$18
It's
trillion
harder when they
in new
demonetize you and
investment
shadow
coming
ban you,
into our
though.
country, which is
I mean,
a record
really,
by many times over,
it
not just
sucks.
by a little bit, by many times. There's no country ever in history that's gotten anywhere near that number.
It's hard.
Slashed our trade deficit by 77%. This is in 1 year.
Sometimes
Yesterday
you
was
just.
1 year. And
Sometimes I
signed
feel
historic
like,
trade
is
deals
it
with
really worth it?
nations
Is it
from
really
all over
worth
the
keep
globe.
going? You know what I mean? Seriously,
Today,
like I have.
world is
Like when I
richer,
got
safer, and much
demonetized, I was
more
like,
peaceful
man,
than
and I had
it
to start this
was
channel over,
just
and then
1
they
year ago. We
demonetized
put
me on
out all
Christmas.
those fires. A lot of
It's
people
like, is
didn't
it
know,
worth
including
going
me,
on?
that
Is it worth
some of those wars were
continuing
going
to
on.
stream?
And
You
some
know?
of them were going
Then
on
they
for,
shadow
in one
banned me,
case,
and that really
32
took my
years, in
spirit
another
down.
case,
It was like,
35 years, and another one,
damn, how much
37
more?
years.
The only thing else they can do is cancel
We were
and
very
cancel
happy to
me
stop
and
the
ban me.
war that
You know
had
what I mean?
started
Like
with India
I
and
figured they would do that
Pakistan, two
next,
nuclear
but they ain't done it.
nations.
Thank
And I was
God.
very honored when the
But I always try to
Minister of
think,
Pakistan
I
said
love this
President
stuff. I
Trump
love doing it.
saved
I love to
10, maybe
entertain. I
20
love to bring
million
content.
lives by getting that
I can't stop.
stopped
You know what I
just
mean? Like I
before
don't want to stop.
bad things were going
So
to
that's
happen.
why I'm still here
As
doing this
president,
stuff,
I
brown
ended
chicken.
those 8
Like
wars in
I just
9 months.
I'm call
including
me
Cambodia
idiot, call me a
and
stupid
Thailand. And by the
man.
way, many of the leaders are here.
Sometimes it is stupid to
Kosovo and
continue to
Serbia,
stream,
the Democratic
especially when
Republic
you
of the
get hit like
Congo,
I did and you don't see any
and
real
Rwanda,
return.
Pakistan and
I mean,
India, Israel and Iran, Egypt and Ethiopia. We're working on that right now.
why is there
I met
stuff?
yesterday with a very good general and a very good leader of Egypt. We're working on a
Yeah,
dam that
waiting
was
for
built,
him to
which
return to recess.
precludes the Nile River from getting water. That was,
Won't ban
it's a
you.
little
They will
tough
just shadow
situation.
ban. Yeah.
But we'll get that settled. I really had it just about settled.
I don't
in my
know
first
how
term,
you're going to
and we
build
had
on a
rigged
demonetized
election.
channel.
Took me out
Well,
of
here's the
commission
thing.
for a little while, but here
I'll
I
tell
am
you
back.
a
We'll get it
secret.
settled.
They told
But it's a
me, if
pretty
you,
tough
can you hear me? Do I
situation.
need
The
to mute
dam was
that?
built and the
Do I
water
need to mute that?
doesn't come down to the Nile.
They told me that I can't start any other account if they see me on any new channel, creating any new account or a new channel until March the 25th, until I can reappeal it. Now, when I get to reappeal it in March and they deny me, then I can start a new channel. But until then, if, I can't, I got to continue this channel, basically, is what they said. Seriously, in their letter, they said I can't create, if they catch me creating a new channel or trying to start over on another channel, they would cancel me completely and delete all my channels and delete everything. And they will ban me from YouTube. So I have until March, I think it's the 25th, the note said. I could look, but I think it's around the 25th or something. I get to reappeal the demonetization. And if they monetize me again, if they give me back my monetization, because I did what they asked, I've took the shorts off, I've deleted those. I'm trying to re-edit shorts and do proper. If they give me my monetization back, I will continue to keep on with this channel. If they do not give it back to me, I will basically probably try to start something new because I need a monetized channel. That's the bottom line. So I will be, if they don't give me my monetization back, I will be going on my 5th channel creating. That's crazy, ain't it? But I don't think it's right for them to say, well, you can't be on somebody else's channel. You can't create another channel, blah, blah, blah. Why not? You're going to demonetize me over here. Why would I sit over here? Myron Gaines. Do you know Myron Gaines? The Arab black guy, whatever. He's the red pill kind of guy. He has that show Fresh and Fit or something, but he has his own channel. And he's got like 500 something thousand subs on YouTube. He's huge on all platforms. They demonetized him, which I know why, because he keeps on doing the things about that little old country over there that no one's allowed to speak of. And he was like really hard on that. So they demonetized him, which he didn't delete his channel. He's fighting it, but I don't know. I don't think he's going to get it back. He's got to wait like me 3 months. And they demonetized him like a few days before they demonetized me. And it's crazy. And like they went through and demonetized all these people. And the thing is, he's got millions of views. I mean, every video gets thousands and thousands, hundreds of thousands. And he's got 500 something thousand followers, maybe more. I can't remember, just on YouTube. So it doesn't matter how big your channel is or who you are. If they don't want you on there, they'll demonetize you. But he's just continuing. He's keeping the channel, he said, and even if he gets demonetized, or if they don't give it back to him, if they don't give him his monetization back, he said he's still going to keep that channel and still do it and stream, because he streams every day. And I'm like, bro, how can you just sit and put time into that, knowing there's no gain, there's no return? I get it. You got an audience. Because they have a Fresh and Fit channel, then he's got his own personal channel, and his own personal channel is the one that got demonetized. So why not just create a whole new, if they don't give you your monetization back, why not just say, hey guys, I created this channel, my new channel over here. We're going to try to get it monetized. Come over here and follow me over here. That's basically what I'm going to do if they don't give me my monetization back. I'm going to fight hard for a good, maybe a month to tell everybody on this one to come to my new one, and try to build it back. I don't know if they will. I'm about to the point where it's like, I think I should be a lot bigger than I am. I really should. And I love how certain people like on Instagram and X and different platforms are like, you know what they do? Oh, I got 100,000 followers on Instagram. I'm an influencer, 200,000. I'm like, yeah, but you're only on Instagram. You're an Instagram influencer. Then they look at me like, man, you got a pretty big following on YouTube and all this. You've had a big following for years and all. Yeah, that means I'm bigger than you. Just because I don't have 100,000 followers on Instagram, I got almost 30,000, and it's growing every day. Don't get me wrong. I got videos and streams, not just showing other clips, but I've actually got videos and streams of millions of views over there. Just like the one I did with me walking in Walmart and doing the price of cheese. It's almost at 2 million views on my other YouTube channel that I can't get to, and it's like, I know how to get views. I know how to build a channel. If they would just step back and let me build it, you know what I mean? And leave me alone, I could bring in a lot of revenue. but what gets me is like people say, "Oh, you're not a big social media." I don't want to be an influencer. I'm not an influencer, but I am a content creator. I do love streaming. I don't know what you consider me. What would you consider me, Brown Chicken? A streamer or just a YouTuber? Or I'm on like, okay, Facebook, Instagram, X, Rumble, Kick, YouTube. But I got 3 channels on Instagram, three different channels on Instagram. I got a profile and a page on Facebook. That's 2. Got 3 on Instagram. That's 5. I had TikTok, deleted it. That was okay. That don't count because I deleted it. I got 2 channels on X. I've got 1 on Rumble, or no, 2 on Rumble, and then I just started Kick like yesterday. So I'm on like, do you know how much shit I've got going on in my head that I have to go to this platform, share this here, share this here, share this here, do this here, do this here. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot, man. It is a lot. And people are like, how do you do that? Streamer? Okay, cool.
Criminal,
I'll take
a
that.
fully weaponized monster, that you should
Streamer.
be considered mentally deranged and thrown out of the country.
I do stream,
Just this week, he called you a
Same.
sick bastard.
or I like to.
Unfortunately, the rules of decorum prevent me from saying
This
what I
guy
think
right
of
here
Donald
reminds
Trump.
me of
But he is not the only one to launch.
what's that old
against you.
off that movie?
Jordan has accused you of abusive.
He was a
surveillance
little
and
short
accused you and your team
guy
of
that was off a
partisan
movie
and
of
politically motivated prosecution. Despite the mountain of evidence that you laid out in the special counsel,
not Dennis the Menace, but it was some movie this guy reminds me of, like little, not Batman, not the Penguin.
is because you have a vendetta against him. I want to address these allegations today. You have had a long and distinguished
forget.
career with the Justice Department.
Don't forget to like,
including
subscribe to
serving
the
as
channel,
chief of
guys.
DOJ
Follow the
Public
channel even
Integrity
on the
Center
green
for
platform.
5 years.
Come on,
Leading
guys.
the
We
public
need
integrity
followers on the
section,
green
you led
platform.
investigations and
I know I'm
prosecutions
new on that
of public
platform,
figures and
so
political leaders from both parties,
follow over there as
Republicans
well.
and Democrats.
It's got
Can you
all
give
my
us a couple of
information over there.
examples?
My daughter just got up. She's in college. Today's her day off this week, I guess.
Sorry about that.
She goes every
During
day,
my
I guess,
time,
until
as the chief
she
of
just
public
started back
integrity,
on
I
the new semester.
investigated cases involving
She-
both Republicans and Democrats.
And
The standard in all of those cases was the same.
she's at a
Follow the
real
facts
nursing
and the
school.
law. Didn't matter what party you in.
She's going to make good money,
The case.
you know.
In doing that, there were cases I brought against Democrats and cases
I got to change
brought
that
against
Nightbot.
Republicans.
I got to get that
There were
Nightbot
also
out of there,
cases,
man. I got to change that one.
investigated and did not bring.
Because I don't think you can click on those links.
Party affiliation.
Brown Chicken, can you
no
click
role
on
in
those
my
links on that Nightbot where
I
it
can
says
think
cash
of,
out and all that?
multiple
Can you click
cases
those links and it go to
prominent
those?
members of Congress that we investigated.
Or is it just
who were
showing that?
Republicans who,
Let
upon
me know.
reviewing, the
You can
law
click
and
on it and
facts, I
see.
decided not
You
to
don't
go
have
forward
to
in
give
those
me
cases.
anything. I'm not asking you
And
to
the
that.
same could be said,
I'm just asking you,
with
does it
the
allow you to
Democratic
click on
side.
those links?
I've
You
always
go
tried
to the
follow
link?
Facts and law in my career.
When it comes to deciding whether to pursue a criminal
Oh, okay. You want to hear the
prosecution of an
hearing? Cool.
individual,
I
what
didn't know you
factors
were
do
watching.
consider?
You should have left a comment a minute ago. Here, I'll
The
turn it up.
primary factors are
There you
the
go.
facts and the law. As a federal prosecutor, in making
Vincent,
prosecutorial decisions,
Good to have you here.
you're guided by the federal principles of prosecution, which guide one
Okay.
not only
All
to
right.
look at the facts and the law,
I'll
but the
change 'em.
federal interests. And that is exactly what we did in this case, as set forth in my final report.
Does partisan politics play a role in your decision whether or not to prosecute someone?
None.
To be clear, did partisan politics play a role in your decision to charge Donald Trump?
It did not.
What does it do to the justice system if political leaders place pressure on prosecutors to file charges against their political enemies? What are the implications if prosecution decisions are based on politics, not the law?
It's showing nobody's even watching.
I think
guys.
it weakens the
And
rule
your
of
guys
law
are in
our
here.
country
It says
because
0
it
on my
weakens the
screen.
mechanism
That's why I
for
didn't
us
know anybody was in
to,
here but Brown Chicken.
prosecute, among other things,
Showing 0.
corruption. When there is
That's shame.
Political prosecutions targeting people because they're enemies of the president, the department loses credibility and it can't do its job in all sorts of cases.
According to your deposition before this committee, it sounds like your problem was not determining if you had enough evidence to charge Donald Trump, but rather that you might have had too much evidence and struggled to determine how to present the clear narrative to a jury.
I don't
How would
know.
you
I hope.
characterize the evidence against Mr.
Yeah, it
Trump
says 0.
about inciting an insurrection against the laws of this country? Did you have too much?
Well, With respect to presenting the case that we charged, one of the central challenges was trying to present that in a concise way because we did have so many witnesses. Some of the most powerful witnesses were witnesses who, in fact, were fellow Republicans who had voted for Donald Trump, who had campaigned for him, and who wanted him to win the election. These included state officials, people who worked on his campaign, and advisors. I will say, however, with respect to the charge of insurrection, we did not charge that. As I set forth in my report,
It wasn't an insurrection.
I believe that there is, courts have found that that was an insurrection and that there's a reasonable interpretation, a reasonable prosecutor could interpret.
If that was an insurrection, what do you call the Minnesota thing?
Not to do that, looking at the facts and the law. I thought the charges we brought were appropriate, given the evidence that we had.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for your decades-long public service and for working tirelessly to uphold the rule of law. Those who attack and smear you and your team in order to protect Donald Trump should be ashamed of themselves. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Smith, do you see criminals to my left? You don't see any. Do you see people who are committing crimes because they continue to believe things that just aren't true? That's paraphrasing Ronald Reagan, that liberals aren't stupid. They just know things that don't happen to be true. If the president believed that he was cheated in an election, that there was fraud, or in some other way, a number of items led to his defeat, when in fact he should have won according to the Constitution, does that make him a criminal?
Sir,
No, that's a yes or no, please, Mr. Smith.
Exactly.
These people here are continuing to grapple constantly with things that aren't true, like socialism works, or that somehow everything the Republicans do is evil and everything they do is right. They've never reached a conclusion in a typical partisan case in which we're not evil because we think something different and we're not wrong. You understand the Constitution. Do you understand the Bill of Rights, that someone has the absolute right to believe something, whether it's true or not? And
No
advocate
shit.
for something, whether it's true or not?
Exactly.
Do you understand that in addition to your oath to the Constitution, that's one of the things the First Amendment allows for, isn't it?
Yeah.
yes, sir.
You can question,
Okay,
you
so
can
if
believe what you
know
want.
that people have a right to opine, lobby for, assert, do everything they can legally to ask for people to make different decisions, then why is it you saw criminal conduct on behalf of a president who believed he didn't win? Chairman Jordan and myself have something in common, along with a number of others here. We saw wrongdoing, and on January 6th, we voted not to confirm 2 states because they had violated
Brown
the US
chicken, they put a
Constitution
subpoena
in how they
or
selected who got ballots.
yesterday
And
they
yet,
contempt
come
to
here
Congress.
and say,
They put a subpoena
"Oh, I
on
just
her,
followed the
contempt
law."
to Congress on Hillary Clinton. Yeah.
when you went after these people and you
We're
said,
going
"Well,
after them too."
technically I can do that," you didn't see any selective nature or any separation of powers under the Constitution.
Now it goes to the
or
House.
spying on the
Any Republican
activities and
votes
the
against it in the
conversations
House, they're on
of
that
the
Epstein
Speaker
list,
of
because
the
that's what
House?
it's about, getting her there
To
for the
what
Epstein
end
list.
would conversations between the Speaker of the U.S. House, third or second in line to be the president, and the president, in what basis would it be any of your business?
Exactly.
Other than you believe that there was a conspiracy without conspiracy as a basic premise? You, like the president's men for Richard Nixon, went after your political enemies. Maybe they're not your political enemies, but they sure as hell were Joe Biden's political enemies, weren't they?
Yeah.
They were Harris's political enemies.
Mhm.
They were the enemies of the president, and you were their arm, weren't
Yep.
you?
No.
I wish you
No.
had Instagram.
Oh, great. So you spied on the Speaker of the House and these other senators and so on, and informed no one, and in fact, put
Yeah,
in a
I know
gag
it.
order so they couldn't discover it. If they were not subjects of a conspiracy investigation, why did Congress, a separate branch that you under the Constitution, have to respect. Why is it that no one should be informed, including the judges? As you went in to spy on these people, did you mention that you were spying on seeking records so you could find out about when conversations occurred between the U.S. Speaker of the House and the president? Did you inform the judge, or did you hold that back?
My office didn't spy on anyone.
Wait a second. The question I asked you, Mr. Smith, was pretty straightforward. Did you withhold that
taxpayer dollar,
information
too, to
from
do
an
all these
Article
hearings.
3 judge in the process of taking the records of the Speaker of the House?
We complied with department.
Did you?
He said,
hold
I
back-
hold back. I'm in disgust of this witness.
Allow the witness to answer the question.
It's not your time. I'd like my time back.
Mr. Chairman,
again,
you have
please.
repeatedly done that in the past. The witness has the right to answer the question.
And there'll be due time to answer the question. Would you please put my time back?
Here we
and let
go.
me finish this. Mr. Smith, I asked you a question and you were not responsive to it, and I want you to be responsive to it. Did you, whether you think it was legal or not, whether you think it was right or not, did you withhold the name of Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House, when you were seeking records on Kevin McCarthy, the Speaker of the House, or Jim Jordan, the chairman of this committee?
At the time, the gentleman is.
No,
is- you
please
got
give
a
me
few more
back the
seconds.
time that
No,
was
no,
taken away.
Time has expired, but we're going to let the witness answer your question. because
Yeah.
it's an important question.
So I'm
Witness can respond.
disgusted with this
We did
witness.
not provide that information to the judge when we requested a non-disclosure order, consistent with the law and consistent with department.
Mr.
policy.
Chairman, the amazing thing here today is that we have an admission that an
Mr.
Article
Chairman,
1.
the gentleman's time has
Come on.
expired by now 34 seconds.
It gets more than 5 minutes.
How many
'cause it's a
times you
good
going to interrupt
question.
me?
The time belongs to the gentleman from California,
will
but
be-
it has
I
expired.
will be brief in my address to the chair.
California dude going
We
off on him,
have
ain't
the
he?
evidence that an Article 1 representative on behalf of the
is-
president withheld
Order
from
of
Article
time.
3.
Mr. Chairman, I
that
witness granted the
information.
same leniency.
And with that, I yield back in
Yield back.
disgust of this witness.
Told you. I yield back in
California,
disgust of
there's a
this
lady
witness.
from
I knew what he
California.
was going to say already. I knew it.
Mr. Smith,
In
thank you for
disgust of
being
this
here
witness.
today.
He is,
You know,
dis-
earlier,
it
the chairman
is.
spent a lot of time talking about Cassidy Hutchinson, who we know is just one of many witnesses. It's important to note that there was testimony that she was told something by Mr. Ornato, not that she had personal knowledge. And of course, Mr. Ornato was of very questionable veracity. We had a testimony from a Metropolitan Police Department official about an argument, a big argument that the president was having about going to the Capitol. And in fact, the vehicle was delayed going back to the Capitol while that argument occurred. But having said that, I want to focus on something my colleagues across the aisle seem to want to ignore. The fact that your investigation into President Trump's attempt to overturn the 2020 election was built on testimony from members of the Republican Party. In fact, last week, the New York Times published grand jury transcripts from Georgia that show the same pattern in Trump's Georgia criminal case. Georgia's Republican Attorney General Chris Carr testified that he told, quote, and this is a quote, "We're
Yeah.
just not seeing the things that you are seeing." And
What's
the
up,
lady
Salty?
doing House
How you doing, buddy?
David Ralston,
Morning was at
also a
3:30 this
Republican,
morning.
testified that Trump's fake
Snow globe.
election scheme was, quote, the craziest thing I've
I don't know if Vincent's still here.
And
It
then
shows
there's
0
Senator
on my
Lindsey Graham, one of
watchers,
the
guys.
president's closest allies. In his secret grand jury testimony, Senator Graham told the jurors, quote, "I have told him more times than we can count that he fell short," unquote. And then he said this, quote, "If you told him Martians came
Time
and
Salty
stole
out.
votes, he'd be inclined to believe it." Martians, that's from Senator Graham speaking under oath. So here's my question. Mr. Smith, in your deposition with this committee, you testified, and here's a quote, "Our case was built on, frankly, Republicans who put their allegiance to the country before the party." Also, that the president's closest allies are telling him that his claims of election fraud are wrong. And so I'm just wondering, can you explain what you meant in your deposition, that it was Republicans who were putting their allegiance to their country ahead of their party?
Don't people supposed to put their allegiance to the country and to the
There were
people instead of a
witnesses who I
party?
felt would be very
Or am I
strong
wrong?
witnesses, including, for example, the Secretary of State in Georgia.
Yeah, I did a live from my phone. I didn't even get a one view, man. Not a one person came in.
that he did not want to hear and put him on notice that what he was saying was false. These were people who knew
Never worked.
how the elections were conducted in these
Didn't get a
states.
one person salty
And
on my
I
phone.
believe that witnesses of that nature, witnesses who are willing to tell the truth, even if it's going to impose a cost on them in their lives, my experience as a prosecutor over 30 years is that witnesses like that are very credible. And that
I would hope
jurors tend to
my
believe
politicians
witnesses like
put my
that,
country first before
because
their
they pay a
party.
cost for telling the truth.
In terms of the grand jury testimony that's now been released, the fact that Donald Trump, according to Senator Graham, would believe that Martians stole the election, what does that tell you about Trump's state of mind?
That statement is consistent with what we found in our investigation, in that our
I know.
investigation revealed
I
that
know.
Donald Trump was not.
And I changed
looking for
everything.
honest
I
answers
deleted a lot of stuff
about
and
whether,
trying to do stuff.
there was fraud in the election. He was
Put a lot of
looking for
stuff on
ways to skim
private
power.
members only.
And when people told him things that conflicted with him,
They got me in a
he
chokehold.
rejected them, or he chose not even to contact people like that who would know if the election was done properly in the state. On the other hand, when individuals would say things that would allow him to skim power, no matter how fantastical,
Shit.
he would latch onto those. That pattern, over time, we felt was powerful evidence that he, in fact, knew that the fraud claims he was making were false.
You know, who are some of the Republican witnesses who told you that who told President Trump that his claims of election fraud were false? Can you share that with us?
There were a range of witnesses. They ranged from people on his campaign team who had
Protesters.
voted him to win,
Agitators.
to help him win the election.
Hmm.
They included state
Agitators.
officials, state Republican officials who wanted him to win, voted for him, campaigned for him, asked him and his
I don't know.
co-conspirators to
Yeah,
provide
he was in
evidence
here, but
to support their claims, and invariably they never did. It included officials, advisors, people he worked with in the White House who he relied upon for important decisions and who he trusted in other contexts. We felt we had strong evidence from a variety of sources.
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
Ms. Chairman, with my fellow Californian, you were allowing the
Yeah,
witness.
it's a
to
good
answer.
question. Isn't that grounds to let him answer?
salty. I've scrapped a lot, dude. I deleted a lot of shorts that they said I was reusing and all that. I went through and turned on the ones that are alternated.
We felt that constituted powerful
Trust
evidence of his
Bad language.
falsity of his statements.
I put a lot of the live streams
Mr.
on
Chairman,
private.
I would like to yield back, noting the
Members
presence
only.
of officers who were severely.
They're still letting me
attacked.
do the member only, just no one is allowed to join yet.
January 6th.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gill, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Smith, in January of 2023, did you subpoena then Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy's toll records?
Yes, sir, we did.
Yes, you did. And the subpoena covered the time period between November 2020 and January 2021. Is that right?
I'm sorry, sir, could you say that again?
We're not going to delay like this. The subpoena covered the time period between November of 2020 and January 2021. How many days after Kevin McCarthy was sworn in as Speaker did you subpoena his records?
I don't recall, but those things had nothing
It
to do
was
with one.
16 days after becoming the highest ranking Republican
YouTube
in the
has it.
House of Representatives. You subpoenaed his toll records. Do you agree that that might reasonably be considered a violation of the speech or debate clause?
I do not, and I want to be clear that the toll
You were
records-
collecting months worth of phone data on the
I have all my
Republican
channels
Speaker
with
of the
this.
House, the leader of the opposition, right after he got sworn in as Speaker, all around the time of a major vote. That sounds like a flagrant violation of the speech or debate clause to me, and I think most people agree with me. And Speaker McCarthy had no recourse, did he? Because you issued a non-disclosure order ensuring that neither he nor any of the American people knew about these subpoenas. Is that right?
The toll record, the non-content toll record subpoenas We did secure non-disclosure orders for those subpoenas.
You
because
did. And let me
of
ask you,
those
Mr.
requests.
Smith, at the time you secured those non-disclosure orders, was Speaker McCarthy a flight risk?
Yeah. What do you think I've been telling everybody?
Non-disclosure order.
They
was
took
based on
everything,
concerns
dude.
about
Was Speaker
obstruction.
McCarthy a
Golfing
flight risk?
Biker channel,
He was not.
Right
Then why
Wing
did your
Talk Media
non-disclosure
channel,
order
Raise
refer
Middle
to him
Life
as a
channel.
flight risk?
It's the only one I got left.
It says right here, the court finds reasonable
They won't
grounds
let
to
me
believe
create
that
a
such
new one.
disclosure will result in flight from prosecution.
Sir, when securing.
It's up
a
to you guys to share this
non-disclosure
shit out and
order, the risks.
announce it.
Don't have to be
You
associated.
think that the Speaker of the
Can
House
you
is a
finish
flight
answering the
risk?
question?
No, this is not your time. This is my time. You think the Speaker of the House is a flight risk? You think he's going to hop on a plane and leave the country?
Yeah, really.
No, what I was trying to explain is with respect to a non-disclosure order, the risks aren't necessarily associated with the subscriber to the phone. They're the risks to the
Okay.
investigation.
I think that you were using, this was clearly in reference to Speaker McCarthy.
Using
Clearly false information to secure a non-disclosure order,
Yep.
to hide from Speaker McCarthy and from the American people the fact that you were spying on his toll records. But I've got more, so let's move on. In May of 2023, you also issued subpoenas for toll records of 9 U.S. senators and an additional representative. Is that right?
In May of 23, we did issue.
You did, and there were non-disclosure orders in conjunction with those subpoenas as well, right?
That's correct, consistent with department policy and
Right.
the law.
So again, nobody would know what you were doing. The senators would, and the representatives would, and the American people wouldn't know what you were doing. Is that right?
The toll records that we secured and the non-disclosure orders were consistent with policy and.
And you knew
with
whenever you were
standards
doing that there was a risk you were violating the speech or debate clause. Is that right?
The toll record subpoenas that we secured were with the concurrence of the public integrity.
Your own analysis says that you knew there was a risk you were violating the speech or debate clause. I have it right here. This is an email from John Keller at Public Integrity Section to your team. As you are aware, quote, as you are aware, there is some litigation risk regarding whether compelled disclosure of toll records of a member's legislative calls violates the speech or debate clause in the DC Circuit. That's from your own analysis right there. So you did know, didn't you?
Sir, with respect to the item you just put up on the screen, the last sentence states.
Oh, we're going to get to the last sentence.
Okay.
We're going to get to the last sentence. And you cite case law in here, quote, the bar on compelled disclosure is absolute. Is that right? Or do you think that you didn't have to abide by that precedent?
To be clear, this statement is not from my office. This is the statement.
This
of
is
Public
your
Integrity Section.
justification for those subpoenas and NDOs that you ordered. This was part of your analysis. It's a cursory analysis. I think it's worth noting. But let's get to that last sentence then. Quote, given my understanding of the low likelihood that any of the members listed below would be charged, the litigation risk should be minimal here. In other words, you're using a novel legal theory, which you knew was novel, has never been tested by any court. You're not charging any of these members. Nobody's going to know about it because you issued NDOs. Nobody's going to sue about it, so sue this. So who cares? We're going to do it anyways. I mean, you walked all over the Constitution throughout this entire process.
Mr. Chairman, the gentleman's time's
spying
expired.
on members of Congress. And
Well,
you
they're
know
right on that
it's
time clock,
absolutely
ain't they?
disgraceful.
His time's up.
Back.
Gentlemen,
Tell
you're
him to hush.
back. Not going to be charged. They're not going to see it. They're not going to know because we're not going to tell them. So let's go ahead and do it. It's
Yep.
exactly what happened. The
Yep.
gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Smith, it's great that you've been allowed to come here and testify to the American public.
I'm ashamed
I'd like
of this dude.
briefly to discuss that Mr. Gill brought up. On the
I'm
reasons
ashamed
why
of
you
Tennessee
used those
having
phone records
people
and
like
the
this guy.
limitations that you thought might have been.
He's a Democrat, I think.
Because of to risk the investigation.
Sure. And I would begin by pointing out that the email that was referenced wasn't a justification from my office. It was an email from the Public Integrity Section
yeah.
to my office approving.
I didn't think it would.
the subpoena.
It's not showing up in anybody's
The
feeds.
subpoenas that we secured.
That's the bad thing.
We secured with non-disclosure orders from a judge because I had grave concerns about obstruction of justice in this investigation, specifically with regards to Donald Trump. Not only did we have the obstruction of justice that we were investigating in
It's
the
a shame,
classified
man.
documents
It's
case,
a damn shame.
but I was aware during the course of our investigation of targeting of witnesses during the course of the conspiracy itself. There were election
See if I
workers
can
who
change
had
the
their
title.
lives turned upside down and received vile death threats because they were targeted by Donald Trump and his co-conspirators. I had a duty to protect witnesses in this investigation. That risk, that threat to witnesses was only confirmed when we went forward in the case and Donald Trump suggested that one witness should be put to death, and then also issued a statement to the effect of, if you come after me, I'm coming after you. In my mind, I can't think of a more direct threat to witnesses and individuals involved in that proceeding. Given that sort of threats, it was, in my view,
Testifies.
completely appropriate to protect the integrity of the investigation, to protect against destruction of evidence, and to protect the witnesses in our case.
And just to make clear, you did not see any of the discussion. There was not any, it was just the content that they made a call to the president and vice versa, but nothing about any content whatsoever.
That's correct. A toll record subpoena gives you who a call is from, who it is to, and the length of that call. It does not tell you the content of what people are speaking about.
You felt that you had a case that was one that you would win beyond a reasonable doubt, no moral certainty. Is there anything in your facts that you had that you would have used at trial that you believe has not been presented to the public in the past or has been misrepresented to the public?
Is there anything?
Essential facts that you had that you felt would have resulted in a conviction of the president on the charges that he was indicted upon?
I think my report, the report of our case, the final report, summarizes the evidence, I think, in a way that is gives a fair rating of the strength of the case.
And you have no question but have been successful before jury.
Like it shows you live, but have to go to your page to find it. See, that's not right, man.
We were ready, willing, and able to go to trial on
It
this
sucks.
case. Of course, as I said in my opening statement, prosecutors can't control.
People message, was leaving comments on my new short I just dropped.
Did Merrick
So they're
ever
seeing
pressure
that,
you
obviously.
to bring an indictment or to do anything in your investigation?
Like I just dropped a new short and I've got a few comments and I was telling them in the comment
Anybody
section,
else
hey,
that
I'm
was
live right
Biden,
now
Vice
showing
President
this.
Harris, et cetera.
So please go over,
I was given the independence to conduct.
I
my
dropped it like
investigation, and I
12
believe
minutes ago and
the
I've got
decision to bring
203
charges
views
in this
already
case
on this
without
short.
undue influence from anybody in the department.
And you dropped the case.
26
Why
thumbs
did you
up,
drop the
6 comments. And I was telling people, hey, I'm going, I'm live right
The
now.
cases against Donald Trump were dismissed pursuant to department policy.
And then that
Department
one
policy,
live
the
stream
legal
I did
counsel
just
said
on my
if the
phone, I've only got
president
38
can't bring a charge
views
against him,
and
they can't
likes.
be held liable. Is that correct?
That's crazy, ain't it?
That's correct. There had not been a case.
And it didn't, no one even came in when I went live on my phone, just through YouTube
Someone was
yesterday.
elected president with charges pending, and so that was slightly
That's
different.
sad.
So we consulted with public.
It's a, it is what
the
it
Office
is.
of
I'll
Legal
get
Counsel,
back.
and they
Somehow
decided
I'll
pursuant
come
to
back. You
policy,
wait. I always do.
the
I'm a
case
winner,
would be
man.
dismissed.
I don't stay down
You
long.
weren't pleased with that, but you had to follow the law, and that's what you did.
Call me crazy, but I don't
We
stay
followed
down long.
policy throughout my investigation. My job was not to set policy. My job was to follow it, and that's what we did.
I'm trying to get
I wanna
enough
thank you for
followers
your
on
service.
the other
I
platform with
think
the
you're a
R
great American, and
Green
you came
Plus
out of this as being somebody who
platform.
people can respect and look up to in a fashion.
So I can do lives over there.
Instilling people's desire to go into justice, to go into law, and to go into government. You're an example
Yeah.
of the type of person they should follow.
Usually I got 200 trolls in
Gentleman in
there.
the back, the gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Mr. Smith, there's something that's really bothering me since your deposition. It's how and why you got the position of special counsel and your personal relationship with Marshall Miller. Let's go back to 1999 when you were working for the United States Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of New York.
So he dropped the Trump
Is that
case
when you first met
as a
Marshall
policy?
Miller?
That's what he's saying? Huh.
Yes.
So after ED New York, did the two of you ever work together again prior to becoming special counsel? According to the public bios for you and Mr. Miller, you overlapped at DOJ from 2014-15 when you were chief of DOJ's Public Integrity Section and Mr. Miller was chief of staff for DOJ's Criminal Division. Is that accurate?
I believe that is accurate, yes.
Okay, so were the two of you social outside of work?
I would say intermittently, yes,
Okay, but after 20 years of knowing each other, it's safe to say you were friends, correct?
yes.
Okay, so let's fast forward to 2022. Mr. Miller is appointed Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General at DOJ, the number 3 at DOJ. You call your friend to congratulate him, and according to the deposition transcript, you say you'd be interested in a position at DOJ. Is that correct?
Yes, I recall is that I expressed an interest if the right position came up, I would be interested in
But
considering.
at that point, there's no discussion about special counsel. Is that correct?
This is some time ago, and so I don't have a
You don't
specific
remember?
recollection of all these conversations.
He
So
doesn't
you were
remember.
first approached about special counsel and that role before the 22 midterm elections. And according to the deposition transcript in October of 2022, you fly to DC, meet with the AG and the Deputy Attorney General. Is that correct?
Yes, I flew to DC, I believe it was in October, and I met the Deputy Attorney General, and also I met the Attorney General.
So in multiple conversations with your friend Marshall Miller, he never once tipped you off that the Attorney General or Deputy Attorney General have you on the short list for special counsel? That never came up?
Again, this was some time ago, but my recollection.
A friend of
is,
20 years
I
usually
came
tells
to
you things like that.
Washington, and I met with those individuals as well as the human rights section.
Hey, you're up for this
Marshall
promotion.
Miller
You're
is
up
the
for this
person
job, man.
Who set that up?
So he was at the meetings. Was he at the meetings?
You know?
So just to tie all this together,
Yeah.
you've known Mr. Miller since you were both AUSA in New York. You stayed in touch over a 20-year career in federal government. He gets a job with the Biden administration, and just a few short months later, you're offered the role of special counsel. I'm having a hard time believing this
Me
is some
too.
big coincidence, and
Yeah.
that there wasn't a back and forth on the special counsel. So maybe you never received directives explicitly from the AG or the Deputy Attorney General, but
All right,
Marshall
buddy.
Miller,
Thanks for stopping
did he
in.
become a
Salty.
two-way conduit
Appreciate it.
throughout the investigation?
Always love
with
the
DOJ?
support.
No, and I would not take direction from a political person, a political figure about how I should conduct an investigation.
But you never
Really?
spoke to him throughout the entire time you were conducting the investigation?
A friend of 20 years? Or these people?
No, I didn't say that. What I said was
Yeah.
Okay.
that he was, I think you asked if he was a con.
I mean, what does all this
If he was
outcome
present,
determine
my
anyways?
recollection,
Waste of the taxpayers' money to
at
hold these
meetings,
things? No one's going to be
meetings that I had
charged.
with the, Attorney General
It's
and
all
the
a
Attorney General
reality
during my
show.
time as special counsel.
Soap
I mean, I don't
operas.
want to assume anything, but Mr. Miller wanted
government
you in
soap
that
opera.
position, not because you're necessarily the
The
best
days of
lawyer
our
he ever
lives.
met, but because of the long-term friendship that you have with him.
What I can tell you is I have been a prosecutor for 30 years. I have been an apolitical public servant for 30 years.
I have-
I've prosecuted cases against Democrats and
I
Republicans.
have followed facts
all
and
the
law
same.
in my career.
I have, in my view, the experience necessary for this position, and that's why I accepted it.
We
So
didn't.
he knew that you would pursue, I mean, he had to have an idea that you would pursue exactly what the Biden administration wanted, which was criminal charges against President Trump.
Uh-huh.
I think that anybody who knows me well knows the idea that I would take direction from a political.
It ain't about who knows you. It's
how
about what
an
they're asking you to
investigation should
answer.
come out. I don't think anybody who knows me. thinks
Stop
that's-
filibustering.
Well, Chairman Jordan, I think the next deposition should be with Marshall Miller at this
Yeah.
point. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Question that
While
person.
we are deposing Mark Miller, maybe we can depose Donald Trump about why he chose his personal lawyer to be the head of the DOJ. On January 6, 2026, the 5th anniversary of the insurrection,
I thought you're allowed to
the
pick
White
whoever
House
you want.
launched a taxpayer-funded website that attempts to rewrite history about what happened on that day of infamy. On January 6, 2021, there
God.
was an insurrection. at
Didn't
the
they say
United
that was
States
worse than the
Capitol
Civil
that
War?
resulted in a police
That's what
officer
Kamala Harris said.
dying the next day. Another 4 officers dying by suicide in the months thereafter.
That wasn't their
With at
fault.
least
That was the officers.
140 police officers being injured by the insurrection.
If they were that weak, they shouldn't have been officers.
15 of them requiring hospitalization. And I'm proud that we have 4 former officers.
What about
as
Ashley
well as
Babbitt?
on duty.
The
Capitol
one
Hill
your
police
crazy
officers
trigger finger
yesterday.
cop
Mr.
shot,
Smith, I want to
killed.
ask you about this website because
What about
the
her?
Trump administration is using taxpayer
What about the
dollars to lie
250
to the
FBI
American
agents in the
people
crowd
about
that they
events
actually have proven
leading up
there were
to and the
250
events
FBI
taking
agents there?
place on January
And the
6th,
FBI agents
2021.
now are also
For
testifying
example,
saying
this
we've never
Trump
done crowd
propaganda
control.
site
That's not our
claims
job.
that
We
the
don't do that.
2020
Why did they
election
send us in
was,
there?
quote, stolen.
Come on.
Mr. Smith, did your investigation uncover evidence
not rocket science.
sufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump knew that his claim that the election was stolen was false?
Yes, it did.
And did your investigation uncover evidence sufficient to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Donald Trump publicly claimed that the 2020 election was stolen from him while he privately acknowledged that he had lost the election?
Yes, we cited instances of that during in our case.
In our case.
But yet here we see that on the 5th anniversary of the insurrection, the Trump White House propaganda machine is still promoting the stolen election theory on this government webpage with a text box told, quote, fraudulent election, stolen election certified, end quote. The site also has a subsection reading in part, quote, FBI entrapment operation exposed. Mr. Smith, did your investigation develop any evidence to support the allegation that the FBI entrapped insurrectionists into committing crimes on January 6th?
Our investigation revealed that Donald Trump is the person who caused January 6th, that it was foreseeable to him, and that he sought to exploit the violence.
This website also accuses you of being a, quote, Biden prosecutor who brought, quote, weaponized charges against Mr. Trump. Mr. Smith, were you a Biden prosecutor who weaponized the Department of Justice against Donald Trump?
Absolutely not.
Did Attorney General Merrick Garland direct you to prosecute Trump because Donald Trump was running against Joe Biden in the presidential election?
No.
There are also allegations that President
he's
Trump
gonna
was
say
the
no.
victim of, quote, lawfare, and accusations that the Department of Justice lawyers who prosecuted Donald Trump used, quote, fabricated indictments and rigged show trials. Did you, Mr. Smith, or the men and women working on your team work to fabricate indictments or put on rigged show trials?
No, we secured indictments from grand juries, and we were prepared to prove our case in court beyond a reasonable doubt.
Did you use your appointment as special counsel to conduct a politically motivated witch hunt, scam investigation, and prosecution of Donald Trump?
I did not. We followed the facts and we followed the law. Where that led us was to an indictment of an unprecedented criminal scheme to block the peaceful transfer of power.
And those indictments have been dismissed. Can they be re-brought or resurrected after this, after Trump leaves office?
They were dismissed without prejudice.
So they can be refiled? And he can be prosecuted after he leaves office, is that correct?
I'm not going to speak to that. I can only speak to what we did, which was dismiss the case without prejudice.
All right. The website put out by the Trump White House on the anniversary of January 6th is nothing more than a pack of lies. It proves that Donald Trump is hell-bent on misusing taxpayer dollars in a feeble attempt to rewrite his criminal history, the history of what happened on January 6, 2021. And with that, I yield back, but I would like
Whatever. This dude's a kook.
for the record,
Unanimous consent?
unanimous consent, a statement from Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency released on November 12th, 2020 that states the November 3rd election was the most secure in American history.
Objection.
And also testimony from, I would like to.
Well, they just get away with saying whatever they want, don't they?
To enter into the record,
They just
the
blame Trump,
September
accuse Trump of
24,
everything, don't
2020
they?
Testimony of Trump's former FBI Director Chris Wray, who told Senate Homeland Security, the Homeland Security Committee of the Senate, that the FBI had, quote, not seen or historically had any kind of coordinated national voter fraud
objection.
effort in a major election.
Without objection.
And last but not least, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this article titled "Disputing Trump, Barr Says No Widespread Election Fraud."
Without objection. The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, on November 18th, 2022, AG Garland appointed you as special counsel. Can you tell me about your swearing in or the oath of office that you took after that?
I don't recall the specifics of it. I know I was sworn in. I don't recall the specifics of how that was done.
You don't remember who swore you in?
I don't.
Would you agree that taking the oath of office is a legal requirement for the job that you had?
I've taken oaths of office regularly. I haven't researched whether it's required or not, but I've done that, I think, in every government case.
It is required. Terms I heard earlier today were atypical, irregular, no proper procedure. Yet in your opening statement, you said that we followed Justice Department policies, and I would assume you meant the law as well. It strikes me as odd that you don't remember who swore you in, how you were sworn in. It's pretty significant. We all get sworn in here, and I remember every day. You don't remember who swore you in.
I don't remember the details of it as I sit here today.
But you did take the oath of office before you got rolling.
I think my recollection is it was when I was appointed.
It was when. It strikes me as odd that Attorney General Garland had you retake the oath of office on the 14th of September of the following year. Why did he make you do that?
As I sit here right now, I do not recall. I know that there is the oath of office that I signed. I believe it was on the 18th, the day that I was appointed. And I know the department had me do a second one. I don't know the particulars of why they asked me to do it again, but I know
you signed it on the 20th of November 22nd, November 2022, but there was no witness, which, I mean, you have to agree, it's a little odd if there's no witness saying that you took the oath of office.
Exactly.
It would maybe
we should stop funding all that.
Question whether or not you were legitimately doing the job until you finally took the oath of office. It sounds like the Attorney General had the same question and thought, oh shit, we got to have him sign this on the 14th day of September of the following year. So why did you take the oath of office again on the 14th of September of the following year when you say you took the office in November of 2022? Why'd you need to do it twice?
Yeah.
My recollection is that I took the oath of office, as you said, it was the 18th or the 20th, and felt I was under the oath of office. I believe, if you have it in front of you, I think I signed an oath.
You signed it, but there was no witness. There was supposed to be either notarized or a witness. And apparently Attorney General Garland thought it was significant enough to have you do another oath 11 months later. That's strange, right?
I don't know why they asked me to sign it again. I don't recall ever discussing this issue with Attorney General Garland.
Well, that is just wild to me. I'd like to yield the balance of my time to Mr. Jordan.
Well, which one was the official one? Which one counted? I think that's what the gentleman's asking.
Yeah. Which one actually worked? Yeah. Which one did you actually swear on?
I understood myself to have taken the oath of office when I assumed the job.
How much money did you? Okay. How much money did you spend in the investigating President Trump? How much money did your office spend?
I do not recall as I sit here now, but I know that pursuant to, I believe it's the special counsel regulations, reports were issued each 6 months detailing how much.
We gathered at $35 million. And what I want to know is how much of that $35 million of taxpayer money did you give to confidential human sources? We know you gave $20,000 to someone. It just got reported last week. How much more money did you pay confidential people
How
We
much
don't know
money
how.
did you pay
American
off?
tax money going
How
after
many-
the guy we elected president.
Exactly. How many people did you pay off?
My recollection.
Recollection.
Regards
My
to
recollection.
$20,000, which was not a payment from me. It was me approving a payment by the FBI to a confidential human source who was.
So you paid a
reviewing,
confidential,
video
a snitch,
and
20
photographs.
grand? You paid a snitch 20 grand?
I do not know the identity of the source. What
How
I know-
many other payments went to this source or other sources?
As I sit here, I do not know the answer to that question. Of
course you don't.
My role as special counsel. I was
$35 million and you're giving money to people the country doesn't know who they are and you're
Yeah.
giving their hard-earned money to these folks?
35
The main
million?
question I have too with this is why'd you have to do it?
Yeah.
You subpoenaed. bank
Why did you have to
records
pay
from
anybody
the
for?
RNC, phone records for members of Congress. You got subpoenas for bank records for people sitting right there in the front row.
Yeah,
Why did you have to pay people for
yeah,
information?
exactly. You could get free information if it was legit. Why did you
You can
pay
answer the question.
dirty
I'd
snitches,
like to know why you had to do
rats,
it.
to testify on
My-
something that
my
was false, that
recollection
lying
and
on?
understanding
Because they lied
is
for
payment,
him.
the $20,000
That's why
that I approved
he paid
was
120K.
for a confidential human source.
Of course, that guy's gonna get, or whoever's gonna get up there and lie for him.
Review of video and photographic evidence showing people who were attacking the Capitol, attacking police officers, obstructing the proceeding, and seeing if we could prove that some of those people had come directly.
That wasn't my question, but
Yeah.
time has expired. The gentleman from California's recognized.
Mr. Smith, I want you to have the utmost confidence in what you did. You did everything right.
We're live,
Harry
guys.
Dunn, Danny
Streaming
Hodges,
on
Sergeant
YouTube.
Cannell, Mike Fanone.
Brandon
they did
_Ray
everything right.
80.
These guys,
Come watch.
my Republican colleagues,
Hang
are a
out.
joke.
Have a good time.
They're
We're
wrong.
having fun over here,
History
guys.
will harshly
Come on.
judge them. So I want you to lean in today. You have nothing to be ashamed of. You did everything right, sir.
Oh, listen to
And I
this one.
am so, these guys are so lucky they're not under oath because they would have
Oh,
to
really?
tell you
They're lucky?
what they really think of Trump. They call him crooked.
This
They
dude
call
is
him
something.
cruel.
This
They
dude's
call him
something
a
else, ain't he?
scumbag. I've heard you all say it. You're lucky you're not under Trump, but when the lights go on and the cameras are on, you're tiny, you're small, you shrink. Everyone remembers Matt Gaetz coming over here after a committee hearing.
This
He
dude's
laughed
sickening
how
in my
stupid he
book.
thought Trump was. This is all a show. And Mr. Smith,
So are
you're
you.
just the latest act that they've brought in.
What do they have
Can't
you up
erase what
on?
happened on January 6th because we saw it with our own eyes. Mr. Smith, after the mainstream media called the race for Biden about a week after the election, did Donald Trump concede the election?
He did not.
The next month, the Electoral College met in every state and voted Biden as the winner. Did Donald Trump concede then?
He did not.
Shortly after that, the last court case that Donald Trump brought was thrown out. Did he concede then?
No.
Is it your judgment then that only Donald Trump could have convened the mob in the size that it was assembled on January 6th?
Our assessment of the
Hi,
evidence
mate.
is that
Your streams are really nice, interesting, and impressive. I noticed you're struggling with views and live.
it was foreseeable to him. And then when it happened, he tried to exploit it in furtherance of the conspiracy.
And you actually obtained indictments from a grand jury, right? You went to a grand jury and did something that the Trump administration has not been able to do as they go after their enemies. Their cases are being thrown out. You obtained criminal indictments against the president. Is that right?
That's correct.
Mr. Smith, do you know who Edward Loya is?
I'm sorry?
Edward Loya, L-O-Y-A?
I believe Mr. Loya worked at the public integrity section when I was.
Did you know that he said of you, when it comes to investigating allegations of sophisticated federal criminal matters, Jack Smith is the gold standard? Do you know who Mr. James McGovern is?
Yes, he was a prosecutor I worked with in New York.
Did you know that he said of you, I have no idea what Mr. Smith's political beliefs are because he's completely apolitical? So are you a registered independent?
I have no partisan loyalties. I don't know if I'm registered as independent or not registered at all.
Are you glad you accepted Attorney General Garland's request to be a special prosecutor, even though you've been dragged over political barbed wire and your family has been subjected to death threats?
I don't regret it.
You remember where you were on September 11th?
I don't buy subscribers and followers. Sorry.
I was in Brooklyn when that happened. I was at the command center that night.
It's just something I don't do.
Investigation.
I like organic growth.
I remember pretty clearly.
Do you remember where you were on January 6th?
On January 6th, I was living in Europe working for the State Department seconded to a war crimes tribunal.
What did you think as you watched on television what happened at the Capitol that day?
To be honest with you, I don't recall if I saw it that day or later day because of the time period.
What did you think?
What's up, Frogzilla? How you doing, my buddy?
I was
Good to see you come to this channel in a long time. You probably ain't getting no notifications or nothing like that. They got me shadow banned, so
things as closely. I was not.
they've hit me every which way but sideways. They're hitting me sideways too.
I
So
just never seen anything. Like
Salty was in here. He had to go
If I'll ever have the honor to talk to you.
shovel some snow or something.
If I don't, please know that I and my colleagues on the Democratic side, and even my Republican colleagues when they speak privately, have nothing but respect and appreciation for.
Of course you do, because you're a joke.
You, unlike
This
me,
guy's always been a joke.
are a man of honor.
Oh, he's a man of honor. You're not. How many of those
Gentlemen,
spy
let's
from
back
Chinese,
the,
from the China people you slept with? How many,
Gentlemen,
or accusations, I should say?
Hey, Mr.
How many
Chairman.
times you been accused?
Smith, you appear before this committee today
shit,
not as a
buddy.
neutral observer of the law, but at one point, you were one of the most powerful prosecutors in the federal system, armed with enormous discretion, minimal oversight, and a mandate that goes to the very heart of our constitutional order. You brought charges during an active election cycle. You relied on legal theories that had never before been tested in context. And you did so while disregarding long-standing Department of Justice policies designed to prevent prosecutors from influencing elections. Mr. Smith, you claimed in your investigation, you developed proof beyond a reasonable doubt that President Trump engaged in criminal scheme to overturn the results in the 2020 election and to prevent lawful transfer of power. However, a few weeks ago in Georgia, Fulton County election board officials stated that 315,000 ballots were certified without required signatures on the tabulator tapes for poll workers. These signatures were required by the Georgia statute. If not counted, this could have turned the state of Georgia red, and I won't doubt there were similar schemes in many other states. You were illegally appointed to serve as special counsel since you were not confirmed by advance and consent Senate and stated in the appointments clause. You also issued an indictment against then President Biden's most formidable political opponent. The candidate was President Trump. And you issued a gag order for President Trump during a 2024 election cycle. This was a major violation of President Trump's First Amendment rights and a poor attempt to outright censor the leading political candidate.
Yep.
These actions were nothing short of election interference.
How long was Trump in courts and everything? How many states tried to hit Trump with stuff? Frog, it's really good to see you, buddy. I know my channel ain't giving out notifications, man.
Some you seized it from. Even then, Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, one of the highest ranking Republicans in the country, had his phone records subpoenaed, all for political gain. These subpoenas clearly violated the speech and debate clause. As John Keller of the DOJ's Public Integrity section addressed this issue in an email dated May 17th of 2023, DC Circuit President stated that the speech and debate clause, and the bar is this, bar on compelled disclosure is absolute. These instances are not only the tip of the iceberg about you and your team's flagrant disregard of the Constitution. Mr. Smith, your actions have changed and damaged confidence in our justice system. Today, this committee will determine whether that damage was a result of reckless judgment, political bias, or deliberate misuse of authority. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield you the balance of my time for questions.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. I want to go back to that email. If we could put that up, this email that Mr.
Yeah, go
Miller
back to it.
highlighted a few minutes ago. This is the justification from the public integrity section. If you look at the bottom, John Keller, public integrity section, for going and getting the phone records, toll records of members of Congress.
Just been busy.
There's a couple of things I want to highlight. That first highlighted area, there is some litigation risk. So they admit there's some concern here. And they send this to the copy to Jack Smith's team. And then you go down later, as Mr. Gill pointed out, the case law is clear. A legislator may intervene and oppose such use. So the risk is real. But here's the deal.
I'll be right
There
back,
was really
guys.
no risk because we weren't going to know. They weren't going to tell us. They made sure they didn't tell us because they went to the judge and got a gag order. And look at the last sentence. The last sentence. Low likelihood that any of the members listed below would be charged. So they're not going to know because we're not going to charge any of these guys. They didn't do anything wrong. And so therefore, the litigation risk should be minimal. They're not going to be charged. We're not going to go after them. The litigation risk is minimal. And it's minimal because, frankly, it's non-existent because they're not going to know. And we're going to make sure they don't know because we're not even going to tell the judge who we're getting the gag orders on. And yet, Mr. Smith thought that was A-okay. That was just fine. That was in the letter and the spirit of the Constitution. I find that hard to believe. And you know why? You know why everyone knows it's wrong? Because the public integrity section at the Justice Department has now changed its policy. You can't do this anymore. They've changed their policy. But it was okay for Jack Smith to do it because we got to get Trump. We got to get the president. That's what this was all about. You go back to the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have some Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a transcript of the voicemail that President Trump's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, left Senator Tuberville on January 6th, in which he states, "I'm calling you because I want to discuss with how they're trying to rush this hearing and how we need you,
Sorry, guys.
our Republican friends, to
Sorry, guys.
slow it down so we can get these
Wait till you guys see my new
legislation
backdrop I got coming.
Gentleman yields back the chair. Now recognizes the
Been dealing with your niece.
gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Man, that's
House
sad.
Leadership
I hate
Committee
that shit.
is responsible for helping to ensure the rule of law. Unfortunately, ensuring this
Daggone.
committee
That's crazy.
ignored
Your
the
inheritance.
bipartisan congressional subpoena directed at him. This action
Seems like everybody's got one of those family members in their family, don't they?
to get witnesses and
I
testimony
mean, seriously,
damage
I've got
the
them.
rule of law.
It's
Now, before I
sad.
ask questions,
It truly
Mr.
is.
Smith, I just want to make a simple
I hate
observation.
that, man.
How
I do.
scared are Republicans of talking about the Epstein files?
I hate that for you,
They're so
frog.
scared that they literally are calling Jack Smith, the distinguished federal prosecutor who secured multiple indictments against Donald Trump with multiple felony counts. Republicans would rather talk about the criminality of Donald Trump in trying to steal an election and trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power. The criminality of Donald Trump.
Wait till you guys see the new
classified
backdrop.
documents
Yeah,
of
it's
drug
sad, man.
justice
We all have one of those in our
about
family, I
Donald
believe.
Trump's associations
That's why I
with
don't let
Jeffrey
anyone
Epstein.
around,
This
like
House
really
Leadership
around my mother.
I
She's
demand
71.
this
She's
committee,
doing
this
good. What's up,
chairman,
Robert? Good to
Republicans
see you.
to call immediate hearing
Hello, bud.
asking why the Department of Justice.
Man, we got to
is
get back in
refusing
there. We got to get back in the game.
delete
7 people.
99% of the Epstein
That's
files
more than I've
by the
seen in a
DOJ
month.
violating law
My Lord,
right
people,
now.
come on in.
I have questions, Mr. Smith, for you, and thank you for being here today. My questions center on interactions or lack of interactions
Shadow ban sucks.
between the Biden administration and yourself.
Demonetization
If
sucks.
President Biden or anyone in the Biden White House
I've made
ever
about
directed
$1,800 and it's
retribution
saying, well, I made 100 and something last
anyone
week
perceived
or
to be
two.
Biden's
Yeah, 193 last week. It said 1,400 the month before, and I still
Biden
ain't seen a
administration
single payment.
or President Biden or anyone in the White House
They still ain't paid me
ever
nothing.
write a social media post directing you to seek retribution
Keeping all my money,
against
keeping all my channels.
No.
Why do they
President Biden or anyone
wonder?
else
Someone asked, why you keep
by the
doing
White
this?
House
I love it,
directing you
man.
to
I
take
love
any
streaming. I love being a
prosecutorial
streamer.
step whatsoever.
No.
Okay. Donald Trump made it clear he wanted to seek retribution.
Don't think I couldn't use that 2K right now?
Trump relentlessly attacked her, saying, quote, she should be prosecuted and, quote, arrested and punished because she dared to hold Trump accountable for Trump's fraud in New York. Trump weaponized the Department of Justice, and the Trump DOJ opened a sham investigation into her alleged mortgage fraud. We know it's a sham investigation because they couldn't even get twice grand juries to secure indictments against her. When interim U.S. Attorney Eric Siebert, who Donald Trump himself appointed, spent 5 months investigating Tish James. He concluded there was not evidence to go forward. What did Trump do? He fired his own U.S. attorney.
But Trump's a real boss.
Biden or anyone else in the
Trump,
Biden White
if
House
somebody's not doing their
ever
job
tell
right,
you
it ain't just
Donald
about doing
Trump
it for
should be
him the way he
called
wants it.
President
It's
Biden.
just, seriously, how many people did he fire in his
President
first
Biden or anyone
administration?
else in the Biden White House
People who
ever
can't do the
threatened
job
to
right,
fire
get rid
you
of them. Why
based
would
on
you
any
want to hold
action
dead weight?
you took or did not take?
No.
Donald Trump also directed the Trump DOJ to open investigations into his own
No one told me to arrest and
who
punish
refused
Trump.
to do his bidding. His DOJ recently
what
investigated
he's
Federal
saying.
Reserve Chair Jerome Powell because Powell won't cede to Trump's bullying on interest rates. Did President Biden or anyone else in the Biden White House ever direct you to go after
No one told me
any
to arrest
Biden
Trump,
appointee?
punish him.
No.
I just want to say a little bit about what the Republicans have brought up about these phone toll records. Do you believe the Speaker of the House is above the law?
I've got
No, I don't
I've
believe
got some
anybody
new
should be
backdrops
above
coming,
the
guys.
The
You
U.S.
guys are
senators
gonna
are not
like it.
above the law, correct?
law. No,
Yeah, and members of Congress are not above the law, right?
no.
Yeah, that's right, because we're not. And what Republicans are trying to argue is somehow, if you're in an investigation, you can't do stuff to senators or members of Congress.
Yeah, I know, bud.
Get out of here. We're
ICE is coming my
we're
way.
law like everybody else. And by the way, the
That
Speaker
first
makes
frog, they
only
said it was
applies
going
to
to be
legislative acts,
11 to
communications,
18 inches of
legislative acts.
snow.
Stealing a
Now it's went
$4
down to
election
like
trying do
6
so
to
is not a
something, but
legislative
ice
act.
as well.
It is a crime. So I
So
don't know what the heck they're talking about.
glad I
this
just
is
bought a
so
new
stupid. I'm a
Nissan
federal prosecutor.
Titan V8.
You'd never in an investigation go and try to get
I didn't
someone's
tell
phone
anybody
record,
that,
phone
did I?
record, and then tell them, hey, dude,
Just bought
I'm
a
about to get
new.
your
It's
phone
not brand
records.
new. It's
Of course you wouldn't tell
a
them.
few years old, but
What the Republicans saying today is just idiotic. I'm so pleased you're
I just
here
got
on national TV.
it's a
telling the
Nissan
people
Titan V8,
that Trump was
4-door,
indicted. He was indicted
or
lawfully
yeah,
in
4-door,
multiple grand juries, secured
full
those
back seat.
indictments. Thank you for your service, and history will look upon you.
Yeah, I ain't mentioned it to nobody. We got it. I've got it. Let's see. I've still got my Chevrolet out there. I'm fixing to put a new
Mrs.
transmission
Smith.
yet. It's got
You have a long
300,000 miles
tenure
on it.
at the Department of Justice. Would you agree with the statement that
Last week I
DOJ
got it.
charging policies require prosecutors to bring charges only where the admissible evidence is expected to be sufficient to obtain and sustain a conviction? Is that right?
It's like a gray
That is
color.
correct.
It's pretty
It's from
cool.
The federal principles of prosecution.
And in this case brought against President
I got to
Trump,
go in there and
one
get
of
rid
the
of that.
charges you pursued
Not
was under
bought.
Title 18,
That same
Section
one.
371, which
Changed
requires
that.
an agreement to interfere with the lawful function of the United States through deceit or dishonesty that the defendant knowingly and intentionally joined an overt act. And what I'd like to
I gotta
ask you
change that,
about
not
is
bought.
this. So you would agree that Section 371 requires dishonesty or deceit and also proof that a criminal defendant acted knowingly and intentionally. Is that right?
Do you have the
I believe that's
Could
correct.
be
It
said
requires
generator.
knowing deceit targeted a lawful government function.
So you would then also agree, would you not, that opinion, disagreement, or even mistake is insufficient to satisfy the burden of criminal intent set forth in that statute?
A mistake certainly would. We needed to prove.
Do I have a generator? Speech text. I was wondering what you're saying.
Were knowingly false.
That they were false and that it was done knowingly.
Oh, what
So
the TV
even
was
under your
saying.
theory of the case, even if we took your facts
Yeah.
as true, you still would have been required to prove that the president said something false and that he or did it knowingly. So going on to your next charge, let's talk about obstruction. There too,
Why are
that
there-
charge requires proof
their
of
shit's
wrongful
messing up.
intent, does it not?
It's not mine. It's theirs.
Correct.
So if a defendant there actually believes a factual claim is true, that would mean he could not be convicted of that charge. Isn't that right?
Well,
Not correctly convicted.
Do I have a generator? No.
The defendant for that charge.
I need
would have
one,
behaved,
but I don't.
Behaved corruptly, and corruptly could include seeking an unlawful benefit, seeking a benefit to benefit themselves. In this case, to stay in office when they had in fact not won the election.
But
So
there too, there's a requirement of intent that this conduct must be knowing and intentional. Isn't that right?
There is an intent requirement, yes.
And
corrupt
didn't you
intent.
also acknowledge in your deposition that the president was receiving information from multiple advisors, Giuliani, Eastman, Clark, Powell, and in your deposition, you said he was almost just regurgitating what they told him. Isn't that right?
I don't believe I said he was regurgitating what they told him. I think what I said is that he was making knowingly false claims.
It would suck to be in that hot seat,
Anything
wouldn't
that
it?
would keep him in office. He was rejecting
You would
anything.
agree that those people or some people were giving the president conflicting advice at that time. Would you not?
You're correct in that his original campaign staff told him he had lost. He fired them and brought in people who would.
But criminal liability under the statutes you used in your indictment requires proving intent, not simply the undermining of democratic norms or expressing an opinion with which you do not agree. So is it not correct, sir, that here you charged 2 intent-based crimes without any direct proof whatsoever?
Yep.
The conduct charged was knowing, intentional, or that you were going to have an adequate basis to sustain eviction at trial?
I felt we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I felt that that proof included direct testimony from a number of witnesses to prove the knowing falsity of his claims.
Despite the fact that in your own deposition you acknowledge the existence of conflicting advice. If this defendant were anyone other than Donald J. Trump, Mr. Smith, I find it hard to believe that we would be sitting here today having a hearing about an indictment that was returned, knowing that the elements
There
of the
you go.
offenses could not
If it
be
was
demonstrated.
anyone else,
Now,
none of
let's
this
talk
shit
about
would have
this.
been
I
happening.
assume you're also familiar with the Department of Justice policy.
TDS is bad with these people,
from
man.
selecting the timing of investigative or prosecutorial actions for the purpose of affecting any election.
Yes, I am. That's the election year sensitivities policy, and we followed it in all respects. The public integrity section who administers that policy concurred that we followed it in all respects.
Chairman, my time has expired.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair recognizes the ranking member for UC.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. This is from John Dowd. I was Donald Trump's lawyer. Jack Smith should be celebrated, not vilified. December 16th, 2025, last month.
Objection?
I have asked unanimous consent to enter the record a criminal complaint filed by the Trump Department of Justice on December 13, 2025, detailing how Kash Patel and the FBI used a confidential human source and an undercover FBI agent to investigate a bomb threat in Los Angeles. And then finally,
Here comes
this is an article published by
Jahal
Bird on
Paul.
October
It's
19,
Jahal
2023,
Paul coming up.
titled Peter Thiel was reportedly an FBI informant, which reports that Peter Thiel served as a confidential human source for the FBI.
Without objection, the gentleman from Arizona is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First one is from MSN.com. Biden's FBI paid anti-Trump sedition hunters as informants in J6 Arctic frost probes.
Objection.
Jack's team approved $20,000 payment to informant to snitch on Trump during Arctic frost probe.
Objection.
AT&T to turn Kevin McCarthy's cell phone records over to Jack Smith.
Objection.
Biden's legal team met with Jack Smith aide before Trump indictment.
Objection.
Jack Smith deposition gives insight into failed effort to hold Trump accountable.
Objection.
Trump special counsel Jack Smith was involved in Lois Lerner IRS scandal.
Objection.
Special counsel Jack Smith's mixed history pursuing high-profile politicians.
Objection.
And FBI resisted opening probe into Trump's role on January 6th.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh,
No, it's what's her name's turn.
You yield your time.
lost track after all those unanimous consent requests.
Yeah.
Gentlelady from Washington.
I was going to
is
say,
recognized
Washington lady,
again.
it's her turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, thank you. For
They go
being here
back and
today.
forth. Like,
Your
this lady
willingness
is
to speak
something.
directly to us and to the American people about
Thank you for your time. They praise him.
professional, It's courageous.
See,
And it's patriotic.
they act like
It's
he's a
time
war
that the American
hero.
people hear directly from you about the results of your investigation. of
They treat all their
President
leftist
Donald Trump,
people like
his criminal
like
actions
they're the messiahs.
leading up to and the day of January 6th,
Silly.
2021. The
Funny,
facts,
huh?
according to your report, are
I know the
simple,
other side does
without
it
a single
too,
piece
you know.
of evidence. Trump sowed doubt about the
Now, this is
2020 election
corruption. This
results
is
and
crazy
urged his
stuff.
followers to, quote, walk down to the Capitol.
Most
and
people
fight
knew that
like
Jack
hell
Smith was going
on
after
January
Trump.
6th. And that's exactly what they did. Thousands of
They
insurrectionists
told him. That's why they put him in that
violently tried to
position,
stop Congress
to go
from
after Trump.
certifying the 2020 election and doing our duty. And they assaulted law enforcement officers, some of whom are sitting right here in the chamber with us. I was trapped in the House gallery with a small number of members that day, and I will never
Really?
forget
Why do they keep bringing up
pounding
J6?
on the doors.
Why do they
and the
always think they have to bring up
insurrections
J6
threatening
over
to kill us
over
right
him?
outside.
I can't
My
stand her either,
Republican colleagues
Frog.
keep trying to rewrite
Everyone
history.
up bring up
They claim that
J6
somehow
like
Trump's words and
it's,
actions
you know,
did not legally
that
rise
justifies
to the level of
anything that
criminal
they've done.
activity, that
You
he
know,
did not directly cause
that's what they do.
violence at the
They think
Capitol.
bringing
And
up
so I wanna
J6
set that
justifies
record
everything
straight
they've
with
done.
you right now. First of all, you successfully secured indictments against Donald Trump in two major
It's
federal
silly.
cases: election interference in the 2020 election and mishandling of classified documents after leaving office. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've been a federal prosecutor for nearly 30 years. You led this investigation.
Don't mean he's
combing
honest.
through
That don't mean
hundreds of
he didn't get.
thousands of
Someone said, "Hey,
documents,
don't."
photos, videos,
That doesn't
and
mean people didn't
communication.
from the Biden
Did your
administration didn't say, "Go
investigation
investigate
find that
Trump."
Donald Trump attempted to manufacture
job.
fraudulent state slates of presidential electors
He
in
did it
7
wrong.
states that he lost?
Yes.
Did he pressure state officials to ignore true vote counts in those states?
Yes.
Did he spread lies and conspiracies to his followers to make them believe that the election had been illegally rigged against him?
No, he just questioned it.
Did he pressure DOJ officials to stop the certification of the election?
He did.
Did he pressure his own vice president, Mike Pence, to stop the certification against the oath of office that he had sworn?
No, he
to the
just said, "Go
Constitution?
find the votes, the
And when all
ballots
of
that's
this
been
didn't
stolen or
Did
hid."
he, Donald Trump, motivate and inspire an angry mob to the U.S.
Nope.
Capitol to stop the certification?
Nope.
Our proof showed that he caused what happened on January.
Watch what
6th
you
to be
say.
Foreseeable, and that he
Watch what you say.
Did Donald Trump know that his allegations of election fraud were lies when he spread them?
Our proof was that he did, and we intended to prove that at trial.
In fact, as the quotes from your report behind me show, he even privately admitted that he lost the election, correct?
Yes.
He said, quote, "It doesn't matter if you won or lost the election, you have to fight like hell." And he said, "Can you believe I lost to this effing guy?" During your closed door deposition last month, you and I had an exchange about the impact on our democracy, the toll on our democracy for not holding a president accountable for trying to steal an election. Do you remember that exchange?
I do.
I want to return to it because I think what you said in the closed door deposition is important for the American people to hear right here in your public testimony. How would you describe the toll on our democracy if we do not hold a president accountable for attempting to steal an election?
My belief is that if we do not hold the most powerful people in our society to the same standards of the rule of law, it can be catastrophic because if they don't have to follow the law, it's very easy to understand why people would think that they don't have to follow the law as well. And so I think the law should be applied equally to everyone.
And what do you think the role is for future elections and future presidents who try to steal an election?
I think if we don't hold people to account when they commit crimes, it sends a message that those crimes are okay, that our society accepts that. I believe that if we don't call people to account when they commit crimes in this context, it can endanger our election process, it can endanger election workers, and ultimately our democracy. The attack on this Capitol on January 6th was, and the Court of Appeals in Washington, D.C. said this, it was an attack on the structure of our democracy.
And we could experience much worse results down the road if this happens again. I thank you for your work, for your courage, and for your patriotism, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from North Carolina, North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Smith, just briefly, there was no mob on January 6th that attacked the Capitol. We would not be here today, would we?
I can't speak to hypotheticals. The case I investigated involved a mob of supporters of Donald Trump's supporters.
Sure, I understand that. I understand that. But had there not been a mob that rushed the Capitol, if they had just stayed in the original speech, if they had obeyed the instruction, go peacefully and patriotically and make your voices heard, we would not be here. Isn't that correct?
Well, in that case, Donald Trump wouldn't have done many of the things.
I'm just asking. If they had gone peacefully and patriotically, we would not have had a special prosecutor. President Trump would not have been indicted. There would not have been, quote, the attack on the foundations of our democracy, correct?
That's a hypothetical, and I think it's a counterfactual hypothetical.
Well, in second point, in regards to what we just heard from my colleague from Washington, I think it's noteworthy that the vice president, despite the enormous toll that he has taken in these events, was against charging the president criminally in this case. But in regards to my own experience, Mr. Smith, I've charged many conspiracies. There's obviously a lot of benefit to that charge. It's a useful tool for fact-finding, scrutinizing evidence, figuring out exactly what happened, trying to form charges, trying to prove charges, trying to solidify the evidence. And in your case, sir, you've detailed, number one,
Vance is live.
Criminal scheme, your words, not mine.
What's the JLR channel?
There was an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy.
Y'all tell me which one you want to see. JD Vance was live earlier. Yeah.
And in regards to your investigative authority, it was quite broad. We've already established that you had millions of dollars at your disposal. You had teams
what's
of
he
lawyers.
saying?
You had total subpoena power. You used campaign officials as witnesses. You subpoenaed millions of documents. You had civilian witnesses. You had political leaders. You had campaign officials that worked with the president, folks who were in the room. And after all of this, sir, you charged a conspiracy, and notably absent, there was no insurrection charged. There was no seditious conspiracy charged. And there was only one defendant, correct? Donald Trump.
That is correct.
Despite 6 co-conspirators identified in the indictment, only one person was charged. Is that correct?
Yes.
Despite there being an unprecedented criminal scheme, you did not find it necessary to charge anybody else who was admittedly, by your own evidence, involved in a criminal conspiracy that amounted to an unprecedented assault on the seat
No
of
one else was
American
charged.
democracy.
Yeah. That's funny.
At the time of the conclusion,
It's all about Trump.
My lawyers had determined
It's all about Trump.
that we did have proof to charge other people. I was in the process of making that determination when our work was
JLR
concluded.
channel.
But you are correct that the only person charged in this case was Donald Trump, who, in my estimation, was the person most culpable for the crimes charged.
Well, I understand your position, sir, but
On
again,
YouTube
you
or
started at
what?
the very top and only charged the top conspirator, in your opinion. You didn't charge anybody underneath him, correct?
Correct.
Despite that charge requirement, that you would agree that a criminal conspiracy federally is a criminal agreement, correct?
Yes.
So by extension, people, under your theory, people besides the president were involved in the unprecedented assault on American democracy, but you didn't find it necessary to charge them criminally.
I had not yet charged anyone besides.
Let me go over here to the live.
You decided not to charge anybody Donald Trump in that indictment.
Consistent with the federal principles of prosecution, which emphasize the degree of someone's culpability in making a charging decision, Donald Trump is the person that was charged.
I understand that. I understand your position, but you made the decision to charge one person and nobody else, correct?
I made the decision to make the charges in this case.
In regards to the way that the case handled from there, sir, I just want to get this on the record. In regards to your press conference, politics played no role, correct?
That is correct.
The charges you brought, politics played no role, correct?
I don't see it
The
on.
expedited trial date played no role. Politics played no role, correct?
I followed the facts and the law, department policy.
The speedy trial request, there was no role in politics, correct?
I'm not seeing it on this
correct.
other.
Supreme
I
Court
can't stream anything YouTube.
emphasizes that the
And even
Not
your
for
brief that the
5
court found
seconds, man. They
atypical,
hit you.
Politics played no role.
I'm not trying to get them to
Mr. Chairman,
hit me
Time,
again.
gentleman's expired. The lady from Pennsylvania.
I can't find it on the other, the green platform,
Being here today.
Rumble.
I believe it's important for the American people to finally hear from you directly about your investigations that you and your office conducted with integrity, following the facts and the law without fear or favor, as is department policy. And as people do hear from you, I think they're going to better understand why the White House and congressional Republicans are trying to rewrite history and seeking to discredit you and your investigation so that they can help the president avoid accountability for his crimes against the American people. So I'd like to move on from some of these baseless conspiracy theories we've been hearing and focus on your actual work as special counsel. In volume 1 of your report, you concluded that when it became clear that Mr. Trump had lost the election and that lawful means of challenging the election results had failed, he resorted to a series of criminal efforts to retain power. Chief among those criminal efforts was Mr. Trump's dissemination of demonstrably and often obviously false claims of election fraud in key states, claims that Donald Trump himself knew weren't true. In order to pressure officials to ignore vote tallies and submit
How do some of these
fraudulent
people get office like
certificates
this?
of fake electors to Congress, he repeated these false claims.
Now
and
Vance
ultimately
arrives in
used them to direct
Minnesota.
an angry mob to attack
Okay.
the Capitol.
They're showing him
So I
maybe getting
represent
off the
Southeastern
plane. He's
Pennsylvania,
fixing to get
which
off
was
the
one of
jet or the
states
plane.
targeted by Mr.
Winter storm
Trump's criminal
forecast. Yeah,
efforts.
Dallas, everybody. Ice storm
So,
in
being
Dallas.
mindful of the
It's going to be
clock,
ice in
I'd like to
Dallas.
explore 3 topics. First, the evidence that Trump made false
It's showing the
claims of
plane
election
right
fraud in
now.
Pennsylvania,
I don't know
knowing they
what
were
station
false.
it would be on.
Second,
Probably
evidence
the
concerning the
other
submission
Fox
of fake
Live
elector certificates
broadcasting.
from Pennsylvania to Congress. And third, why the evidence and witnesses concerning Trump's efforts in Pennsylvania were so compelling. So first up,
Yeah,
in your report
Somali
and
votes,
deposition,
that's
you
it.
detailed the overwhelming evidence that
Did you hear they
lost
arrested the Black
Pennsylvania.
Lives Matter woman this morning?
Knew it. Despite this, he and his
Pam Bondi
co-conspirators
and them did
continued
that
to make false statements
orchestrated
about
all
the
them
result
going in that
against the
church,
criminal case.
Frog.
Can you describe the
They've arrested
evidence
her. Hopefully they
these
get
were
the
false
other
claims,
lunatic.
and they knew they were false, including statements by election officials, court cases, and conversations between Trump and his Republican allies in the state?
Sure. What springs to mind most immediately is I recall one particular claim that there were more votes than ballots than had been sent out. This was a claim that was obviously false because many even in the campaign knew that the reason for that discrepancy is we were talking about 2 different elections. One was the primary and one was the general election. My team interviewed Rudy Giuliani regarding that claim, and he admitted it was wrong. He admitted flat out that that was a mistake. And so that's one of several. With respect to witnesses in Pennsylvania, what springs to mind is the chair of the Republican Party, I believe, in Pennsylvania. This is relatively early, shortly after the election, had informed Donald Trump that the idea that fraud was the reason was not accurate. It was because of the counting of mail-in ballots, which was totally normal in this process. And again, this is someone who is a Republican who supported Donald Trump, wanted him to win. I submit he would have been a credible witness at trial.
And I mean, a second part of this, in addition to making false claims about election results that they knew were false, and your deposition and report go into this in some detail, there was also this fraudulent elector plan that Trump and his co-conspirators solicited folks who had been planning to be Trump electors if he won and asking them to submit fake certificates to Congress. And I think what you found was remarkable, including a former congressman who told the co-conspirators that this was illegal and it was an attempt to overturn the government. Is that right?
That's correct. That particular elector who was signed up to be a legitimate elector had Donald Trump in fact won the election, was a former U.S. attorney and former member of this Congress.
Did I see the new Black Panthers is getting sued? Yeah. I put that video out on my Instagram. I dissected that guy. The granddaughter. Yeah.
And lied.
She sent him a cease and desist order. Yeah. She's suing him because he's claiming to be Black Panther.
For your work and your
Ain't that wild?
service to the country.
Just here, I'm going to put
But
some
everyone
clothes
should
on and
read
claim to be
deposition
something I'm
and
not.
to read
You know, he was a
report because
failed,
it tells a
the
very
same guy was a
different
failed
story than
rapper.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent.
There's all kinds of shit on this
Mr.
guy,
Chairman,
man. He's tried to be famous like so many times,
to
like
enter into
doing
the
other
record a
stuff.
speech by former
It's
Vice
so
President
funny.
Pence published on C-SPAN in June of 23, in which he calls the president's comment on January 6th reckless. Trump was wrong then, he's wrong now. Anyone who puts themselves over the Constitution should never be president. And anyone who has someone else to put them over the Constitution should never be president.
Without objection.
And I
Yeah,
The
object to
gentleman
that
from
shit.
Virginia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
It don't matter if you got a
Mr.
felony
Smith,
or
you've
what.
said
If you
several
run for
times in
president and you get
deposition
voted
that you
in,
believe that the
you're the
facts of
president.
law, your interpretation of the law would lead to a conviction of President Trump, correct?
Yes.
And did you believe that same thing, that your interpretation of the law, your reading of the law would have resulted in the conviction when you went after Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell back in 2014? Did you believe it at the time?
I did believe, and
ultimately you got a conviction in lower court, but that was overturned by the Supreme Court, correct?
Yep, because
yes,
he
Supreme
went by.
Court changed the law on what constituted an official act. And as a
Actually, that's
result,
incorrect.
that conviction
That's
was-
incorrect.
That's incorrect. They applied the law.
Yeah.
And they said in their ruling, our concern is not with tawdry tales of Ferraris, Rolexes, and ball gowns. It's instead with the broader legal implications of the government's boundless interpretation of the federal bribery statute.
Exactly.
A more limited interpretation of the term official act leaves ample room for prosecuting corruption while comporting with the text of the statute and the precedent of this.
His lawyers are right there
They
behind him,
accused you
too.
Of using a boundless interpretation of the federal bribery statutes. Now, did you believe when you went after John
Or somebody,
Edwards,
lawyers
your
or something,
interpretation of the
sitting
facts
right
of the law
behind
were
him.
correct and that you would convict John Edwards of corruption?
Yes.
But in fact,
Uh.
that case resulted in a jury deadlock on 5 charges and acquittal on another charge. Is
Yep.
that correct?
That is my recollection. That's correct.
Let's move on to the court's interpretation of your gag order requests. Mr. Smith, America was founded on the principle that the government doesn't silence political speech, in particular speech before it happens. You sought a prior restraint against
Really?
President Trump.
How
without a
come
single
they're
violation of
doing it
pretrial
now?
release.
Not just to Trump, to
In fact,
all of
there
us.
was no real world harm that you
Funny.
could articulate justified giving the federal government the power to silence him as a presidential candidate. Was
They silence all of us every time we speak out.
Granted those motions and found that the prosecutor did not have to wait until someone was harmed to make such a motion.
Actually, the request was rejected when the case was actually, when you actually were not able to, it was restricted, correct? The gag order was restricted, correct?
Well, we filed for an order in the district court.
I think that's his lawyer sitting
Granted
behind
order.
him. These two guys. They
President
talked
Trump
to him
appealed
here in a
that order.
second.
The Court of Appeals absolutely agreed that there was a basis and that the threats to witnesses that came from the targeting by Donald Trump were real and that we had a duty to protect them. You are correct in that the Court of Appeals narrowed the order, so the order covered witnesses, court staff, the judge, and my staff. The difference was that it didn't cover me anymore, which I was fine with.
Did you have any evidence that President Trump's statements about the cases against him intimidated witnesses or prevented them from coming forward?
I had evidence that he said, if you come after me, I'm coming after you. He suggested a witness should be put to death. The courts found that those sort of statements not only deter witnesses who've come forward, they deter witnesses who have yet to come forward.
But you weren't able to identify a single witness who didn't come forward because they were intimidated by President Trump.
We had extremely thorough evidence that his statements were having on the proceedings is not permitted in any court of law in the United States.
Don't you think it's a pretty low bar to clear if you're trying to silence a candidate for president?
Yeah.
If you can't identify a single witness who's intimidated,
Exactly.
maybe you should reconsider the gag order.
Yep.
Both courts upheld the orders, and it is not incumbent on a prosecutor to wait until someone gets killed before they move for an order to protect the proceedings.
Did anyone on your team raise concerns that this expansive gag order you were seeking would infringe on President Trump's First Amendment rights?
My recollection is that we, of course, discussed First Amendment issues regarding this application because I and my staff respect the First Amendment, but the First Amendment does not allow one to make statements that interfere with the administration of justice in a judicial proceeding. My interpretation was
But your interpretation
by the district court,
is not
and the
law.
Court of Appeals.
We have the Constitution. You don't get to interpret the Constitution the way it fits you
Targeting individuals
or targeting
threats
people.
to happen to them. I would also add sir, that in the days after Donald Trump made some of these statements, the district court in this case received vile threats to the district court's life. In that environment, I felt a duty
Prove it.
as a
Where's the
prosecutor to
receipts?
make that motion, and I make no apologies.
And the court stayed that motion on August
Prove
2nd,
it.
2024.
Okay.
I yield back.
Let's see.
Gentleman yields back. I should
Where's-
mention this a little bit earlier. Mr. Smith, if ever you need a break, if you need a restroom break,
Yeah.
You or your counsel can.
Yeah, his counsel's behind him.
Gentleman from Colorado gets 5 minutes.
Mr. Smith,
Can they
Yeah, they want a break, don't they?
take a
Yeah,
short break?
they're taking a break. Okay.
5-10 minute recess, then we'll be right back at it.
Yep, they're taking a break. They don't. Yeah, they're only gone for a few minutes. So they're only gone for a few minutes. And let's see. Yeah, we got live coverage over there, buddy. Let's see if we can find JD Vance. He's supposed to be getting off the plane, right? Is JD Vance supposed to be getting off the plane, guys? That's what I want to see. Is JD Vance getting off the plane yet? Let's see if there's any other coverage. No, he's not over there on that channel. Let's see. Where's he at? Where's JD Vance at, guys? Where is JD Vance? That's not live. I want live news, man. Come on. Where's it at? Where's the news? Where's the news? News. This is crazy. Okay. I wanted the live stuff, but it ain't giving me the news. Let's see. Where is JD Vance? Nope. I don't care for gaming. I don't like that gaming shit. It's not that I don't like it. I just don't like watching other people play it. Do you guys watch that? Do you guys sit and watch people play games like Call of Duty and all these weird Minecraft shit? I've never sit and watch. I can't deal with that. There's too much. Like, God, I can't focus that long on that on a game. If I'm not playing it, I can't do it. I can't watch that. I can't watch gaming. I can't find JD Vance live at all, anywhere. You would think that he would be on some kind of CNN or anywhere. They have nowhere of him. Like, they have nothing of live coverage of him anywhere. I don't see it unless you guys can see it somewhere else. Drives me crazy. I can't find the JD Vance speech. Let's see. I don't want cooking my feed. Yeah, let's go to my feed and see what. Okay, this is my feed. Okay, here's my feed. Maybe I can find where in the world is he at? Well, we got Steven Crowder live. It's got a bunch of live people are live over on that other platform. I just don't. All I'm seeing is Trump's yesterday's speech that I already streamed. That's the only thing I'm seeing. I'm not seeing any streaming of JD Vance. Let's see here. Let me see if I can find it somewhere else. I can't find it on any other platform. I really can't. Like, that's wild, man, that I can't find it on that other platform. That's amazing. I just had that one. Where is the... Right here. Let's see. Oh, I don't see it anywhere. All I'm seeing is these people in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. You know, they're talking. Oh, Don Lemon's in trouble, ain't he? I think he's going to get in some trouble, guys.
We're going to talk about it was unjustified. Don't go away.
Yeah. This is Newsmax too. Yeah. I follow more than just Fox. A lot of people say, you just follow Fox. No, I don't, man. Real America's Voice. I follow a lot of, not just follow, but I actually go through a lot of different channels that are actually,
Watch what happens when a 50-year-old man walks DHT naturally for just 90 days.
Okay, I don't think so.
Ladies, write this down because today I'm revealing
Write this down.
that's not only
Write this
simple,
down.
it's a $2 natural Manjaro that could
$2.
Craft a socially disadvantaged narrative
Real
essay.
clear investigation. Yeah, I don't care about that investigation. I'm not paying attention to that investigation right now. Entertainment. Let's see. Now we want JD Vance, man. Where in the hell is JD Vance at? I thought Fox would actually show it soon. Jack Smith testimony. Yeah, it resumes. Okay. I really thought we would have more of that coverage over there of JD Vance, really. That's what I was hoping we would get. Oh, sorry, guys. Yeah. I was hoping we could get more over there. So
Minnesota. And Chantel,
I don't know anything about the other Green K platform. I just signed up for it yesterday.
Attacks on places of worship. So 2 people.
I'm going to hopefully get some streaming over there.
Also, the State Department is finalizing an expansion of the Mexico City policy on Friday that will bar U.S. foreign assistance from subsidizing abortion and in a major broadening from supporting DEI. Now,
let's see.
This week on Tuesday, the president signed an executive order to protect the American dream by making sure that large institutional investors do not buy single-family homes.
Yeah, they're not allowed to, or he's put a ban on it.
He also signed a number of other documents.
I was wondering about that.
Disabled Veterans Housing Support Act.
Good. Edit avatar. Let's see if I can edit my avatar.
Vets Act.
Maybe we can get some kind of cool, I don't know.
Day of patriotic devotion. We're also told that President Trump will travel.
Would that be cool? Did I hit something? Look at that. Rawr. What did he do? Why did he stop? It's not me. It's their network. See, it's their network's been doing this off and on. That's hard to see. That is hard. That emoji's hard to see. Yeah. That emoji is a hard one. Edit avatar. Let's see if I can add another one. Let's see if I can find a brighter picture of yours truly. I like that one. I think that's a cool one. Let's apply that. Here, you can get red pilled or you can be blue pilled. Which one do you want? Why is it not playing? The sound is not, it ain't even playing. It's running, but it ain't playing.
Starting
There you go.
launch
Let's
of a
see.
number of the founding documents, as well as we, celebrate all year, really.
I don't
our
know.
250th birthday, which of course will be July 4th, 2026.
That was a little dark.
Now,
That's a
according
dark
to the
one
White
too.
House, let's talk
That
about
one
some
had a
things that
rebel
are
flag
happening
with
in
the
Washington,
M16, I
D.C.
think,
and at the
behind
DOJ.
it.
This morning, Attorney General
That
Bill
avatar.
Barr
This one
announced
here is the
arrest
red or
of
blue pill. Me
Yeshua
standing
Levi
like
Armstrong,
kneeling
who
in front of the
allegedly played a
Matrix,
key role in organizing the coordinated
That's a pretty one.
attack on City's Church in St. Paul, Minnesota. And Chantel
Minnesota. Here he is. He's back. Come on,
the White
buddy.
House
He's
tweeted
back.
saying, "We do not tolerate attacks on places of
He's
worship."
back.
There were 2 people arrested.
Come
in that
on.
incident this
Turn it
past
back over there.
Also, the State Department is finalizing an
Come
expansion
on.
of the Mexico City policy
Come on. He's
Friday
back.
that will bar U.S. foreign assistance from subsidizing abortion and in a major broad
Come
event
on.
from supporting DEI. Now, earlier this week on Tuesday, the president signed an executive order to protect the American dream by making sure that large institutional investors do not buy single-family homes that could otherwise be purchased by families. He also signed a number of other documents, a bill, the Disabled Veterans Housing Support Act, the VA Budget Shortfall Accountability Act, the Fast Vets Act, and also he signed a proclamation declaring a National Day of Patriotic Devotion. We're also told that President Trump will travel to Iowa on Tuesday, January 27th, to deliver a speech about the economy and energy and start that weekly domestic travel leading up to the midterms. So there's a number of other stories that we're tracking out there. Of course, I keep bringing up Tina Peters as a number of
Come on.
most of the countries.
He's already back. They're questioning him again. He's already back. Come on, buddy. Go back to it. Go back to the hearing. Go back to the testifying. He's already there. Go back to it, Val.
So we'll see. Director, can you please repeat that?
He's back there sitting down. Are you not going back to it?
So should I toss to that? Okay.
You have a camera in the damn room. Why are you not back in there?
With Jack Smith.
I wished I had it. There he is.
Washington's recognized.
I wished I had a
Mr. Chairman, I
camera.
have a unanimous consent request.
I wished I got a camera hooked up in there.
This is an order of the DC
I would love to
Circuit
stream it
dated
like that.
December 8th, 2023, in which
this
the court
woman talking
recognizes
again?
that Donald Trump's statements about the judge and his
My
case
Lord.
have led to threats against the judge, where callers
Oh my
labeled
God.
the judge and clerk, quote, Nazis,
They got so
dirty
much
Jews, and child
TDS,
molesters,
man.
and represent, quote, Mr. Trump's documented pattern of speech and its demonstrated real-time, real-world consequences pose a significant and imminent threat to the functioning of the criminal trial process in this case.
Without objection. A lot. And the gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 5 minutes.
The guy from Colorado.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, thank you for being here. Thank you for your service to our country.
Thank you. We're going to put you on a
My
pedestal.
colleague from Virginia, a Republican colleague who was questioning you
We're
right
going to
before
put
the
you on a
break.
pedestal, sir.
Do you know what he said in the days after January 6th? Let me share this with you. This is a quote of his from a press release on January 8th. Congress stands united in our rejection of the violence that occurred this week, and I'll continue to urge the swift prosecution of those involved to the fullest extent of the law. Mr. Smith, this is theater. Republicans are trying to rewrite history. That's what this is. Many of them were with us in the House chamber on January 6th. I remember it well. The chairman was there, as was I. There's been a lot of discussion about witnesses today.
You know, I used to like Colorado.
Perhaps the chairman could muster the
I
courage
stayed out
to
in
call the
Arvada,
4 witnesses who I see.
Denver,
The American
when I was
public may not
16
see.
for
I
almost
see
a year. I
standing
used to
behind
like
you,
Colorado.
Mr. Smith,
I love
4
the
police
mountains and
officers
stuff.
who
These
risked
people are nuts
everything,
out there, though.
life and limb.
These people went kind
To do
of.
what? To protect the
Colorado's
Republican
went
members
wacky. I
on the
got my
dais.
popcorn, guys.
It's an outrage that they now sit here and have the audacity to try to rewrite history in front of the very officers.
Every one of them says the same thing.
who
Rewrite
sacrificed
history.
everything to protect
They're
them.
trying to rewrite history. No, they're not.
Mr. Smith,
They're trying to do an investigation,
you're
dummy.
aware that President Trump was impeached for his conduct connected to January 6th, right?
Correct.
Do you know how many members of Congress voted to impeach him?
And he's still president.
232. Do you know how many Republican members of Congress voted to impeach him?
Funny.
I don't recall.
10 Republican members of Congress voted to impeach him for his conduct related to January 6th, including at the time.
And he's still
the
president.
sitting Republican chairwoman of their conference.
And he's still your president.
There was a trial in the United States Senate. Senators sat as jurors. I remember it well because I was one of the prosecutors.
I'm sure you were.
Case. Do you know how many senators voted to convict President Trump of high crimes and misdemeanors during that
You
time?
guys can't stand him.
I don't recall.
57 senators. Do you know how many Republicans voted to convict him?
I don't recall.
7 Republican United States senators.
And he's still
voted to
president.
convict President
And
Trump
I'm sure we
of
know
high
which
crimes
rhino
and
Republicans
misdemeanors.
those are.
It was the most bipartisan vote for conviction of a president in the history of the republic. So they can engage in as much histrionics as they want.
And he's still your
try to rewrite history. But facts are facts. They talk
Colorado,
about
when they legalized the
weaponization.
marijuana and a lot of
They
the drugs,
accuse you
they went
of
way left.
weaponization of the justice system. While the Federal Reserve Board chairman
This guy don't even look like he's graduated
brings the
college,
alarm
more or less, to
about
be in that
political
position.
retaliation by this Department of Justice. Mr. Smith, I don't know if you're aware of this.
We need younger people in there, but not on the left like that.
President Trump is live
Not
tweeting,
wackadoodles.
live, I guess you should call it truth socialing.
We don't need wackadoodles in there.
About this hearing?
No.
Whacked out
Let me
people
read
that
to you
can't
what he
stand.
posted
They don't even.
an hour and a half ago.
I'm sure.
Arranged Jack Smith is being decimated before Congress. It was over when they discussed his past failures and unfair prosecutions. He destroyed many lives under the guise of legitimacy.
He did.
Jack Smith is a deranged animal. who shouldn't be
Exactly.
allowed to
Let the
practice
tears
law.
flow.
If you're a Republican, his license would be taken away from him, and far worse. Hopefully, the Attorney General is looking at what he's done. We have a word for this. It's called weaponization. It's called corruption. Mr. Smith, if you care to...
Y'all didn't
respond,
weaponize
I'll
it
give you an
when
opportunity.
you went after
but
Trump?
I will simply say, we are...
The whole reason he's here, dummy,
because
because you guys weaponized it
we
with
appreciate
him.
your fidelity to the rule of law.
We weaponized the
And I will echo
government.
the comments that have been made by my Democratic colleagues to ignore the noise
Man,
that you hear from so many of
They're
my
so
colleagues
silly.
that debase themselves in this way.
based ourselves. Y'all ain't
is,
based.
in my
Y'all are
view, subversive of the oaths that we took to defend the Constitution. I'm happy to give you an
and
opportunity.
none of you have defended it.
I don't have anything to add.
None of you stood up and said anything about the ICE agents or anything in Minneapolis or anywhere saying, let these people do their job because that's the oath they took to protect this country.
President Obama's Department of Justice.
Yes, in 2010, I was the chief of the public integrity section.
During that time, did you have any contact or connection with Lois Lerner with the Obama IRS?
Yes, I was new to the public integrity section. I was the chief. I was trying to learn about issues I had not been at.
Did you attempt to work with Lois Lerner and the IRS to investigate nonprofits?
What I did was I asked for a meeting with the IRS about nonprofits.
So the simple answer is yes.
Well, I didn't ask to work with Ms. Lerner. They sent Ms. Lerner. That's the person who came to this meeting. I met her once.
And they went after her Second Amendment groups, correct? If you remember correctly, that's what was the offshoot of it, that Second Amendment groups that tried to gain nonprofit status, they were slow rolled through the IRS. Do you recall that?
Separate from this, there was an investigation of that that I was a part of. Public integrity.
Did you prosecuted Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell? This was asked earlier. You prosecuted him, correct?
I was part of the prosecution.
Byron
And that
Donald,
ended up
he's a
with
Republican. He prosecuted all of them.
That decision ended being unanimously overturned by the Supreme Court, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Yeah, including Justice Ginsburg joined in on that opinion, correct?
They overturned your bullshit
You also
because they
prosecuted
know the
John
real
Edwards
law.
and Bob Menendez, and those both ended in mistrials. Is that right?
You didn't have enough evidence.
John Edwards case did. The Menendez case, I had left the public integrity section by the time that case was tried. I wasn't.
So, Mr. Chairman, what we heard from the other side here is that this gentleman is the gold standard for prosecution here in the United States. So think about it. We had a witch hunt done by the IRS going after Second Amendment groups, unanimously overturned by the Supreme Court. Prosecuted two prominent political figures, and they ended up as mistrials.
Yeah.
That's the gold standard here in America. I would just say this, Mr. Chairman, if Mr. Smith ever works for the Department of Justice again, I would recommend a remedial course on the First Amendment to the Constitution. Before I yield the rest of my time, Mr. Smith, I just have one other question. Is there any historic precedent for an alternate slate of electors to be sent to Congress? Has that ever happened before?
That had happened, not anything similar to this situation, but you're correct. It was in Hawaii. I think it was Hawaii in, I want to say the 1960 election.
So it has happened before that there was an alternate slate of electors that was sent to Congress, which does the electoral count, correct?
There was a prior time that an electoral slate was sent where there was litigation and recounts going on.
Actually, there's twice that it happened, Mr. Chairman. It happened in 1876 and 1960 that these alternate electors happened. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to introduce the 1960 Hawaii.
Man, popcorn.
With that, I yield to the chairman.
I appreciate the gentleman yielding. The gentleman from Colorado talked about noise from this side. It's not noise,
Yeah.
it's facts.
Exactly.
The
It's
fact
not
is,
noise,
you approved
it's
a
facts.
$20,000
Yeah.
payment to a confidential human source. And I think
Uh-huh.
you said earlier, the
They
reason
proved it.
this individual or entity or person
not
was
noise.
paid was
It's
to review
truth.
photo and video evidence. Why'd they have to be confidential? Why didn't you just contract with them?
Yeah.
My understanding is that this person was a confidential human source with the FBI.
All them people
I
behind
do
him
not
is his legal
know
team.
Why they were confidential, but it would
It's
make
his
sense
legal
to me,
lawyers and shit.
given that this person was assisting.
Well, what confidential just raises the question of what were you trying to hide? Why not tell us? We know you
Yeah.
hid the fact that you were getting phone records from members of Congress.
Uh-huh.
We want to know why this payment had to be hidden. Why couldn't you just contract?
Yeah. Why can't you just?
Which would be the very normal way, I think, of doing it.
Yep.
I did not make the determination that this source would be confidential, but given that this person was working on an investigation involving attacks on the Capitol, and given the violence in that, it makes complete sense to me that the Bureau
You
would
know of
find a
any of the other
civilian
special
who
counsels
was-
who approved payments to, like, I don't remember Robert Mueller approving payments to confidential human sources. I don't remember Durham. I don't remember her. We brought all those guys in front of the committee. It's the first time I've ever heard of a special counsel having to pay secret money to someone to get information, and you had the broadest subpoena power
Yeah.
you could possibly have. You aware of any of the other special counsels who had to do this?
I am not aware.
Because they didn't have
whether
to.
Confidential sources were or were not used in those
That's because I don't think they were.
Yeah.
I don't think they were.
I'm not aware one way or the other. I can say that the use of confidential human sources is a thing done by the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Time of the gentleman from Wisconsin has expired. I now yield to the gentleman for 5 minutes, Ms. McBath.
Thank you, Chairman. And Mr. Smith, thank you for appearing today to speak publicly about the major issues that you handled as special counsel. Your work on election interference in my home state is especially important, as Georgia still today remains ground zero for voting rights. My state has a long history of voter suppression.
Oh my God, here we go.
Including violent tactics and legislation that
Make it about
actively
black and white.
disenfranchised our voters. In fact, the Department of
Let's
Justice
make it about the
filed
black
a
slavery
lawsuit
days.
against
They didn't
Georgia
get to
in
vote.
2023,
What a fucking crop.
challenging recently
Why do they
passed
always
voter
bring up
suppression
this issue?
legislation. That lawsuit was later withdrawn.
That like
by
that's
Donald
just
Trump's
a
Attorney
victim
General,
card or some
Ann
shit.
Bondi. But this is not the first time that Donald Trump has encouraged voter suppression. In the 2020 presidential election, which many have accepted that he lost, he pressured his party members to overturn a legal election. Thankfully, several public servants upheld our constitutional process and respected the voice of the people. Your investigation revealed how far he is willing to go. In your final report, you wrote that, and I'm quoting, "The through line of all Mr. Trump's criminal efforts was deceit, knowingly false claims of fraud." Mr. Smith, what did your investigation reveal about President Trump's interactions with Georgia's officials regarding his frauds claims?
As I sit here now, I can recall two specific officials. The first was the Secretary of State, who is a fellow Republican. My understanding, he voted for and supported Donald Trump in the election, but told Donald Trump in a conversation that was recorded in no uncertain terms the results of the election and debunked many of the fraud claims that Donald Trump had to him in real time. In addition to that, I recall that Donald Trump also spoke firsthand with the Attorney General of your state, also a Republican, who informed Donald Trump that he had supported him and voted for him twice in the past. He also told Donald Trump he did not see how come to term with fraud in that state.
I have an audio from a phone call between Trump and the Georgia Secretary of State regarding the 2020 election. Could you please play the audio?
Are angry. The people of the country are angry, and there's nothing wrong with saying that, that you've recalculated.
Well, Mr. President, the challenge that you have is the data you have is wrong.
So, look, all I want to do is this. I just want to find 11,780 votes, which is one more than we have, because we won the state.
Mr. Smith, you explained in your deposition that
Hasn't it came out though?
Witnesses
Also
disabused President Trump's false claims. How did Georgia's Secretary of State push back against Trump's efforts?
I think my recollection is in this same call, President Trump repeatedly raised fraud claims, and the Secretary of State repeatedly explained.
do you know how many people now things have come out that these election places held votes? They could have found more than 11,000. There were hundreds of thousands they threw away. They did all kinds of cheating shit with.
In essence, threatening
exactly. They are
that he
might
be a target for criminal prosecution if he didn't do what President Trump wanted him to do.
So see, that raises a very critical point.
No,
President Trump didn't spread lies about
Why ain't
the
these fucking
election.
Republicans
In
showing
your
any
words,
evidence
and
of these
I'm quoting,
videos
he
of these
preyed
people,
on, end quote, Republican officials
throwing
in
these
Georgia
ballots away
and
and
other
all this
states
shit?
who
Because they got them.
believed would help
They got
him.
them.
Mr. Smith, Donald Trump thought these officials would break the law out of party loyalty. And when those officials, his own political allies, told him the truth, he dismissed them and continued to spread the lies anyway. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Mr. Smith, if your case had gone to trial, would the evidence from Georgia have helped prove that President Trump knowingly engaged in a criminal scheme to overturn the 2020 election?
Yes. After an investigation following the facts and the law, we believed we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt to prove those charges.
And in your deposition, you mentioned a fake elector witness in Georgia who you thought would have been a very powerful witness at trial. Can you tell us a little bit more about that in a very limited amount of time?
Sure. It was a witness who had been made to understand his electoral vote, his alternative electoral vote, would only be used if they won in court, if they won in litigation. That didn't happen, and President Trump and his co-conspirators tried to use those alternative fake elector certificates to get Mike Pence.
Mr. Chairman, regular order.
Himself.
Okay, well, Mr. Smith, thank you so much for the work that you and your team of career prosecutors have put forth in uncovering this evidence. The American people need to know what happened, and they need to know how their president pressured Georgia state
Some of the
officials
gentlelady is
to
expired.
overturn their free
Gentleman
and fair-
from
and
Alabama has a unanimous consent request.
Come
Mr.
on.
Speaker, December 6, 2025, Atlanta News First. Fulton County admits to verifying 315,000 votes in the 2020 without poll worker signatures.
Yeah.
I yield back.
See,
Action, the chair
they
now
did a
recognizes
lot
for
of
5 minutes.
crazy
Gentleman from
stuff.
Thank you,
Things
Mr.
have come
Chairman.
out over
Mr.
the
Smith,
time. Trump would have
isn't it
won
true that
if they'd have been
for a
right.
federal criminal
They would have been
conspiracy
honest.
charge, it requires more than one individual.
But then who
in other
knows where
words,
we'd be
making a
today?
contractual agreement of some kind. with
Would we have
somebody other
Kamala
than
Harris and
yourself,
Tim
right?
Waltz? Would it have been worse? Look
That
at
is
all the
correct.
shit's
There
going
has to
on in
be an
Minnesota.
agreement.
And so.
How worse
when
would
you
it be
made the
if
determination
Trump would have
to
been
charge
president
President
2020
Trump
and
with
now
conspiracy,
a Democrat would have been,
you
if
surely
Kamala and them would have been
knew
now.
that you had somebody else that he must
I
have
think
agreed
things were
upon
set for a reason
somewhere to engage in this
to
act.
make this country
generated
go
the conspiracy,
crazy like that.
right?
Go insane with the
That's correct. We
C-19,
alleged
all the
specific
inflation, all the
individuals in the
bullshit.
indictment as
It's a system,
co-conspirators.
And
matrix
so,
system.
when
So we got to
you-
put somebody in there
so
to
you
tone
knew
it
what you were
down a
gonna
little
do when
bit,
you-
like
who you were
Trump.
going to charge
But they didn't expect
when
Trump to
you,
be Trump.
pursued the indictment.
They thought they
You
could
had you knew
control
who
it.
the agreeing parties were, but you chose to list them as
I mean, these
co-conspirators.
clearly
You didn't
hate
indict
Trump.
them. How often have you done that in the past?
In the past, I have had number of cases where I have charged some members of a conspiracy and not charged others.
One member of the conspiracy. How many times have you done that?
Yeah.
Charged one member of the conspiracy and let everybody else off the hook.
I'm sure that's happened. That is not an.
You don't
uncommon-
remember doing that.
That is not an uncommon thing to do in an investigation.
Huh.
In my.
So okay. I dispute that, but we're going to leave that as it may. But let's just get to this. If a member of Congress moves to decertify states' electors, that would not be a crime, would it?
When you say to decertify.
You make a motion to decertify on that January 6th, that way every 4 years. That's not a crime, right?
Correct.
And if another elected official urged someone to join them at decertification, that's not a crime either, right?
Nope.
As you stated, it's not.
Several members of Congress get together over breakfast. They say, this is the normal path. We watched it because we saw the Democrats do it for every Republican president.
Yep.
So we're not sure how to do it. We've never done it before. That's not a crime to sit down at breakfast to talk about that or any other time together.
Exactly.
To talk about decertification, is it?
No, it's not a crime to talk about that over breakfast.
In your deposition, you
Certified
talked
election.
about, you made the argument that an
It's
elected
not.
official who's been deemed to have lost could not knowingly make false statements about election fraud to target a lawful government operation. Isn't that true? That's what you said in your deposition, page 27.
I believe it's a lawful government function is.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, lawful government function. That's what you said.
Yep.
Remember saying that?
I said lawful government function. Could you read back what you said again? I'm sorry.
Yeah. An elected an elected official has been deemed to have lost could not knowingly make false statements about election fraud to target a lawful government function. You said that would be illegal. Remember that page? Do you want me to actually read this back?
But then you just said it's not
that
for someone to talk about it.
I'm not denying.
I mean, what the hell?
I'm just trying to listen to you closely.
Okay, let's just go right from this.
Yeah.
You said there's, as we said in the indictment, he was free to say that he thought he won the election,
He was
right?
free to say what he wanted.
That is correct.
He was even free to say falsely that he won the election, correct?
That's correct.
What you said is he was not free to do was violate federal law and use knowingly false statements about election fraud to target a lawful government function.
That is correct.
Yeah, and for you, that lawful government function is the certification process, I suppose, on January 6th.
Well, it's a slightly broader than that. It's the
Really?
counting and certifying of the votes. Our view of the
But didn't we
evidence-
find out all the certifying and counting votes? They cheated and there was some crazy shit going on?
The counting of the votes. So that would be.
So the entire certification process from the state to the feds.
How come in 24, when Trump ran, all the election people were all the people counted right and did the right thing?
December 14th.
Oh, that's right. Laura Trump was over that.
The voting.
She made sure lawyers
you
and
can't
the right
recall, but
people
for
were
you,
there
it's
to
from the
watch and make sure they
certification
didn't cheat.
Moving forward to the actual ratification of the certification process on another day.
My recollection, that's what we pled in the indictment.
Okay, so you've managed to filibuster us right
Yeah.
out of this thing.
Filibuster. Yep.
Your beef was
Exactly.
you said that President Trump engendered a level of distrust. You said he made false statements to state legislators, to his supporters of all sorts, and somehow you discerned that his supporters were angry and that was somehow related to a criminal offense. I find that absolutely weak.
Yeah,
I think
because
it's
now you can say, oh,
misdirected, And
He's angry because something happened. So that's a criminal offense for me to be angry because something
Mr.
happened.
Chair, I ask unanimous consent
I mean, what the
to
hell?
enter into the record. Axios dated August 2nd, 2023. Barr says Trump's First Amendment argument in January 6th case is not valid.
Objection? Did you have one? Okay. Young lady from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, many of us were here on January 6th and directly experienced what happened.
Like AOC
Yet some of
was
my
2 buildings
colleagues
away
across the
saying, I'm going to
aisle
be.
still insist that Trump had no role in the violence. In
Trump
videos
can't
of
control
the
what somebody
raging
else
battle
does. I'm
against
sorry,
our
but he
brave
can't.
Capitol Police officers,
He told
many
them to go
rioters were
peacefully.
screaming things like, "We were invited here by the president." Mr. Smith, did your investigation
Was that one of the
uncover
FBI agents
evidence
that set it
that
up?
some of the rioters had gone to the
That said-
Capitol because they really believed
That
the
said they were
president had
invited there?
invited them there?
Yeah. Was that one of the 250 FBI agents?
There were, I believe there's video of
FBI
rioters
agents?
saying, in fact, that as we pled in the indictment,
Everybody leaves out that, though.
knowing laws that Donald Trump put out in the weeks leading up to that led to a level of distrust. And he ultimately knew that the crowd at the Capitol, or at the ellipse, I should say, was angry before he
No, he wasn't at the Capitol. Trump wasn't, and the people wasn't either.
And we've seen
The
report
FBI agent kept saying,
after
"We're going
report
to the
of
Capitol. We
rioters
got to
who
go in.
said
We got."
that
Once
if
they got there,
Donald
he kept
Trump
saying, "We
had
got to
not
go in. We got to go in."
convinced them that the election had been stolen, they might not have even come to Washington. I'm going to share some quotes from some of those rioters. "I believed I was following up on the instructions of former President Trump," one rioter
Be
said
careful.
about going
Have
to
a
the
good day.
Capitol. "I
Love
marched
you.
to the U.S. Capitol because President Trump said to do so," another said. "He personally asked for me to come that day," said another. Can you give us a few examples of Trump's rhetoric and language that inspired people to go to the Capitol believing?
Yeah,
that
can
they
you
were
just
going
repeat
on
all the
president's
nonsense?
direct order?
One instance I can recall is during the speech he gave to his supporters, and in context, his supporters, he told them to come to Washington, D.C. and be wild. He was on notice that they were angry, and he told that crowd, "We can't let this happen." And he told them that, my recollection is multiple times, at a time when there was nothing that could be done to stop the outcome of the election, but to obstruct it. In addition to that, he told them when there is fraud, you can go by different rules. And my recollection is there is a videotape of when he's making these sort of statements and he's saying that they need to fight if they want to save their country. There are, in fact, people in the crowd chanting, "Fight for Trump." That all happened during the ellipse speech before people headed towards the Capitol and the Capitol was attacked.
And did your investigation find any of the rioters trying to use Trump's words and calls to action as a defense in the criminal cases against them? I can read you something from your special counsel report.
I
if
was
you'd
just
like.
going to say, I think we cited a number of rioters who ultimately admitted that they had committed their crimes at the behest and in the name of Donald Trump.
Okay. And it happened several times, and many of those accounts are on page 86 and page 87 of the special counsel report. Even the lawyer,
And
for
who was those
Jacob
so-called
Chansley,
protesters
also known
that
as the QAnon
or
shaman,
said that?
highlighted that his
The
words,
FBI
how
agents,
the
the
words affected
undercover
his client.
that said
He
that?
heard the words of the president. He
I'd like to know
believed
the
them.
credibility of
He
these people.
genuinely believed them, and he thought that the president was actually going to walk with them to the Capitol. For my final question, Mr. Smith, do you believe that Donald Trump motivated and was responsible for the violence that occurred on that day, even if he didn't walk with them to the Capitol?
Yes, as we stated in our report.
Why don't the Republicans play the video of Trump?
The results of our investigation following the facts.
Protest
following the law,
peacefully,
was
go
that he,
peacefully.
Was the person most responsible for what happened at the Capitol, and that he caused.
Where's Nancy Pelosi at? Where she's her granddaughter's video and
Thank
all
you.
of it.
Mr.
Her saying
Chairman, I
this
have
is
two
my fault.
UCs
I didn't get
from,
the National
consent
Guard
and
here
unanimous consent.
because they
I
requested it.
ask
She turned it
unanimous
down.
consent to enter
Where's
into
all
the
those
record a
videos?
tweet from Representative Biggs
Why ain't
on
the
January 7th,
Republicans showing any of
2021,
that stuff?
in which he said, quote, yesterday,
Because
criminal rioters
we knew what
hijacked
this was
the
going to
joint
be all
session of
about.
Congress.
J6 and Trump. The Democrats are going to do everything they
And
can about
the
J6
second
and
one
bring up
is
that
a
shit.
unanimous consent to enter into the record an interview from March 2024
This ain't just about J6.
on the Capitol Hill show.
This is
in
about
which
how
you
Jack Smith went after
called
Trump
on
and all
those who
these
attacked,
states and all this
the
stuff.
Capitol on
Fisher
January
James,
6th to be, quote, held
Fannie
accountable
Willis or
because,
Wallace,
quote, that's
whatever her
the
name
way
is
our
in
system
Georgia.
does work
All these
and should work.
prosecutions, all this stuff that they tried to
Very
charge
Miss-
Trump with,
Thank
and
you.
he beat every case.
Thank the chairman, Mr. Smith. How many
Except
members
for a
of Congress
misdemeanor
or the
case
Senate
that
did
they
you
turned
subpoena
into a
phone toll
felony.
records?
It's a sight.
As I sit here right now, I do not recall a specific number.
Is this the complete list right here?
Biden, DOJ, enemy.
Let me ask you this. Am I on this list?
Senator.
Did you target my records and
Yeah.
subpoena my phone toll records?
Yeah.
My understanding is your records were subpoenaed by prosecutors before I became special counsel.
Well, staff would put this up on the screen. I'm thankful for the great staff who discovered the email for the first time a few weeks ago that my phone records were indeed targeted. We called AT&T and we've learned that they were given to the Department of Justice, as this email indicates, because I've been in communication with Scott Perry, one of my colleagues here in Congress, who literally had his phone taken from him in front of his family.
Yep.
And of course, we've already talked about in this document, it talks about you could be in violation of the privilege by even obtaining and possessing this information if the member objected to the disclosure. This happened 4 years ago in May of 2022, and I couldn't object because I didn't know. I didn't know until about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, that they done.
My question here is,
got
there
all
any
these records.
limits to your investigation or the investigation that preceded you, Mr. Smith? Because as egregious as a violation of separation of powers this is, as an egregious and abuse of power it is, it's far more concerning you are clearly targeting American citizens for merely being conservative or supporting the president.
Yeah.
We've got memos that we've already been talking about in this hearing from April 2022 that preceded you that establish and open the investigations, one of which has Attorney General Merrick Garland's signature on it. And the focus was the electors. Now, that was 6 months before you were appointed. You testified earlier, you met and interviewed Merrick Garland and Deputy AG Lisa Monaco, and you briefed the AG and deputy multiple times. Did you brief them on the electors and the prosecution of their supposed crimes?
I'm sorry.
Did you brief them on the electors and their supposed crimes?
I don't recall specific conversations, but I'm sure that in the course of briefing them,
Wasn't that the purpose of the entire investigation as it was set out? Because putting aside that in 1960, it was already talked about, my friend, Mr. Tiffany, that Hawaii put forward an alternate slate of electors, the investigation pivoted to President Trump and, frankly, anybody who knew him.
Yeah.
Do you know who Cleta Mitchell is?
Yes, I do.
She's an election lawyer that was involved in filing an election contest on behalf of President Trump in Georgia in December of 2020. A 64-page complaint with over 1,100 pages of exhibits, witness affidavits, and expert witness reports documenting thousands of votes cast in violation of Georgia law, but which were nevertheless included in the vote totals.
Yeah.
Now, notwithstanding the disposition of the cases that was filed, is that a criminal act?
Yes, it
Filing
should
an
be.
election contest on behalf of a candidate for office, a client.
Counting votes that didn't count, like people
Is that
that
a
were
criminal act,
dead
yes or
and
no?
wasn't alive anymore, making up people.
So why did you deem it appropriate to monitor Cleta Mitchell's long-distance phone records in
Yeah.
2023, 2.5 years after the election contest was filed?
Yeah.
And after the presidential electors were certified?
Why did you
What
monitor?
about Jen Ellis?
Yeah.
What about Sidney Powell?
That
What about
is
Bill Sepien?
spying on people.
What crime did you suspect had been committed by them that would warrant monitoring their phone
Yeah.
records 2.5 years after the 2020 election was certified?
With respect to Sidney Powell, she is one of the co-conspirators alleged in the indictment. I don't know what you mean by monitoring, sir. If you're talking.
Well, there were some
Spying on
400 plus
people's
Republican
phone,
conservative groups and
listening
leaders
to
who
their
were targeted by your
conversations,
investigation. Their financial
their
records
text
were
messages,
obtained,
yeah, going in their
records of the RNC, the
financials.
Trump campaign, Cleta
Why did
Mitchell,
you
the
do that
Conservative
2 years
Partnership
after the
Institute,
election?
The America First Policy Institute, NRCC, NRSC, PACs, conservative groups, people all across the country, citizens, because we hear a lot about members of Congress.
Yeah.
And we should, because of separation of powers and the egregious abuse of power. But what we're not talking about enough, in my opinion, are the American citizens that have been targeted. Because frankly, are there any limits to the power of a special prosecutor or special counsel? So much so in your abuse of power that in the summer of 2024, the indictment involving classified documents was dismissed after determining your appointment violated the Appointments Clause of the Constitution, but you continued to sign your name on court filings.
I mean, how many
until
times
the
these
time
American
you
people
resigned
got to
from
be,
office in
everybody got to
January
be told these
2025.
people are evil.
A federal judge just recently stated a prosecutor
These
who
people
continues
are
to sign off on court filings
evil.
after a disqualification order should face disciplinary
They will do
action or
whatever
disbarment.
they need to do
I yield
to
back.
discredit somebody,
Gentleman yields
to
back.
go after
The,
people,
uh,
to stay in power. It's all about power, so they
Gentleman
keep
wants to
their
respond.
money
He can.
flow and all that.
With respect to
Our
the last
money.
point,
They
Judge
keep our
Keenan's
money
order
flowing into their
specifically
pockets and
limited her
campaigns.
finding to that proceeding. So there would be
Yeah, he
nothing
is.
improper
Every bit of it.
continuing to litigate the cases in
Like he don't know what it is, what he does with the phone records and shit.
Florida.
You know,
There was
spying on
nothing
people.
improper about taking an appeal of that
It's
very
ridiculous.
The gentlelady from Vermont is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Smith, I want to discuss volume 2 of your report, which summarizes the findings of your investigation into President Trump's hoarding of classified documents at Mar-a-Lago and his efforts to obstruct the FBI's investigation. Mr. Smith, is it generally the practice for a special counsel's report to be made public to the American people?
I want to say first, I'm limited what I can say about volume 2 because of Judge Cannon's order. I can say generally that with respect to special counsels, there are regulations that direct the special counsel to draft a report. Whether that report becomes public is determined, the Attorney General has the authority to determine that.
To the best of your knowledge, was Special Counsel Mueller's report made public in full?
I know it was made public. I'm not sure if it was made public in full.
What about Special Counsel Hur's report?
My recollection is
Her?
the report was made.
They don't like him anymore because he said Biden couldn't remember anything when he did the interview with Biden. Remember that?
Now, I understand that the district judge, Aileen Cannon.
He couldn't remember his own kid's birthday or none of that shit. They hid all that shit though, didn't they?
That prevents you from.
Remember what
discussing
came out of that
any
hearing? Nothing.
by
Waste of
document
taxpayers' money.
investigation that is not already public, I
Nothing.
understand.
They did nothing about it,
Including
just
your
like they're going to do
findings that
nothing
you laid
about
out
this
in
one.
volume 2 of that
It's a
report.
waste of our
Am I
money
correct
to
that
have
the
these people
reason
up
your
here because they're
report
not putting them
is
in
not
handcuffs.
available in full to the public is because of this gag order?
Yeah, he's got a gag order.
I wrote a report.
He-
The Attorney General, it was submitted to him. I understand generally that there's been litigation about whether this report would be public or not. I have not been a party to that litigation. I just know that there is an order, and I know the Department of Justice, the current Department of Justice, has interpreted that order in a way that I cannot speak about anything that could possibly be in that report and its findings.
And when Judge Cannon issued that gag order, she cited pending cases against Trump's co-defendants. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
When Judge Cannon issued the gag order, she cited pending cases against Trump's co-defendants. Is that correct?
That's my recollection.
Are those cases still pending?
No, they're not.
No, they're not. So there is no reason, from where I sit, for this important information to be not made public.
Exactly. Why is it
At
not
this
made
point,
public?
I want to turn now
If
to
nothing else
President
is
Trump's
pending,
attacks
yeah.
on you. Trump has a playbook for how he handles people who try to hold him accountable. In August 2023,
Really?
right after your office indicted him, President Trump shared that playbook on social media for everyone to see. He wrote, "If you go after me, I'm coming for you." Trump has said that you, Mr. Smith, should be investigated and put in prison. He called you a disgrace to humanity, a radical left Marxist, a criminal. In fact, Trump has used the words deranged Jack Smith 185 times on Truth Social. How do
Free
you
speech.
think that these statements have impacted you, your staff, and your investigation?
What do you mean?
With respect to me, I think the statements are meant to intimidate me.
Really?
I will not be intimidated. I think these statements are also made as a
So if
warning
someone
to
says
others
you're a
what will happen if
deranged
they
person,
stand
a
up.
leftist,
And,
that's intimidating?
As I say, I'm not going to be intimidated.
It's free
We did our
speech.
work pursuant to department policy. We followed the facts and we followed the law. And that.
Damn, if all that was like intimidating, this whole country would be locked up in prisons, wouldn't it? If everything, everybody, that's why we enjoy the First Amendment,
And Mr.
guys.
Smith, do you believe
Yeah,
that
or
President
baby.
Trump's
And that's the
Department
thing,
of
Frog.
Justice will find some
Imagine
way
just
to
thinking
indict you?
or saying this person is
I believe
whatever.
They will do everything in their power to do
That's
that because they've been
that's
ordered to.
intimidating people. No, it ain't. Like this whole country would be in prison. Everybody would be in prison if we had no free speech, and
on
you know.
this side of the aisle.
These
This is
people
Trump's
act
playbook
like
at work.
it's so big of
Complain
a threat
loudly,
to
gin up hatred
criticize
and resentment,
somebody.
then express our hope that somebody will do something, but never explicitly order anyone to act, and then watch as his followers and loyalists go after their targets. This is what happened on January 6th.
Really?
Trump stood at the ellipse and gave a
How about you
campaign speech
talk
to
about
his
the people that
supporters,
tried to
and he
execute
said,
Trump?
if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. And I think it's clear.
Did you see what
that
happened the
his
last 4 years,
intimidation
lady?
will
We
stop
just about
at
didn't.
nothing. I want to speak
If
on
y'all's
behalf,
Indian,
in closing, I want to speak
black,
on behalf
no
of
Kamala
the
Harris
people-
would have got in.
No, I'm sorry.
We wouldn't have a
I'm
country.
sorry, you have gone over numerous times.
Time
I am
belongs to the
taking
gentleman
my
from Vermont.
few
I'll let you
moments.
go a couple more
Thank you,
seconds.
Mr. Chair.
Have a day.
Thank you. On behalf of the people of the state of Vermont, thank you
Fucking
for
women.
all of your 30 years of service to this country and to the
Put him
police
back on a
officers sitting
pedestal.
here. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed that
to-
you have not gotten your due.
The
Oh,
gentleman has
I
expired.
yield
The
back.
gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I've got a UC request.
Gentleman, ranking members.
well, the officers,
Thank
you
you
guys
kindly,
need to
Mr.
bring in the
Chairman.
FBI
First is a New
agents
Times
that
article
was embedded.
titled Hunting Leaks, Trump
Yeah,
DOJ
exactly.
officials seized records
Fraud.
of Democrats.
Exactly what they
explaining
call
how the,
us. We're peasants.
Trump
We're
administration
nothing.
Subpoenaed Apple for data from
We're
the
their
accounts of at least
fucking
a
mail
dozen
supply,
people
dude.
tied to the House
We feed
Intelligence
them.
Committee in 2017-18, including Representative Swalwell and Senator Adam Schiff.
Objection.
And the other similarly is Trump's DOJ secretly obtained phone and text message logs of 43 congressional staffers and 2 members of Congress. That's December 10, 2024.
This guy
Objection.
here.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Thank you, Chairman. You know, I don't even know where to go because there's so much, Mr. Smith. There really is. But it isn't, what I do know is it's much more than how much people like or hate you or like or hate Donald Trump or like or hate Republicans or like or hate Democrats. This is
Yeah,
about the system. It's
exactly.
about what the Department of Justice
And
did.
they've all made
It's
it about
what
the
you
left
did.
and the right,
core
or
of the
Trump.
hearing
About,
is all about, can Americans
yeah.
still trust the justice system?
And they've
Is
made
it
it all
fair?
about
Was it fair
TD
under
Trump
you?
derangement
And
syndrome
all they
today.
expect, they
Every
don't
one of them.
expect you to be perfect, but they expect you to treat everyone the same, Republicans and Democrats, liberals and conservatives. But that wasn't the case.
No.
When you treat people differently because of their political status, their political party, their ideals,
Yep.
that's hypocrisy.
Yep.
And I'm sorry to say, and I say it lightly, I do consider you to be a hypocrite.
Yep. He is.
With that being said, you know, I think the prosecutors and the people around you.
At least somebody's willing to say it.
Standards depending upon who was under investigation. So you don't like Donald Trump and so you're a liberal Democrat, whatever the case may be. And they went after him.
Yep.
And by the way, it's interesting, all those congressional records that were subpoenaed, all those congressional records that were looked at, was one of them a Democrat?
Nope. That's bias.
No.
See?
The answer is no. I'll answer for you.
Exactly.
So I got simple questions.
That right there
I always
should
say I'm a
tell you
simple guy, but it
everything.
really boils down to this. How much can Americans trust this system?
Exactly. That right
In your
there should
special
tell you
counsel
everything.
report, you stated President Trump engaged and was guilty of criminal conspiracies, and he was guilty of criminal conduct, and you publicly testified you believed you had the proof, etc. If prosecutors deal this way with cases, if they declare that it's guilty and it's over before a jury verdict,
Yeah.
would Americans trust the justice system
Nope.
more?
We don't trust it
would
now.
Would they trust the system more?
Most
The answer
Americans
is
don't
yes.
trust
Thank
it
you for the
now.
answer.
I'm sorry.
Don't matter who's president, who's in there.
So when this was all going on,
just don't.
Before, and I believe it
They've
was
run
political,
those
before there was an entire
organizations.
case and we went through the whole
All
case,
the
you
politicians
pretty much
have. My book.
declared, and I'm not going to read the whole thing through again, that President Trump was guilty.
I don't
That
trust
wasn't
any
your
of them.
job. That's a judge's job. It's a jury's job. It's not your job.
Exactly.
Don't you think that's unfair, that that's wrong, that didn't make the playing field level?
Yeah.
Did it make people less trustworthy of the system? Yes or no?
It does make
No,
people.
when I announced
Really?
the charges in the election case, I specifically stated that
You
the
don't
case
think-
needed to be tried. And
Just trying
he
the-
had a right to go to trial and he was presumed innocent.
And thank you for, I just want a simple answer because we are limited on time. I disagree with you. I don't think you did. Your office secretly subpoenaed and got records of members of Congress. And you kept those subpoenas hidden through non-disclosure orders.
Yep.
That's wrong. You should have known. You want to do that, fine. It's wrong. Number one, it's wrong because people have a right. The American public has a right to know. The elected officials have a right to know.
Exactly.
It's your right to subpoena them, but they should know.
Yeah. It should be
Secondly,
made
and I
public.
brought this up before, not one Democrat. It's all
He hid
Republicans.
behind every
All
bit of those
Republicans.
non-disclosure
Everything you've done,
orders.
Everything you've ever done is always
Got every one of
against
those to
Republicans.
be
Do you
non-disclosure.
think that puts more trust in the system?
To hide
when you're
that
so
shit.
partisan in that way? Yes or no?
No.
Hey, Bird.
Politics played
Hi,
no
Bird.
role in our investigation.
Little
I have
birdie.
prosecuted
Get out of here.
Republicans and Democrats throughout my career. I have dismissed cases
Where's my
against
cat?
Republicans.
There are like
Democrats.
7
You didn't have
cats
the
outside.
proof.
I ain't y'all eating them birds.
If prosecutors routinely relied on politically imbalanced investigations, and by this I mean, let me appeal to your sense of fairness. You're saying
Go
you're
on.
a fair man. We had a January 6th committee, select committee, that was appointed only by a Democrat, the then Speaker, Nancy Pelosi. Everybody on it was a Democrat, except 2 Republicans that hated Republicans. Was that fair?
2 Republicans that hated
Is that fair?
Republicans. Yeah.
I mean,
Liz
look at our
Cheney
system
or
here in
whatever.
Congress. We've got Democrats, man, they speak up. You've got Republicans, we speak up. You hear both sides. That's the way a select committee should be.
Warmongers,
And you
Republicans,
base
right?
everything upon this
Wasn't those
biased,
two like
unfair,
warmongers?
prejudiced system.
Mm-hmm.
How is that fair?
It's
Tell
not.
me how that's fair.
That's not correct. We conducted an
It is
independent
correct.
investigation.
You based a lot on that commission. You got all the records.
That's
Yep.
not correct. We did collect their records. We conducted our own independent investigation following the facts and the law. The
And you used
reality
a
is,
lot of their information, Mr. Smith. I don't mean to cut you off. I've got limited time.
Yeah. You used all their
Joe
information.
Biden took classified records
Yep.
that were not to be taken when he was vice president and when he was Senate. And I know you didn't deal directly with that case,
Stupid bird.
but nevertheless, he did. Is that fair? Because he let him go, don't do anything to him. But on the other hand, when it's President Trump who did it as president,
Uh-huh.
raided Mar-a-Lago.
Exactly.
I'm the gentleman.
That's the whole point.
I'd like him to answer.
If the witness-
President Biden had all those files and took them as a
Damn
senator.
unfair. That's the answer.
We've got
Did not have the right to take anything.
I have a unanimous consent request. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record.
Biden did not have
government
any
sentencing
right to
memorandum,
take any of those
Capitol
classified
Wire
files.
Cody Mattis, who
And he
said
didn't
that
charge
Trump
them.
with a
No one
former
charged
president
Biden.
asked his supporters to march on the Capitol.
But they
He was
raided
called
Mar-a-Lago
peacefully and
because Trump
patriotically make
had
that
some.
work,
Objection.
but to storm and seize the building.
And I've got one, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's recognized.
This is a press release from Congressman Jeff Van Drew's statement on storming the Capitol building, calling it unacceptable, un-American, and disrespectful of democracy.
I think these Republicans saying, yeah, and there was
Chair now
also
recognizes
250 FBI agents implanted in there.
Thank you, Chairman, and
Why
thank
are they
you,
not
Mr.
saying
Smith, for being here
anything?
today.
Crazy.
Let's remember why we're here today. Donald Trump incited an insurrection
No,
in
he didn't.
2020 because
Sorry,
he
but he
refused to
didn't,
accept that
man.
he lost
No,
that
he didn't.
election. And then he took classified documents with him and put them in Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, here we go.
Republicans support
Here we go.
impunity for criminals,
Here we
not
go.
accountability. There's no clearer example than that of the blanket pardon of nearly 1,600 insurrectionists on day one of this disgraceful presidency. Trump pardoned people convicted of seditious conspiracy who brutalized police officers. There are 4 of them who can testify to that here, and who wanted to kill Vice President Pence. People who've committed more crimes since the insurrection.
Now,
Sexual assault,
I'm screaming.
child molestation, aggravated kidnapping. That's who Trump pardoned, and that's whose side Republicans are on. They may not want to, but they are because they refuse to tell the truth. Mr. Smith, let me ask you something. Does pardoning violent rioters who brutalize law enforcement officers, spray peppering them, tasering them, beating them up, kicking them, smashing them in door frames, make our country safer?
Absolutely not.
As a prosecutor, can you describe why these pardons make our communities less safe and undermine our criminal legal system more broadly?
Come on.
The people who assault police officers and who are convicted after trial, in my view, and I think in the view of the judges who sentenced them to prison, are dangerous to their community. As you've mentioned, some of these people have already committed crimes against their communities again, and I think all of us, if we're reasonable, know that there's going to be more crimes committed by these people in the future. I do not understand why you would mass pardon people who assaulted police officers. I don't get it. I never will.
That's exactly right. And none of this is a coincidence. The entire purpose of the Republican Party, unfortunately, has become to help criminals and corporate interests evade accountability. Republicans want impunity, not accountability. They want impunity for the January 6th people, for the classified documents case, for the Epstein files, for billionaires and big corporations, and for terror that DHS is sowing on our streets. The Gestapo tactics by ICE and CBP are the obvious result of President Trump and the Republican Party that protect anyone who helps them turn our country into an authoritarian gangster state. Whether it's storming the Capitol to overthrow an election or murdering people in broad daylight, Republicans will back you if you back their political mafia and racketeering operation. That's why Democrats must fight for accountability through oversight, through legislation, evidence collection, and through prosecution for the openly criminal acts that we're seeing in our communities every day.
Really?
Democracy doesn't exist without
seeing that every day.
accountability. But you got to have a spine. I thank you, Mr. Smith, for doing your part. Our community, our fight continues for accountability, not for impunity. Thank you, and I yield back.
So you have to wait that long. That's crazy.
Mr. Chairman, I would yield to the gentleman from New York.
Yeah. Well,
Mr. Smith, I just want to take a minute and allow you to explain why you requested the toll records of those officials for.
yeah,
January
lying every bit of it.
For the January
Crazy.
6th investigation.
Crazy.
Correct? With regard to the toll records that.
Yeah,
were
it's
submitted,
okay to be that.
regarding the period of.
If you're an illegal, yeah.
It was to the 7th.
Horse shit.
We
Every
had
bit of it
evidence,
is, man.
that
Crazy.
The president had directed Rudy Giuliani, one of his co-conspirators, to contact members of Congress to try to further delay the proceedings and exploit the violence that happened in the Capitol. We had evidence that those calls had happened. We wanted to get more evidence of that to corroborate it for trial. That is, again, as I mentioned earlier today, a standard part of an investigation.
So they're saying that William Kelly, Frog, you hear me? That stormed that church in Minnesota, he's been arrested too, is what the reports are.
Time of the gentleman is expired. The gentleman from Texas.
That's what they're saying.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Smith, I'll just cut right to the chase here. Your investigation and attempted prosecution of President Trump, it wasn't about justice. It was about politics. Politics. From
They're
day
saying
one,
just in, he's been
under the
arrested.
Biden-Harris DOJ, you weaponized the law to go after their top political opponent. You push flawed legal theories, and even the far left Washington Post called you out.
That's what they're saying.
Called you
That
out
finally.
for violating the
Well,
First
Pam, but
Amendment.
you asked Pam Bondi to come
Tried
get
to
you, buddy.
criminalize political speech.
You asked her to
slap
come get you.
unlawful gag orders on a presidential candidate, and spy
Just
on
now, he's been
Republican members of
arrested.
Congress in violation of the speech or debate clause including the sitting Speaker of the House. Mr. Smith, you mishandled documents, pressured defense lawyers, and dumped a massive trove of so-called evidence right before the election. And you did it to sway voters. That's why you did it. And don't get me started on that raid at Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
Or your unconstitutional appointment.
Yeah,
which a
somebody
federal
needs to
judge
get
in
in his
Florida
ass a little bit.
Rightly tossed out. A very bad day for you.
Yeah.
This wasn't, Mr. Smith, about upholding the law. It was about tearing down President Trump and anyone close to him. You even tried to ram through a politically motivated final report after your cases collapsed,
Yeah.
including the Presidential Transition Act and basic fairness. But here's the good part, America. Here's the good part. The American people saw right through it. They rejected, sir, your witch hunt loud and clear in November, handing President Trump a commanding victory.
Police.
The voters spoke loud and clear. They wanted
Police.
an end to the weaponization of our justice system. In your opening statement, you spoke about proof of beyond a reasonable doubt. Mr. Smith, I will give you proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Donald Trump winning the popular vote by over 2 million votes. The Electoral College by 85 votes.
Breaking news.
Along
William
with
Kelly has been
every
arrested for
single
church
swing
invasion.
state. Now, sir, that is proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the crap you were shoveling did not pass the smell test with the American people. To put it bluntly, Mr. Smith, the stink remains on you. And lastly, I would like to quickly address the police officers of January 6th. Mr. Dunn, Mr. Fanone, Mr. Gonell, Mr. Hodges. I'm a member of the new select committee to actually examine what happened that day. And I tell you, gentlemen, that the fault does not lie with Donald Trump. It lies with Yogananda Pittman and the U.S. Capitol leadership team. We know they had the intelligence and there was going to be a high propensity for violence that day. Claim my time, yeah.
It will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. We've had some disruptions already. We don't need that, but the gentleman may continue.
We know the Capitol leadership team, specifically Yogananda Pittman, had the intelligence and there was going to be a high propensity for violence that day. And the Capitol itself was the target. We knew the extremist groups were going to be there. And why do I say that? It was your own report from your intelligence section, the IICD, which was run by Pittman, in the January 3rd special events section. It was in it. It was in it. And Mr. Dunn, I believe that you thought that day would be like just any other. In your testimony to the January 6th committee, you said you found out how ugly was going to get on a cell phone. Somebody sent you some information on social media. The point is, you were all unprepared to deal with that day. And that's because your leadership failed to share the intelligence with you. It was their fault, folks. It was their fault. It was not President Trump. And we are going to expose it for the first time because the Benny Thompson, the sham committee didn't do it.
Will the gentleman yield for a
The
question?
sham committee didn't do it. The report is 845 pages. Donald Trump's name is mentioned 4,207 times.
Yeah.
We know what the committee wanted to do.
Yep.
Is
We
to
know
not
exactly
allow
what the
Donald
committee
Trump
wanted to
come
do.
back and win again. And they failed, and they failed miserably. And I hope you now can see that. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield the balance to my distinguished colleague out of Jersey.
I just want to quickly go over something because we keep rewriting history. The president said peacefully and patriotically. What don't we understand about peacefully and patriotically? He asked for the National Guard. That was ignored. He asked Speaker Pelosi. What don't we understand that?
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Exactly. They asked for the National Guard and they ignored
The
them.
president could have ordered the National Guard if he wanted to, and you know that.
My
Yep.
time, I lost some of my time.
Time belongs to the gentleman from New Jersey. You have a few more seconds.
And finally, how many
Pelosi
elected
denied
officials
every
say
bit
we're
of
gonna
it.
fight to win an election? terminology used all the time, seriously. And of course, if they were guilty, they should be prosecuted. The problem was there were many in the mix.
The unanimous consent, gentleman yields back. The
And last thing,
gentleman yields back.
your hand gestures, Mr.
No.
Fanone. You need
The time of the gentleman's
medication.
expired. The time of the gentleman's expired.
Medication.
Audience
That
will
was
be in
funny.
order, committee will be in order, and the gentlelady from
That
Georgia
was
is
funny.
recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have two unanimous consent requests to enter into the record, two articles.
Gentlelady, proceed.
An article dated December 29, 2025, titled Wall Street Journal Editorial Board Calls Out MAGA's Latest 2020 Stolen Election Nonsense.
Objection.
And the second article, an article dated December 23rd, 2025, titled Fact Check. Fulton County's 315,000 unsigned early votes are not proof of electoral fraud.
Without objection, the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Chairman. Under unanimous consent, I ask to enter into the record the Judiciary Democrats January 2026 report titled, "Where Are They Now? The Perpetrators of January 6th and the Defenders of Democracy Who Stopped Them," which profiles the illustrious
Where's
career
the
trajectories of some of the
arrest
key
in
actors from
Minneapolis?
January
Yeah,
6th
they've
who were
arrested.
pardoned by Donald Trump.
Okay.
And secondly,
Objection.
a second report, January 2026 report from Judiciary Democrats 1 year later, assessing the public safety
The church
implications of
incident.
President Trump's mass pardon
Yeah.
of 1,600 January 66 riots.
More assumed to be arrested.
California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Smith, for joining us. You know, most people are wondering why you are even here today. It's because we've heard conspiracy after conspiracy that the 2020
Yeah, we don't know when he's
election
going to speak
was
in the next
rigged,
hour or
and
so, JD
Capitol
Vance.
Police officers were harmed and
Supposedly like a
died
round
because
table
of
with
those conspiracies.
leaders of Minneapolis.
And we have important elections coming up.
I don't know.
And the people want them to happen, and they want them to be fair. And the one person who should be
I don't know
telling
when
the
he will
truth
speak.
about elections is the president. But Donald Trump has not and is still not telling the truth about the 2020 elections. In fact, there is a January 6th page on the taxpayer-funded White House website.
Two
that
arrested
says
so
the
far.
election was stolen from Trump. A blatant, disproven lie he knows is totally false. So one of my Republican colleagues earlier brought up Trump's mind state, that he knew he lost and he knew that what he was saying was untrue, but that you had no proof. So, Mr. Smith, what evidence did you develop to suggest Trump knew he had lost the 2020 election?
She has been arrested. She has been arrested. We had.
They are saying William Kelly has been arrested too.
Evidence from people who were close to Donald Trump and who he relied on, people who wanted him to win the election, people who were employed by his campaign to help him win the election. Our evidence is that this was a conspiracy and that Donald Trump specifically sought to prey on party loyalty. Our investigation involved interviewing and subpoenaing records of Republicans because that's who Donald Trump sought to prey on.
Yes, William Kelly has been arrested moments ago.
Certain people refused to do that. The vice president refused to go along with that. People in various states legislatures refused to go along with that. And the reality is that if we took this case to trial, a good number of our witnesses would be Republicans. If a Democrat had committed these crimes, had done these things, I would have subpoenaed a number of Democrats. I would have subpoenaed their records.
And I'm going to ask you about that. But correct, it's not like he was calling Nancy Pelosi. So why is it legally important to know that Trump knew he was lying when he said the election was stolen?
That was our proof at trial, and it was relevant to the charges, specifically to the first charge to defraud the United States. It is permissible for someone to lie, but when they use speech to commit a crime, to facilitate a crime, that is not protected by the First Amendment. The Supreme Court has been very clear on that. And this very issue,
Breaking, Don Lemon has been charged by, no, he ain't, charged by the Trump DOJ after storming
the case that
a church with leftist writers along with 7 other
not in
Accountability is finally
Our
here.
case
Let's
was
see.
built
If the
to
roles were
withstand the
reversed and
crucible
a
of
conservative
litigation,
did that,
and our
you
assessment
must go.
was
Okay.
that we had proof beyond a reasonable doubt that would do that.
Who is
So,
telling information
why would you
that's not
say
out
that
there
when you
yet? That's what I
lie
want to know.
And you know you're
How is
lying,
anyone getting
and then you
information?
act on that lie to overturn the democratic process, that is a felony. A January
Hey
6th
Siri,
actually said, if I can't
has Don
trust him,
Lemon
then
been
who can I
charged in the
trust?
Minnesota
Exactly.
church?
You know, we cannot even trust our own president.
I found
And in
this on
fact,
the web.
there's so many other things that you can say that you're not allowed
The
to
Justice Judge, okay.
because Trump,
CNN says
Trump-appointed
attempts to bring
judge sealed the
charges.
documents,
Who arrested over
refusing to
anti-ICE
release the
protests in Minnesota
files,
church?
yet
Bondi
again,
says
which is why we could
judge
probably ask him
rejects Trump's
far more
DOJ bid to
questions
charge
if
Don
those were
Lemon.
unsealed. So I know I don't have
Okay.
that much time. I want to now
So
shift
rejects
to
it.
these allegations from my Republican colleagues about the
Rejects
collection
it.
of the phone records
Hey Siri,
of Republican senators. I guess
has
some of
Don
the ones
Lemon
that were
been
trying to get
charged in the church
$500,000 of
in
taxpayer
Minnesota?
dollars. So many of the phone records of members were requested
Okay,
before
let
you
me
were
look at
appointed
it
as
then.
special counsel, yes or no?
The DOJ
That's true? Is that accurate?
Yes.
Yeah.
judge rejects.
Has occurred before I was
Okay,
official
judge
And
rejects
you,
the
what do you say
DOJ
to those
bid
who
to
claim you
charge
chose
Don
to
Lemon.
target
Okay.
Republicans because you only collected phone
Yeah,
records
thank
for
you, Siri. Get out of that.
The conspiracy I was
See,
investigating.
the Hodge twins.
Right.
People are already putting it out there that
That's right.
Don
And so
Lemon's
you
being
have requested
charged,
any
blah, blah,
relevant call
blah.
records necessary for the
I can't stand
investigation
that
of a
shit when people
Republican
put
or
false information. That's why I don't put false information, folks. The New York Post just said it. CNN said it. He's not being charged. Probably because his
I
name.
could just add one thing.
Probably.
We interviewed Rudy Giuliani in the course of this investigation. We asked him.
This is lies. Come on, guys. Do better than that.
Why did you, in one of the
New York Post, CNN says the judge rejected to charge Don Lemon.
you were reaching out to? And he said, because the Democrats weren't going to help us. And even some Republicans wouldn't help
People are so erratic by just, they'll do anything to get a story or a click, man. I can't stand that.
was to see if you could prey on party
Can't stand. Judge rejects charging Don Lemon in the church raid in Minnesota. This is bullshit. These people
Mr.
act
Smith,
like
it was
it's.
during your deposition with our committee that you revealed that you tasked your team, specifically J.P. Cooney, to engage with the partisan.
William
January
Kelly
6th
is being
committee.
charged
You
with
had to have known at the
conspiracy
time
to
the controversies
deprive
surrounding this
rights,
committee,
a
including
federal
the fact that
crime,
all
and
of the members
violating the
had
FACE
been
Act.
appointed by
Yep.
Nancy Pelosi, who disallowed the Republicans from being able to engage. Yet you proceeded anyway, raising numerous questions as to your strategy for.
I love the way
conspiring
people
with
lie
the
on
J6
social media so
committee.
much.
You had every possible resource available to you. Your prosecution of President Trump was clearly
People kill
a
me, man.
priority
They're
for
just
the Biden administration.
crazy.
And it is
People
clear that
just
you
act
had
like they can
unlimited
do
budget.
anything.
And you also left no stone unturned, even subpoenaing records from sitting members of the House and Senate. So what information could the J6 committee possess that you and the nation's top law enforcement agency could not obtain on your own?
I don't like dishonest people.
What did they have that you couldn't obtain on your own?
in any investigation. You
What information did they have that you were not able to obtain on your own?
I couldn't know that until I had their information.
Was there anything there? Did you find that they had information that you were not able to obtain?
I don't recall specifically every bit of information. What I can tell you is we took in their information because we wanted to collect any information that could be relevant. We made our own independent assessment of the
Okay,
evidence.
so
Whoever gets the first story out there. Social media is all about whoever gets the first post. Whoever can get the first post out there.
Any contact with any members, staff, or contractors of the House's January 6th Select Committee, and if so, who?
I do not believe I had contact with anybody personally from January.
The January 6th Committee failed to archive or preserve its video recordings.
You ain't a
of witness
revolutionary, buddy.
interviews,
You're a dipshit.
deleting or destroying as many as 900 interview summaries or transcripts involving more than 1 full terabyte of digital data. I repeat, the J6 committee destroyed evidence. Let that sink in.
Yeah.
Why would they do such a thing? I think we have a dang good idea.
The committee actually used selective clips from these videos and transcripts during their hearings, and by destroying this evidence, they have denied Congress and the public the ability to obtain their full content and context. They created their narrative by selective use of the evidence before them.
St. Paul,
So how
Minnesota
very
school board
convenient.
member,
Did
County
you or
Al,
your
okay.
team receive
Prep,
any of
she did the
those
prep
witness
well. They arrested
transcripts
her
or
as
video
well after
recordings of
storming the Minnesota
transcribed
church.
interviews
She'll
from the
lose her
select
job for
committee
this one if she
that were
ain't
not
already.
released to the public?
She was the board
What I
member
can tell you
in
is
St.
that I
Paul that helped
requested
storm that
April
church.
Coney
She has been arrested,
contact the
and
select
now they're
committee.
doing the perp
Do
walk
you
on her.
know if you received
Ah!
any of the evidence or testimony that the J6 committee eventually destroyed?
That's breaking news, folks. That's why I'm saying it now.
Information that the J6
You
committee
don't know
destroyed
one way
any
or the other as you sit here today.
No, what I'm telling you is that I requested all the information we could get from the January 6th.
Has all of the information that you requested been preserved? All of the information from the J6 committee, has that been preserved?
The information that we requested and received, we reviewed it. It was
Has it
part of
been
our file.
preserved?
Yes, as part
Thank
of
you.
our files. And
Were you or your team advised, or did you get the impression anyone affiliated with the January 6th committee that these
Cam
documents were
Higby's
not for
Cam
public
Higby
release,
is.
even though
Do you
portions
guys
of
want to
them
go
had
over
already
to
been shown
JD
the
Vance?
American
He's actually
people?
streaming
Were
it
you
right
advised
now
to keep
on
any
YouTube. Cam
information
Higby
from the
is.
J6 committee confidential?
Would you guys want to hear what JD Vance has to say instead of this?
I recall.
Did the J6 committee provide you with
This
the
is just going to
Cassidy
go on
Hutchinson
about the
testimony as
J6 and
part of
shit
the
like
trove of
that.
documents that you
Would you guys
received?
rather hear JD Vance?
As I sit here now, I don't recall, but it was.
Well,
very
you're
like-
familiar with her testimony, aren't you?
I am, and
And in fact, wouldn't you agree with me that Mrs.
Yeah,
Hutchinson's
okay, that's what I
testimony,
thought.
especially
Let's go over here. Let's end that one. Let's go over here. Let's go over here and see if we can get to this one any better. Yeah. Cam Higby, the guy, the YouTuber, he is he's actually let's mute it here for a minute. He is he's streaming it. He's there. He's actually there. So we're gonna stream it and see if we can pick it up, snipe his stream. I hate doing that, but it is what it is, guys. Like I said, I don't like doing that kind of shit, streaming off somebody else's live, but sometimes you just don't have a choice when it's like, you know, the news and shit copyrights you. And he may put a copyright claim on it, but I'm not monetized, so it's not going to hit me, you know? So we're going to see. Hopefully he's going to speak soon. He would have never went live. He's been premiering this for a while, but he ain't went live yet because he said he was waiting, you know? So hopefully they're going to speak anytime. I'm hoping. So yeah, here we go. Some volume. Come on, guys. Where's yeah, because they're going to announce they made arrests. So I wonder is not on any news channels. No, they're still showing America Reports. Yeah, they're still showing this Jack Smith shit, man. Let me go over here and go into my studio. Let's go to content. Let's go to live streams. Let's go see if we can do some breaking. Okay. Jack Smith testifies. Let's see. Breaking. Let's see. Let's see here. JD Vance. Speak. Arrests have been made. Okay. I think we can do it like that, maybe. Or arrest in Minnesota. Arrests have been made. Let's look that up and see.
Sure.
Let's save that one. Maybe we can get that one correct. Okay, let's go to this one. Breaking, Jack Smith testifies live.
That's the OG Minnesota flag.
Vance.
Not the one that Tim Walz recently changed it to. That looks
Live.
like the Somali flag. So they have the OG traditional Minnesota flag.
Arrests have been made. Let's try that one. Let's change that up a little bit. We can change that title a little bit. And YouTube's always told me if the title's not working, even on a short or a video in a day or two, go back, change it, rechange it, fuck around with the titles until you can get it to what you want, until it's clickable. And they told me that many times. If the title's not working, go change it, catch people's attention, and that's what I do with a lot of my shorts. I'll figure, but I keep the title to somewhat the video is. I don't do clickbait. I don't like that clickbait shit. So I always try to do the right, kind of title, at least that's going with the video. You have to, man. YouTube's got so strict about everything, man. They don't want you doing anything. They want you to just be organic. Truthfully, I think they just want you to sit here and not even show videos or anything. I truly believe they want you just to be you, either like motorcycle vlogging or showing DIY shit or gardening or housing, just you out in there. They want it organic and original, just you. They don't want you to actually talk political or do any of that stuff. So maybe he's going to speak soon, man. I don't want to hear these guys talk. Come on. Maybe we can get the people to follow over here. Man, that platform, and you can't just upload a video on Kick or anything like that. It's a totally different platform, Frog. Like, I'm over there on it. I just did it yesterday, created a channel. Man, and all it is, it's a cool place, but it's a lot of gamers, a lot of RLs, real live streaming, and all you can do is stream. You don't download shorts, you don't download videos, you don't do any of that. You either go live and you're online, or if you go over and look at the people you follow, it'll say offline if they're offline, if they're not streaming. All it is a one streaming. It's just for streaming platform. It's pretty wild, man. There's a lot of people over there on it too. I didn't want to go with Twitch. I've heard some bad things about Twitch, so I just wanted to try that out. The K. Yeah, you can't download any kind of video. You can't do it's you go live and you stream or you don't, or you're not on there putting videos on there. And it saves your streams now. People can go and look at your streams and stuff, but you can't go and download a video. It's all for streaming only. And I think that's good though. I really do. If you're really into streaming and all you want to do is stream daylight to dark, those platforms are great for that shit. It really is. I think it is anyways. I think it's great for just streamers to stream. A lot of people stream and they're like, well, how do you stream from your phone? Because if you look on your phone and you got the K app, the Kick app, I've got it. When you click on it, you can't hit go live like you do YouTube or any of that. You actually have to go through a streaming platform to stream. So I actually have to go through StreamYard or whatever to stream on my phone through it. I don't even think I can stream on it through my laptop, just stream on it. I may be able to. I ain't looked too much into it. But I think you have to be able to have some kind of streaming platform like StreamYard or some of that Restream or something to actually get to stream on that app. It's weird, but I don't know. I'm going to figure it out. I know that. I'm going to figure it out. Yeah, come on, man. What the hell? JD Vance has took all day. He's been off that airplane for a couple hours. I think they said something about he was going to sit around a round table with some leaders, or he did, or he's going to, or some shit like that. I don't know. Let's just hope that this guy here is going to stream it long enough to actually do it. I know another guy streaming too. So, yeah, see, they're breaking right now. Vance to speak about restoring law and order in Minnesota. Yeah. So they're showing it on Fox. And so they're getting close. Ice forecast is going to kick my butt, man. Atlanta, everywhere. Georgia. Whoo-wee. Here he comes. Let's see if we can get some volume on it.
Good afternoon, everybody. How we
doing? Good afternoon, everybody.
Well, so I want to thank the law enforcement officers behind me for being here. I'll answer a few questions, but I want to say just a few things at the outset, just about what I've learned today and what I'm trying to do here. First of all, I want to give a shout out to the Annunciation school shooting.
Did you? I got a gold and silver and the gold $1,000 bills.
Families, I understand.
You know
A
that?
couple of the students have made.
I got the $1,000
recoveries.
gold
Just-
bills.
That was a very special moment for me to be invited into that community at a time of grief, and I hope that all of them know that though I didn't get to see them this particular time, I've been thinking about them and their families quite a bit. Now, to talk about what I am here to do, which is federal law enforcement to enforce our immigration laws, I want to say just a few things. First of all, I wanted to meet with business leaders, with ICE officers, with local law enforcement to try to understand a little bit better what's
Got them
going
locked in my
on,
safe.
so that we
I'll
can
have to get them
tone
out
down
of
the
the safe.
temperature a little bit.
Yeah, I've got
reduce the
those.
chaos, but still allow us as a federal
Yeah, I've got
government
that stuff.
to enforce the American people's immigration laws. That is the purpose of my visit. Now, this is
Let me get 'em.
step one or step two of that process. There's going to be a lot of work that follows through from here. I'm happy to talk about that, but I think I learned a few things that were very important. So number one of the things I learned is that the guys behind me are doing an incredible job. And frankly, a lot of the media is lying about the jobs they do every single day. Now, it doesn't mean that there aren't occasionally stories out there aren't occasionally videos out there that suggest that these guys, or at least some of the people who work for them, are not doing everything right. But very often, if you look at the context of what's going on, you understand that these people are under an incredible amount of duress, an incredible amount of chaos, and because of a few very far left agitators, a lot of these guys are unable to do their jobs without being harassed, without being doxxed, and sometimes without being assaulted. That's totally unacceptable. And that's one of the things that I want to send a message to is, yes, come out and protest me, protest our immigration policy, but do it peacefully. If you assault a law enforcement officer, the Trump administration and the Department of Justice is going to prosecute you to the fullest extent of the law. And I wanted to show some support for these guys who, frankly, are operating in a very, very tough environment. I heard a lot of stories about that I think drives home just how chaotic the environment on the ground has already gotten. For example, did you know that within the last, I think, week or so, maybe even more recently than that, you had a couple of ICE officers who were off duty, who have been doxxed online, who were sitting and having a meal at a restaurant in Minneapolis, where a bunch of agitators showed up, locked the door, made them feel like they were in danger for their lives. And then, of course, it was federal law enforcement officers who had to come up, lower the temperature on the situation, and actually get those
I don't have one.
the officers to
I've got a
safety.
stack of them, buddy.
Now imagine, if you would, your life and your perspective on law enforcement if you can't even go to a restaurant without some agitators locking the door and making you feel like your life is in danger. That is the environment that has been created, I think.
This
by a
is,
lot of very,
it says
frankly, far left people, but also by some of the state and local law enforcement
18 karat gold
who could do a much better
coin,
job in cooperating.
and the silver is,
by the way,
you know,
I'm not talking about the cops.
silver coin.
These guys told me on the ground, the cops are very.
They were
sympathetic
sent to
what
me
they're dealing
from
with.
a
I'm
follower.
talking about the state
Somebody
and
sent them to me in the
local
mail.
elected law enforcement officials who could do a lot
For real,
better
too.
job in
Let 'em
making
check
their
it out.
lives a little bit easier.
$1,000 ain't real though.
They would make the lives of all
They're
Minneapolis
like a gold plated.
and that's
They're
what
like
we
a
want.
they're like
We want
a
to be able
kind
to
of
enforce the
kind of
immigration laws
gold
on the one
plate.
hand,
You know,
while on the other hand, we want to make sure that people in Minneapolis are able to go about their day. And I want to say just one last point on this. So I heard from a business leader today. He told me a very
somebody
tough
sent them to
story.
me. I didn't buy
think
them.
so much of what's gone wrong in Minneapolis.
Did you see my fight
is people not trying to
statue?
understand
The Trump
the perspective
statue I got?
of somebody else. Try to understand what somebody else is experiencing.
Where he got
whether they're a
shot,
law
when he got
enforcement
shot?
officer or anybody in
Look
the
at this.
community here in Minneapolis. So they told me a story about
Got blood on his
manufacturing
ear coming down and everything.
where an illegal immigrant was being arrested. And as these employees are going into the manufacturing
pretty cool,
facility,
huh?
all of a sudden, an illegal immigrant shows up. They don't know it's an illegal immigrant. And then a bunch of ICE officers descend. Now, these people just want to go to work. They want to go to work safely. And now, all of a sudden, there's a major law enforcement operation happening right outside their place of business. Now,
Pretty
from
neat.
one perspective,
I like Trump,
certainly
man.
understand why
I think he's
leader
a
or why an
powerhouse.
employee would say, well, what's going on? It's a little scary no matter your position
Best
in life.
president of my
If a bunch
time,
of cop
anyways.
cars show up
You
and
can
they're
argue
arresting
whatever.
somebody.
A lot of people can
Now,
argue
the
it.
additional context
But
is
I'm
that we
45
know
years old.
that people online have been encouraging
Best president I've seen since I've been
illegal
alive.
immigrants that one way they can evade arrest
That's just
is
my
by
opinion,
showing
though.
up at a legitimate place of business, making it impossible for these guys to actually enforce our immigration laws. So while I can understand
I mean,
the perspective of
we all
somebody
got
who
our own
doesn't want to see
opinion.
an arrest happen at their place of
I
work,
know a lot of people
I can
don't.
also understand the perspective of our immigration enforcement officers who have to
I think
do their
JD Vance
job
would be a good
and
president.
can't allow
I really
a
do.
heckler's veto
I just
over
don't like
our
the fact
immigration
that
enforcement. And so much of what's
He's
gone wrong
young.
is the failure to do
Not
that.
that he's young, but he's not rich because he can be
We
bought.
can do a good job of enforcing our immigration
be
laws
bought.
without the chaos.
He's on his
That
fourth
requires
kid.
the cooperation of
They're
state
fixing to have their fourth kid in
If you
July. I
look
think he
at
said
blue cities
they announced
and blue
the day for
states,
yesterday.
red cities and red states. You go to
Oh.
Austin, Texas, or Memphis,
I like
Tennessee.
the way he thinks.
You go to
I
the
like
state of
that
Texas,
event.
obviously a very
I
red
just
state,
not
or the state of
completely
Tennessee, a very
100%
red
sure
state.
about
But
it.
you've got blue cities within those states. You do not have this level of chaos.
I mean, that's the
The
truth.
reason why things have gotten so out of hand is because of failure of cooperation between the state and local authorities and what these
They
guys
don't want to
are
work
trying
with
do.
the.
We have a
the
ton
state
of resources, a ton of ICE agents
Yeah.
in this city right now.
We don't want to
that I
work
would
with
rather
federal
not
agents.
have. I'd love to send those
I don't
guys
mind.
home. They're not even doing targeted immigration enforcement. They are trying to protect ICE officers who are doing immigration enforcement because when a crowd surrounds them and these guys call 911, the local officials, the local cops have been
And all
told to
those
stand
people with
down.
cameras,
So we have
they're
people
not
here
all
who
fucking
aren't even doing
reporters.
immigration
A
enforcement.
lot of them
They're
are
doing
just to
force
interfere
protection.
and stop
So
these
that if a
agents from
rioter
moving.
tries to ruin the life or assault an ICE officer,
They can claim
they're
their
actually
media.
protected.
I can
Now,
claim my
why
media.
doesn't it make more
I actually
sense
had a
for the
media
local
channel.
cops to get involved in that situation?
does.
Why not just have the mayor or the local officials tell the police officers, you know what? If an ICE officer is being assaulted by a far left agitator, you are invited. You should actually help him. That's what would work out in any normal situation, and that's what happens in nearly every jurisdiction, red or blue, in the United States of America. The reason it hasn't happened here is because the local authorities have been told, stand down. Do not help ICE, promote the violence, promote the agitation.
That's exactly
Don't do
what they've
anything
said.
to lower the temperature and lower the chaos.
Shut
That's
up,
a
Tim.
problem. Here's another example of how the lack of cooperation between state and local officials makes it harder for us to do our job and turns up the temperature. Let's say, for example, we have a criminal migrant who is a sex offender. And let's say that we've got to go and arrest that person who, Democrat or Republican, wants a sex offender living in their community. I would assume, I would hope that most people don't. But because they're an illegal alien, we don't know their last address. We may have known their address 3 years ago, but we don't know their address now. What we'd like to do is talk to local officials and say, you know what? According to the Medicaid rules, where was the last address this person was domiciled? Or according to a SNAP application, a food stamps application, maybe that could give us insight to where this person is today.
Exactly.
Or maybe they had some local court trouble. We could go to the local courthouse or even the local jail and try to find where this criminal sex offender is today. The local authorities have been told
They're not willing
do
to
not
do it.
cooperate. So these guys are trying to go out and enforce the law. They're trying to arrest sex offenders, but they're trying to do it in an environment where local officials have been told, do not help them, do not provide intelligence about where these sex offenders might be. This is disgraceful. And there are a lot of things that all of us could do better to lower the temperature, but the number one thing that I learned today is the best way to facilitate reasonable enforcement of the law, but also to lower the chaos in Minneapolis would be for state and local officials to cooperate. Now, I will say, on one final positive note, I actually think that there's some hope, some reason to think that there's going to be better cooperation in the weeks and months to come.
I hope so.
I think that because I've talked to some of the local officials.
You start
here, I think
arresting
there are
these
reasons to
motherfuckers.
believe that these people are going to step up
Start
and
putting
actually
people in
ask the
jail.
cops
These people
to
are
protect
smart.
our ICE
Yeah.
officers when they're being assaulted.
You
So we're
start-
going to ask
well,
the local courts to
it depends on
cooperate
what you
with
mean,
getting
step
criminal
up and
sex
help them
offenders
as
out of
being
our
assaulted.
community.
That's
a
where
good
it's
thing.
a fine
That's
line.
the good news, and
That's
that's
a
something I'm
fine
going to
line
work on when I
to
get back to
you guys
Washington.
step in and help
But
these people.
please, if you're a local official, if you're the mayor of this town, if you have any influence over those people,
That's the
just
fine
tell them
line.
to cooperate. Because we could
To
have
say you
immigration
people can
enforcement
step up and
operate
help,
as
you need to step
smoothly
up and help
and
these
without
ICE
the
agents when
chaos
they're
that
being
we see in
assaulted.
Austin, Texas, or Memphis, Tennessee, or even rural parts of the state of
Yeah,
Minnesota.
they cleaned up Memphis
All we
pretty
need
quick,
is a little
dude.
cooperation.
Memphis,
I guarantee
Tennessee,
we're going to do the best
there's a lot
to
of
be
black people coming out saying, man,
to
my
respect
kids can
people's
play in the
rights,
yard.
to not do
There's
anything
not
that we don't
hoodlums
have to
and
do in order to
penguins
enforce
walking down the
immigration
road,
laws
you know.
that would make our lives
It's
a
no
lot
violence.
easier. It would make our
People are
officers
actually
a lot
enjoying
safer.
it. And trust
It
me,
would make
Memphis,
Minneapolis
Tennessee's
much
bad.
less chaotic if we had a little bit of cooperation from the state and local officials. With that, I'll
He
shut up and
speaks-
take some questions. Thank you, guys.
He speaks good.
A local school district here is alleging ICE agents detained a 5-year-old after
5-year-old.
We've also seen multiple American citizens detained.
Probably if they detained a 5-year-old, they probably sending it with the parent,
Are you
sending the kid with the
proud of
parent.
how your administration
Are you going to deport them? They don't want to separate families. They're not
Well,
the
I'm proud of the
Obama
fact that we're
administration.
standing behind law enforcement, and I'm proud of the fact that we're enforcing the country's laws. But, you asked a question about this 5-year-old kid. I actually saw this terrible story while I was coming to Minneapolis. We just left Toledo, Ohio this morning for an economic investing event. And I see this story, and I'm a father of a 5-year-old, actually, 5-year-old little boy. And I think to myself, oh my God, this is terrible. How did we arrest a 5-year-old? Well, I did a little bit more follow-up research.
Didn't arrest him.
And what I find is that the 5-year-old was not arrested.
Yeah.
That his dad was an illegal alien.
Yep.
And then when they went to arrest his illegal alien father, the father ran.
Yep.
So the story is that ICE detained
Can't just let the kid wander off by himself.
Are they supposed to let a 5-year-old child freeze to death?
Exactly.
Are they not supposed
Are they
to
supposed to
arrest
go and take care of the
an illegal
5-year-old?
alien in the United States of America? If the argument is that you can't arrest people who have violated our laws because they have children, then every single parent is going to be completely given immunity from ever being the subject of law enforcement. That doesn't make any sense. No one thinks that makes any sense.
Exactly.
But there are so many of these cases like that where if you just understand the context, there have been a number of situations that I've looked into personally where I say, wait a second, we don't want ICE arresting American citizens. They're supposed to be enforcing the immigration laws against illegal aliens. So then I look into it and I find out that the American citizen who was arrested, took a swing
a little
at an
5-year-old
ICE
kid.
officer. You can't have that happen. And of course they have to.
That's the way the left always
Of course
plays
they
it.
have the right to detain somebody.
They'll
who
turn
assaults
his
a law
words
enforcement.
inside out. You wait and see.
Now, this is my point. Do we want these things to happen? Do we want?
But do you let a
arrests
5-year-old
to
kid just
be
walk
so
out of school
chaotic?
and
No,
go
we
home,
don't.
freeze like
These
he
guys
said, and
want
freeze?
least of all, but if we
Or
had
go
all
home
the
to no parent?
cooperation
No, you
from
actually
local and
go and
federal-
take
or
care of
excuse
that
me, from local
kid
and
and
state
you
officials,
bring him with
I think
you
the chaos would go
and you
way
speak to that
down
child.
in this community.
Mr. President. After the Renee Good shooting, sir,
Cam Higby,
the
got
administration seemed to suggest. Oh no, oh sorry. Oh, I thought you pointed at me. My apologies. So after the Renee Good shooting, sir, the administration seemed to say. After the Renee Good shooting, the administration seemed to suggest that ICE officers enjoyed near complete immunity. But today you told the Washington Examiner that when appropriate, the administration might take disciplinary actions against ICE agents. So is that a change of opinion? And if so, why the change in tone?
No, I didn't say, and I don't think any other official within the Trump administration said that officers who engaged in wrongdoing would enjoy immunity. That's absurd. What I did say is that when federal law enforcement officers violate the law, that is typically something that federal officials would look into.
Yeah.
We don't want these guys to have kangaroo courts. We want them to actually have real due process, real investigation, because again, sometimes they're accused of wrongdoing, and it turns out when you learn the context, they didn't actually do anything wrong. But of course, we're going to investigate these things. Of course, we're investigating the Renee Good shooting, but we're investigating them in a way that respects people's rights and then ensures that if somebody did something wrong, yes, they're going to face disciplinary action, but we're not going to judge them in the court of public opinion. I've spoken at length on this particular case. I think that Renee Good's death is a tragedy. I also think that she rammed an ICE officer with her car.
Exactly.
So the tragedy
They also
here
broke the
is
law.
multi-layered. The tragedy
Oh,
is there was a
Lord.
misunderstanding.
How many people do
The
not
tragedy is
understand
Renee
that?
Good lost her life. The tragedy is that you have ICE officers who are going into communities where they're worried that if they call 911, no one's going to come to help them. That is what produces this terrible situation, and it's something state and local officials here in Minnesota could solve. Yes, sir.
Could you give us a message towards March?
I mean, we're live. We're watching JD Vance. He's speaking right now. Cam Higby just got a question out of him. Pretty cool that he got to, ask him a question.
Well, it is a shame.
We're streaming right now
I'm
live.
speaking at March for Life tomorrow.
You just
I'm pro-life,
said,
and I'm very excited to
they're
speak here. I'm
talking
gonna talk
about
local
the Renee
law
Good
enforcement.
and all this.
I mean, look, I
We're
am-
hoping they're going to say
As a
anything
child,
about, the
I saw
arrest
people
they've
in my
made
family get
so
arrested.
far.
It's terrible.
And
It's
as far as I
heartbreaking,
know,
it's chaotic, it's
non-limit
traumatic for the kids.
situation.
I can recognize that.
DOJ,
can
I don't know,
recognize that we gotta
something
support
about
these
the
kids. But on the
judge
other
review,
hand, saying that just because you're a parent
charged
doesn't
on
mean
limit.
that you get complete
That's
immunity
what
from law enforcement.
the New York
And I think
Times
we have to hold
and
both of those thoughts
stand right
in our
now.
head at the same
They
time. We've got to be
refuse to charge
sympathetic to the kids
non-limit.
who are caught up.
Hopefully we
in
get some
of
more
these enforcement
information about
actions.
that.
We've also got to say we have to
Stay in
enforce
your
the
lane,
law without
procrastinate.
bias, with fairness, but we've got to enforce the law.
Mr. Vice President.
And their mayor said they haven't heard about this being in the city. And how does ICE and prosecute local agencies?
You said there was an altercation in St. Cloud.
Breaking JD Vance live speaking.
about proactive communication.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the takeaways. I've talked with these guys before we came on the stage, but during our roundtable and some of the other conversations we've had, communication, we absolutely want to ensure there's good communication between federal officials and state and local officials. And I'm sure that we can do better on that. We absolutely want to make sure that we are communicating, but that also requires a two-way street. And that's the point that I make about state and local officials. These guys will absolutely communicate with state and local officials. They'll tell people if they have to do an enforcement operation in a particular municipality. But part of that is they also want to ensure that if they're communicating about their whereabouts, that's not being used as a weapon against them. Sometimes they tell people where they're going, and then they find out that their agents' faces are on the, on Reddit or on
The little
social
what?
media thread saying,
Black
here's this guy,
couple
we know he's going to be
that
at this
left
place
their
at this
kid
exact
in the
time.
van. Yeah,
So
they
that
said they were
communication's gotta
stuck
be a
in
two-way
traffic,
street.
but had
These guys are going to
left a
communicate with
six-month
business
old in a
leaders,
van for over
local
45
officials,
minutes
with
protesting.
state officials.
Yeah,
We also need the
they need to
local
be
officials
put in
and state
prison.
officials to do a good job of protecting people when they're in their communities. We're not asking, by the way, we don't want any police officer in this community, in this state, to help us do immigration enforcement. We've got that.
Mr. Vice President.
But if a protester shows up and that protester turns violent against our immigration officers, we really, really need the cooperation of our local partners. We haven't gotten it yet, but I think if we do, we really can lower the temperature.
Mr. Vice President.
Everybody needs to stop jumping to conclusions, though, man. Answer the questions and see if they're true or not. That's what everybody needs to listen. Listen to what the facts is.
Yeah, so I saw that story, and the story is like so much that I read in the mainstream media, it's missing a whole lot of context, and when you appreciate the context, it makes sense. No one is saying, look, there are exceptions. For example, a crazy exception, if somebody is fired at from inside a house, they don't need a warrant to go inside that
Exactly.
house. There are very narrow exceptions
Yes.
to the
If
warrant
somebody
requirement
shoots
where law enforcement officers
or
don't need
fires
a
at somebody
warrant
out their
if, for
window at
example,
somebody
they're
at
in
law
imminent threat of
enforcement,
their lives.
they can
But
go
what
right in
was
on your
said,
ass.
and what ICE has proposed, what the Department of Homeland Security really has proposed to the Department of Justice, is that we can get administrative warrants to enforce administrative immigration law. Now, it's possible, I guess, that the courts will say no, and of course, if the courts say no, we would follow that law, but nobody is talking about doing immigration enforcement without a warrant. We're talking about different types of warrants that exist in our system. Typically what happens, not always, but typically in the immigration system, those are handled by administrative law judges. So we're talking about getting warrants from those administrative law judges. And then, of course, with other cases, you get judges or you get warrants from a judge. That's very consistent with the practice of American law. I'm sure the courts will weigh in on that, but we're never going to enter somebody's house without some kind of a warrant, unless, of course, somebody's firing on an officer or they have to do something in order to protect
Mr. Vice President.
Well, our understanding is that you can enforce the immigration laws of the country under an administrative order if you have an administrative warrant. That's what we think. That's our understanding of the law. That's our best faith attempt to understand the law. Again, this is something courts will weigh in on. I won't speak to that. But yes, most immigration law in our country is not done through the criminal system with the judge. It's done through the administrative law system. We're going to continue that practice just as they did in the Biden administration or any other administration.
Mr. Vice President.
YouTube shadow banned me. You're not seeing my notification.
And then also, did you meet or talk to the ICE agent who's involved in the incident?
I did not talk to him today. I talked to some of his colleagues. Your question on the Insurrection Act.
I need about 3,000 people
I've tried
watching
to
my
understand
stream
this as
too,
well as I
man.
possibly could.
This is
And my
ridiculous.
understanding is what the
I gotta
Insurrection
get,
Act, what
man, I
invoking the
pray in
Insurrection
March
Act
they give me
would
back my
allow
monetization and stop all this shadow.
is it would
crap.
allow the federal government to
This
use
is
the
crazy,
military for
dude.
local law enforcement.
I should have 500
Right
people
now,
in here right
we don't
now
think that we
or
do.
more.
Now, the president could change his mind. Of course, things could get worse. But right now, we think
This
that
is
federal law
sad.
enforcement officers.
I mean, I've been
can do
streaming
the
for
job
almost
of federal law.
4.5
Now, what I
hours.
do worry about, again, is that the chaos.
Over
gets
4.5
worse
hours.
if more and
I've
more
had
ICE
maybe
agents start
7
getting
at the
assaulted,
most I've
other
seen
law enforcement
in
officers
here.
start getting assaulted. That would be a real problem.
That's awful.
But again, we have so much.
It's okay,
federal law
though. I'm on a
enforcement
fucking
resources here
stream.
right now. We have so many people.
If I have to
that
cuss,
do not want to have
do whatever, and
I
they
do
put
not
these on
want so many
private, I'll
ICE
do it.
officers in Minneapolis right now. I mean, good Lord, it's really, really freaking cold outside. But
Exactly.
here, not even to enforce immigration laws, but to protect the people.
So, you know, those protesters are kind of like
state of affairs, and we wouldn't
a
need
little,
it if we had
I don't know, something.
cooperation.
If they're going to stand out there in 0-degree weather protesting, that's crazy.
My understanding is that the actual beat cops on the ground, they would love to help out, but they're being told by somebody. I don't know if it's Mayor Frey. They're being told by somebody not to cooperate at all.
Yep.
What kind of a person tells their local police don't protect somebody if they're being assaulted by a rider? It's crazy, and it's
People that don't want to see Trump's administration do good.
Why are there so many U.S. citizens being caught up in these operations?
You saw me with streaming.
I think your question assumes something that's not necessarily in evidence, which is that when there are American citizens who have been caught up in some of these enforcement operations, very often it is people who've assaulted a law enforcement officer. They're not being arrested because they violated the immigration laws. They're being arrested because they punched a federal law enforcement officer. That is a totally reasonable thing. Now, to the accusation of racial profiling, look, it's something that we take very seriously. We will take accusations of racial profiling back to Washington. We'll certainly look into them as they come up. But this is not a group that's going around and looking for people who violated the law based on skin color. They're looking for people who violated the actual law, the law of our immigration system in this country. And so long as we had more cooperation, I think they could do these things in a much more targeted way. They would actually know where some of the bad guys are. I mean, again, you hear things that are hard to believe, but I've confirmed that they're true. Sex offenders who we're trying to get off the streets, who the local officials won't tell us their last known address. So then the local officials say, oh my God, these guys are doing widespread targeted enforcement operations, when in reality, we would love to just go to one house. The local officials won't tell us which one house to go to.
Mr. Vice President.
To that question, the local police chiefs have said their own off-duty officers, so police officers, are being targeted because they are a person of color and asked to show their papers.
Whatever. That's crazy. Police officers are being targeted because they're colored. Why do they always make it about a race issue, man? Civil rights. Back to that shit. So I get so sick of hearing that shit. I do. I get so sick.
We have to figure out whether it happened or not. And then if it happened, whether there is a good explanation or a bad explanation. Of course, if somebody violated the law, if somebody racially profiled, if somebody violated the rights of one of our fellow citizens, that is something we will take very seriously. What I also would say,
anyone would take it serious.
The viral stories of the past couple of weeks have turned out to be
false.
At best partially true.
Yeah,
so we want to try people based on
false.
Reality,
most of it's
based on
false.
The truth, based on context. We're not going to prejudge people just because of viral social media story. That
exactly. One did a yeah. It's not even true.
Did you invite anybody with an opposing point of view to get an idea of why people are upset here? It's just a quick follow-up. Have you reached out to Governor Walz at all in an attempt to turn down?
So I haven't talked to Governor Walz on this particular trip. A number of members of our administration, I believe our chief of staff, spoke to the governor and has been in constant contact with his staff over the past week. We've been in my office in constant contact with people here on the ground in Minneapolis. There were certainly people at our roundtable with opposing views, and look, I don't even know, whether it's public, but yes, we met with people with opposing views here at the roundtable. I wanted to get a perspective from everybody, but also, of course, offer my opinion that with a little bit more cooperation, we can lower the chaos. We're going to keep on doing that. If Governor Walz wants to call me, we'll absolutely continue talking. I will say that my sense of this situation, having talked to these guys for a long time, is this is primarily a law enforcement issue. This is the Attorney General. This is the local mayor. This is all of the organs of local and state law enforcement. That's who we focus on, but we've certainly been in communication with the governor and his office.
Mr. Vice President. Yeah. So local law enforcement obviously hasn't been really helping out with the agents who've been assaulted repeatedly. What's the plan if nothing changes there here locally and this operation has attracted thousands of agents? Are there any plans to go into any other cities from here?
Well, right now we're focused on Minneapolis because that's where we have the highest concentration of people who have violated our immigration laws. And that's also, frankly, where we see the most assault of our law enforcement officers. I mean, our plan is very simple. If you assault a federal law enforcement officer, we're going to do everything that we can to put you in prison. It's very simple. And most of these protesters, as much as I may disagree with their politics, most of them have been peaceful, but a lot of them have not been peaceful. And if you go and storm a church, if you go and assault a federal law enforcement officer, we are going to try very hard. We're going to use every resource of the federal government to put you in prison. Respect people's rights. Respect people's rights to worship. Respect people's rights to do their job without being assaulted. If you follow that basic principle, the Trump administration is going to do everything that we can to protect your rights. But if you go after somebody, if you assault somebody, if you make a 9-year-old girl cry because you walked into her church and harassed her, we're going to go after you with every single thing we have.
Mr. Vice President, Maggie, that's not what that means. Your administration has said repeatedly this is about safety, about making Americans feel safer. So what do you say to people here in Minnesota who say it's the overwhelming presence of ICE officers and federal officers and their tactics that are making them feel less safe?
Well, one thing I would say is, first of all, we saw in 2025 the biggest one-year drop in murders in the history of the United States of America. Significant reductions in violent crime. The reason why
I can help you, brother.
There's really two reasons. Number one, because we're enforcing the immigration laws and getting very violent criminals out of our country. And number two, because we're enforcing our criminal laws and putting guys who assault and murder behind bars. This is part of a broad effort to make us safe. And the chaos that people are seeing, and I understand there is frustration of the chaos, I'd say that we're doing everything that we can to lower the temperature, and we would like federal and local, state and local officials to be as tasked.
So are you saying they're
are
not are you saying that they're not receiving it correctly? Are you saying that they're not seeing that it's the tactics or the presence of the officers that are?
Look, I'm sure that people are seeing a lot of things that would make any member of our national community feel very upset, but I also think that if you understand this in context, this is the inevitable consequence of a state and local government that have decided that they're not going to cooperate with immigration enforcement at all. In fact, they're going to aggressively not cooperate. So here's a basic illustration of this. If you are an ICE officer and you have to arrest a person who's committed assault and is also an illegal alien, but the state and local officials won't help you identify that person, many of the things that people in Minneapolis are seeing that give them pause, that frustrate them, that worry them, that make them feel like things are too chaotic, many of these things are coming from the fact that there's no cooperation with state and local law enforcement. And I guess what I would tell people, again, many of whom are justifiably concerned and worried about what they're seeing in their communities is, why are we not seeing it anywhere else? We're seeing this level of chaos only in Minneapolis. LA and Chicago, we had some problems there. Pretty much every jurisdiction where these guys are operating, you don't see the same level of chaos. You don't see the same level of violence. You don't see the problems that we're seeing in Minneapolis. Maybe the problem is unique to Minneapolis, and we believe that it is. It's the lack of cooperation between state and local law enforcement and federal law
Mr.
enforcement.
Vice President, 1 more minute. ICE has been operating here for years with less pushback than we're seeing right now. Even the St. Paul Police Chief recently said if they're not a way to find common ground without scaring the hell out of people in the community, those are his words. And I just wonder, with this Operation Metro Surge, is any part of it meant to send a form of political message to your leaders here in Minneapolis and the state of Minnesota? And I know you talked about you've been in touch with the governor's offices and the mayor's offices, but why have you not been able to speak to them directly? Have they not been willing?
We're live. Well, look, I have spoken to some of the people in Minnesota directly. I spoke to some of them today. I spoke to others in the past. And again, our staff has been in very direct contact with pretty much every official with any influence or any power in Minneapolis. But no, we're not trying to send a political message. We're trying to enforce the law. And unfortunately, what has happened is that as we've enforced the law, there's been this weird reaction, again, unique to this city. This is not a common thing across the United States of America. There's been a very unique, very Minneapolis-specific reaction to our enforcement of federal immigration laws. What I'm trying to do here today is understand why that is. What is it about Minneapolis that has become so chaotic? What are the specific types of cooperation that we need? Look, I don't need Tim Walz or Jacob Frey or anybody else to come out and say that they agree with J.D. Vance or Donald Trump on immigration. I just don't need that. What I do need them to do is empower their local officials to help our local or help our federal officials out in a way where this can be a little bit less chaotic and it can be a little bit more targeted. Like if we're trying to find a sex offender, tell us where the guy lives. Simple things like that, simple changes in how they're approaching immigration enforcement would make this work a lot better. It would make Minneapolis' streets a lot safer. It would make this whole thing a lot less traumatic for this community. I'll take one more question.
Mr. Vice President, You've said that it's time to turn down the temperature. Does that include changes to both ICE and CBP tactics that we've seen employed on the streets, including less than lethal tactics, pepper spray, pepper balls? Beyond that, what is the federal government's role in turning down the temperature? And the Minnesota Department of Corrections says that its own officers have been cooperating with ICE all along, handing over criminals once they serve their sentences to ICE officials. Can you concede that there is some cooperation with the state?
Yeah, look, if I was going to list the 5 agencies locally and statewide that I'm most worried about, I wouldn't put the Department of Corrections on that list. I think that while there are certain things we'd like to see more from them, they've hardly been the worst offenders. You agree with that, guys? That's a fair assessment. But I think you talk about tactics, and you talked about the response to things. Look, we don't want to employ tactics that we don't employ the kind of tactics that are only necessary when violence is committed against officers. That is these guys' directive, and that's what we're going to try to do. And again, the president said this a couple of days ago, whenever you have a law enforcement operation, even if 99.99% of the guys do everything perfectly, you're going to have people that make mistakes. That is the nature of law enforcement. What I do think that we can do is, working with state and local officials, we can make the worst moments of chaos much less common. And all they've got to do is meet us halfway. These guys want to communicate with them. They want to talk to the local business leaders. Many of these guys, many of the people standing behind me are members of the Minneapolis community. Many of the officials that I met today who work in federal immigration enforcement, this is their home. They love this place. These are their neighbors. They want this to work a lot more smoothly. I think that we can get there. We just got to work at it a little bit, and we need some cooperation from state and local officials. Last thing that I'll say is I just hope they get it. This is a beautiful city. I've only been here a few times. I love it. Even this weather, I love Minneapolis. We could do a lot better.
They say Minneapolis is really nice, man.
The Trump administration, the directive that I got from the President of the United States is meet these
If
guys
it wasn't
halfway.
so crazy liberalish, you know, they really do say it's a beautiful place,
without
man.
endangering our ICE officers, and so
But-
that we can turn down the chaos a little bit, at least. I think a lot, actually. But for us to do that, we need some help from the state and local officials. We will keep on working with them, and so long as they're willing to work with us, they will always find a partner in public safety and law enforcement in the Trump administration. Thank you all.
Mr. Vice President.
Yeah, go back.
I know, I thought the same thing. I know, Mr. Vice President. Okay.
Oh, you wait. They will be going. Now they've arrested this William Kelly, the woke farmer guy that was screaming in those churches and shit. There's reports they've arrested him. They've arrested the school board leader, the Black Lives Matter leader, lady that orchestrated it. So what they'll do is, yeah, we'll cut that off because he's cutting it off. Okay, so what they'll do is he will make this a big political spectacle. I guarantee it. That the woke farmer guy, that so-called combat veteran, he's an agitator. He admitted it himself. And there's videos in him going from Washington to all these states and like agitating soldiers and National Guard members and politicians. This is what this guy wants. He wants recognition. He's going to make this a big political thing. You watch and see. All right, guys, I've gone almost 5 hours today. I'm going to cut it here. I'm glad all you guys could, stop in and hang out with me for so long. I really appreciate it. Please support the channel. I know you guys in the chat do. Please share out the videos. We got to get back in the algorithms. YouTube has just really got me under their foot right now, so we're working on it. So please make sure you tell your friends and your mommy and your daddy and your grandkids that, about my stream. We need all the people coming to this channel to get the real facts, the real information. So like I said, we're going to cut it here, and we'll see you tomorrow or later on this evening. stay in your lane or crash the damn thing.